Hello everybody, and welcome to this ultimate country guide to Hearts of Iron 4 strategic naval warfare. This video will cover hopefully every country in the entire game and give you a complete guide for naval warfare enthusiasts to choose the country which you will love and suit your playstyle best. I believe Hearts of Iron 4 is potentially the best game on the market right now for simulating naval combat, especially World War II combat. It's a perfect balance of strategy and complication and sort of ease of getting into, It's not like Command Modern Operations, which is another matter entirely. Please keep in mind that I play with the Road 56 RP mod and the Increased Resources mod. Links are in the description. I highly recommend both of these mods, and I'm confident that once you try them, you will never go back to vanilla Hearts of Iron. The Resource mod only affects smaller countries such as South American countries, the Middle East, and Ireland, and they're basically completely unplayable without them. They just have no resources. And the Road 56 focus trees add focus trees for literally every country in the game. Without Road 56, probably only 5 countries in the entire game are even capable of naval warfare. But with Road 56, there are now dozens of countries you can play for naval warfare, and they're all unique and wonderful and fun. Some of the countries on this list I've struggled to decide where to put exactly. I remade this video not only because I changed my mind on where certain countries should go on the list, but I also wanted to improve the structure of the video. My initial list was very practical and based on the practicalities of what you're likely to achieve in a game. This video is more based on if you're a skilled player and everything goes really well, what is the absolute maximum potential that you can achieve with a country. So some of the things are going to move around on the list just from that alone. We're going to use a tier system for this video, and the criteria for each tier is below. S tier is going to be a country that is near perfect and has the potential to gain all land, industry and resources to make a world-domineering navy. They will also have plenty of strong buffs for their navies on top of that to make their ships stronger. They will be able to dominate naval combat all over the world in any theatre of war. A tier are countries that have the potential to make a world-domineering navy, but they have a significant drawback. This can be a lack of resources, naval buffs, or they might require babysitting from an AI or another player to get past the early stages of expansion. B tier, countries that can make a very strong regional or limited global navies, but they will struggle to rival the upper tiers. Even on a good game, if you're in a B tier, you're probably not going to be in an S tier. They will have more extensive lacks of territory, resources, or industry, and they might have multiple missing shortages from those categories. C tier countries can make a powerful regional navy, but you will never be able to make a world-domineering navy that can destroy a first-rate power. You're also going to be very limited in what field of war you're operating in. You're not going to be playing, for example, Iceland and having a war in Japan. That's very, very unlikely. And D tier is just countries that are bad, but they're not so bad that they're not in the video. And E countries are countries that are so bad that I'm just going to list them as E countries, and I haven't even done detailed analysis. They're so bad that you're probably never going to play them for Navy, so they're just... let's not even go there. This video is also going to discuss the resource availability of countries, their industrial power, the strategic positioning of countries, conquest potential, so how much land they can gain, the strength of their starting assets, and the buffs they can have for their navy. I've made the decision to leave out any sort of analysis for armies or air force unless it's really, really related to naval combat, such as geographic positioning. Even if those things can be related to naval strategy, this video is already going to be hours in length, so we really don't want to bring that, as then it wouldn't really be a naval video, it would just be every country in the game. The only exception I will include is naval aviation, because of course that is more to do with Navy than anything else. All statistics for industry, resources, etc. are assuming that you've researched every single relevant technology, and also that you have any focuses that the country might have, which will increase resources, such as resource gain effectiveness, plus 20 or whatever. And again, this video is going to be really long. I have no idea how many hours it could be, but please look in the description for timestamps, or you can just skip to the countries you're most interested in, or just skip to the top 5 or top 10, because the ones at the bottom of the list are really, they're not good, but obviously if you get to C and B tier, they could be fun countries that you didn't expect, that are actually kind of okay, but obviously the best countries are going to be at the end of the video, so please look in the timestamps for that. Thank you very much, please enjoy the video. So before we get onto the real tier list, I'm just going to go through the E tier trash list. So these are the countries that are not going to be properly examined. So first of all, there's Czechoslovakia. It's possible to play Czechoslovakia, but they haven't got a single focus for any naval buffs whatsoever for their navy, so it's really pointless trying to build a navy with Czechoslovakia. Not to mention they're landlocked. Denmark has one good naval chief, but no other focus trees or buffs of any kind, so Denmark's just not really worth using. Belgium, it's kind of the same as Denmark, it just sucks and you're better off playing the Netherlands. Afghanistan, some good naval chiefs, but no coastline, landlocked again, bad expansion and no focus tree. Bhutan actually has some really good, okay naval stuff, but they haven't, like, your Bhutan. Cuba, you only have one province, but it does have noticeably more resources. So, I mean, Cuba is possible, but I'm still putting it in trash tier. Peru, interestingly, they do have a military commander that gives plus 15% to carrier's sortie rate, which maybe you might be able to find a way of using one day, but there's nothing else really going for it. Ecuador, surprisingly, has a 20% buff to armor and damage for all battleships, which is a really pretty solid buff. But again, it's not really got anything else going for it. Same for Bolivia, this time you've got plus 15% anti-air effectiveness for all ships, which is pretty cool. Now, all of the ones on the rest of the E tier are just trash. I haven't wrote any note, there's nothing of note about them, they're just bad. And that is Yemen, Luxembourg, Oman, Liberia, Belgian Congo, Paraguay, Uruguay, Panama, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Guatemala, Haiti, Vanuatu, Nepal, and the last two are Estonia and Lithuania, but, I mean, technically you could play them, but realistically, Latvia is just better than them. So that's the E tier. Now we're going to move on to the actual video, the interesting part. Okay, so we're going to move on to the actual list now. We're going to start with D tier. D tier is a very small tier. It's just bad countries, but they are kind of playable. The first two I'm not actually going to go over because they're really not worth going over. They're Saudi Arabia and French Indochina. Saudi Arabia, well, you can go look for yourself. Indochina. But there were only three countries in my D tier, but I'm only going to talk about one of them really, because the other two I really don't think are quite worth mentioning. They're not an E tier, they're just not really worth it. So the only D tier that I'm going to give a really honourable mention to the list, which will be 41st place on the list that we'll put in, is Honduras. So as an honourable mention, which didn't quite make the list, we're going to talk about Honduras. Honduras is actually really quite interesting. It's a Central American nation. It's very small and it has very little potential on its own, but in a roleplay game it could be great fun if you have a larger ally that's supporting you nearby and you can easily reform the Central Americas. So Honduras has a national spirit called the Banana Republic, which is basically a debuff, but it has a really unique and interesting focus tree, which I'm not going to go over the entire focus tree with you. But this is, again, obviously the Road to 56 mod, and it adds a really interesting focus tree. And you can see it has democratic options, fascist options, communist options, and it's got a lot on here. It's even got some good industry stuff. So the starting population of Honduras is 860,000. It only starts with 3 factories, 2 civilian factories, 1 military factory, and basically no resources. Yeah, even the increased resources mod doesn't really do anything for Honduras. Honduras is an absolutely tiny country, so you're basically going to be dependent on foreign aid. You've got mountainous borders to your west, but realistically you're going to be, if you're going to even attempt to play Honduras, you're at the very least going to be wanting to conquer El Salvador, Guatemala, and the other Central American countries. You can probably do this on your own, even in single player, but obviously in a roleplay game you're going to need some help from your neighbors. Honduras starts with 3 research slots, and it can get a maximum of 6 research slots. And obviously, because it only has one province, you can only get 25 factories unless you expand. But with expansion, you can probably get a few more factories than that. Okay, so here you can see like an example of like if you had a really good game as Honduras. You can conquer the Central Americas. And then obviously if you manage to move south and you have other allies that could help you out, like America or somebody else, then you could quite reasonably conquer Colombia or something like this as well. I believe you get claims in your focus tree to conquer Colombia, because all of the countries that I've done examples with here, I've only given them territory that they can have claims for from focuses or other things like that. So after a good bit of conquest, you're in a much better position as Honduras. You can get a core population of 16 million, which is not too bad. It's probably a mid-tier country. You can get up to 144 factories, which is a massive improvement. Obviously, it's not a huge amount, but it's really quite good. And out of that, you could potentially have about 80 naval dockyards, which is not to be sniffed at. Resource-wise, you're still lacking, so you are going to be requiring foreign aid from somebody. You've obviously here, you've got 47 chromium, 33 steel, quite a lot of rubber, plenty of oil, which is really useful. But obviously the lack of steel and chromium, especially steel, is going to be absolutely crippling, so you would have to get some steel from somebody else, basically, to be babysat. Honduras' starting navy is literally nothing. You have literally nothing when you start the game with Honduras. But you do have some interesting naval buffs. So we're going to start with focus tree buffs. So Honduras actually has some pretty good focus tree stuff. You can get quite a lot of naval factories out of your focus tree. You can get building slots, naval dockyards, quite a few of them as well. And more interestingly, you can get a national spirit called the Long Lance, which is also from Japan. Japan gets this, but I believe in vanilla it's the only country. And this gives you a slightly higher chance to get critically hit, but also plus 20% screen penetration with torpedoes, which is really, 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 really useful. For the Chief of the Navy, you've actually got some pretty good options here. You've got the Commerce Raiding Expert, which gives you plus 15% convoy raiding efficiency, and also an Naval Aviation Expert, which it sucks because it's a great thing to have, but unlikely that you're ever going to build an aircraft carrier. Also, you get an Anti-Submarine Expert and Naval Air Defense, which gives 15% AA and 15% sub-detection. So you've got some pretty good naval buffs overall. All in all, my final notes for Honduras are that you've got a lot of focuses for almost any ideology. So in a roleplay game, you can play almost any ideology, and it's going to be really cool. It's unlikely you would ever manage to do it, but you do actually get war goals from your focus tree against Mexico, the United States, and Spain. So you've got some crazy war goal potential. Though it's unlikely you'd ever manage to conquer them without, severe help in a roleplay game. You can also get some really cool buffs for your elite soldiers, like minus 10% infantry equipment production costs, which is really useful. And for some weird reason, you also get a permanent national spirit to grant India fascism support over time, and I have no idea why, but this is an interesting note. Overall, Honduras is a really, 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 really interesting country. It has some great focuses for submarines and screens. So my recommended tactic for Honduras would be a trade interdiction dedicated navy. Because you have such a lack of resources, you can get potentially good industry, but you're going to need resources to be able to build a proper navy. So submarines are obviously a lot cheaper, which means that's great. And also, you've got things like your convoy raiding efficiency, and you've got the torpedo buffs, and that means naturally, I think Honduras is a natural option to go for a trade interdiction submarine-based navy. Just submarines, nothing else. You want to expand as much as possible in the South American and Central American countries, and hopefully another fascist power will help babysit you. So if you're on a roleplay game, Germany or Italy or someone could send soldiers to try and, defend your territory. Or also, you could get Mexico to turn fascist, and then Mexico would be a very powerful ally. And they will mostly do the land war, and you can just focus on your trade interdiction. So in total, you can get a plus 20% torpedo screen penetration, and you can get submarine detection increases also. You definitely want to go down the trade interdiction tree. I don't think there's any reason why you would go down any other naval tree with Honduras. You're really just going to be a submarine-based trade interdiction navy. And that's why overall Honduras is going to come in at D tier. But I think it really does have the potential to be quite a fun country if you want to try something really niche. We're now going to move on to C tier. C tier is a little bit more interesting. So the qualifying characteristics of C tier again. Countries that can make a powerful regional navy, but you will never be able to create a world-domineering navy that can fully destroy a first-rate naval power. But you can still have a lot of fun with these countries. Okay, so in 40th place, our first C tier country is South Africa. South Africa's quite an interesting country. I had a friend who played South Africa before. So starting with their national spirits, they're not particularly naval focused, they're just debuffs, but one of them does give you a decreased population, which is always kind of bad, because obviously you need men for your ships and for your armies and all the rest of it. Your starting population is 9.75 million. Your starting industry is 10 factories, including 9 civilian, 1 military, and 0 naval dockyards. And for your resources, you can see it benefits quite a bit from the increased resources mod here, which is great for South Africa. You have 170 chromium and 102 steel, 7 tungsten, 0 rubber, 27 aluminium, and 0 oil. So this is actually pretty promising, because the main 2 resources you need for building a strong navy are steel and chromium. The only downside here is you don't have any oil, and oil is obviously critical for a navy, because boats don't work without oil. Your starting geographic position is not too bad. It's quite difficult to defend, unfortunately, but the thing is, at the end of the day, from the north, Portugal is going to be neutral, unless you're in a roleplay game, and they could be any ideology and all the rest of it. But obviously your master Britain is going to be defending you from the north, so any land invasion, you're highly likely to be defended by Britain, therefore you don't really need to work too much about your own defense. In terms of, like, your strategic positioning, you are defended by mountains on almost all of your border, and it's unlikely you're going to be navally invaded. Any invasion's going to come from the north, from the Italians, so really you're going to be helping your Britain ally out in terms of the land war. In terms of naval dockyards, it really doesn't matter where you put it. There's no geographic advantage to putting them anywhere here. I mean, it's just, it is what it is. And in terms of your starting navy, you have 0 ships and only 25 convoys, so you do not have a navy at the beginning of the game. Okay, so later in the game, you've gained all this territory, which you can get just through your focus tree by requesting it from Britain, and most of the time, Britain is going to grant your request and give you the territory. So, potential resources. While fully industrializing South Africa before your conquest, you can get to a maximum of 441 steel, 616 chromium, 27 tungsten, 98 aluminium, 0 rubber, and 0 oil. After gaining these territories from Britain, as you can see, your resources will increase to 1,515 chromium, 496 steel, 223 tungsten, 44 rubber, 98 aluminium, and 0 oil, which is actually really good. Your economy is really strong. But your industry is still, unfortunately, lacking quite a bit. You can only get 97 factories, and only 43 of those are going to be naval dockyards. In terms of buffs, again, while your focus tree is really interesting, there's quite a few things on it, especially in terms of industry, there are no naval buffs basically whatsoever, apart from research boosts and a couple of extra dockyards. So your focus tree really doesn't do anything for you as a naval power. In terms of your ship designers, you have raiding fleet and escort fleet, both of which are they're nothing really to write home about. You know, they can be useful, sure, but again, it really emphasizes that the emphasis for South Africa is just not on naval warfare, it's really on your land army, and sort of, you might build some submarines as like a side thing, but you're not really meant to be focusing on your navy. Interestingly, again, you do have a military high commander, which gives you convoy raiding expert, and naval speed, which again really gives you the emphasis on raiding, because that's 2 raiding things, so better submarines. And lastly, under military high command, you get an anti-submarine expert, so really the emphasis in South Africa is going to be on convoy interdiction. Interestingly, South Africa gets a minus 5% production cost for all artillery, and if they're communist, they get plus 20% to more resources, and a plus 15% factories in every state, and a production efficiency cap, so it really helps their land efforts. Because you're on a peninsula, it means you can defend your land really easily, and you can just keep pushing north with Britain, and you shouldn't really have to worry too much about having to defend yourself. The lack of naval dockyards really prevents the build-up of any sort of substantial navy, though, and you have no fuel whatsoever. So that is why South Africa is a C tier, and its difficulty, it's a medium difficulty country. The final conclusion is that South Africa, you're going to be playing a trade interdiction surface convoy raiding navy, or submarine-based navy. You're better off building no ships larger than heavy cruisers at a maximum, and realistically, you're far more likely to just build screens and use small convoy-orientated strike forces. You're going to try and assist Britain's larger fleets wherever they're active, so if you just build some cruisers or destroyers, you can just go and send them to help Britain in their capital ships. It's easy for you to follow the democratic tree and gain control over all the African colonies, and this is probably your best path. Realistically, South Africa is just much better focusing as a land force than a naval force, and you're better off just building heavy tanks, and South Africa's really not designed to be a naval power. But you can give it a go if you feel like it. Okay, so in 39th place, the next country on the list is Iceland. So Iceland is another relatively interesting country. Your starting focuses don't do a whole lot. One of them just means you can't join factions, and the other one gives you a little bit of stability. They don't really do anything here in this case. Your starting population is 116,000. Yes, 1,000. That is absolutely tiny. You get 3 factories, 1 civilian, 1 military, and your resources, near non-existent. Even with the model you get is a bit of aluminium, and really you would have liked some steel, not some aluminium. But, you know, oof. In terms of your starting navy, You don't have a navy. You have no ships and no, well, you've got 20 convoys. In terms of geography, I mean, there's not a lot to say. You're an island that's covered in mountains. So, I mean, it's going to be insanely hard to conquer you. You're basically Switzerland, but more Switzerland. In terms of, like, recommended naval bases, it really doesn't matter. You're an island, and your provinces are huge. Your whole island only has 3. It's not like in France or England, where the provinces are tiny. Each square itself is minuscule. So you can really just put your naval base wherever you want, but you only really want to have one of them. In fact, I should have probably put one here, so I didn't build new ones here. And obviously, your main objective is to defend against the naval invasion. If the enemy lands on another part of the island, you're not going to have any problems, because they're not going to have any resources, but you need to hold your docks. So after all has been said and done, you're in a slightly better position. So your resources, you still have basically nothing, but you do have 60 aluminium and 40 steel. Now 40 steel is actually an acceptable number, and potentially you could have 18 naval dockyards, but realistically you're probably going to have maybe 15... It really depends on the situation, maybe even 10. You're not going to have a whole lot, because you need to build more civs if you want to build the dockyards. So your resources are in a much better position. Now for your buffs. So Iceland does have some interesting buffs. On your focus tree, you have got wolf hunters. This gives you a national spirit, which gives you sub-detection plus 10 on basically all of your ships, which is really, really, really cool. So you have better sub-detection for all of your ships. You've also got some really interesting ship designers. You have an Atlantic fleet designer, which is one of the best ones in the game, but you're never going to use that, unfortunately. Interestingly for you, what you're going to focus on is the raiding fleet designer. This gives you minus sub-visibility for your vessels, and it gives you better speed, and it's just better for convoy raiding, basically. You can basically raid, take out their trade ships, and get away undetected. Now for the Chief of the Navy, again, we have got a Naval Maneuverer, plus 10% speed, so you can really see that this is really about convoy raiding again. You also have a Naval Reformer Genius, which is really interesting, and I guess you can swap them out if you're not being contested. And if they send the ships over your way, you swap over to the speed instead of the experience, or, you know, you can swap back and forth between them when you need to. And for your Military High Command, you have a plus 5% max range, and you also have plus 10% raiding efficiency, so you can see where this is going. Interestingly, some other notes for Iceland are you can get a 5% division recovery rate and army morale boost, and, really interestingly, a plus 20% core attack and defense for all of your land units. So you're going to be unassailable, literally like Switzerland in the middle of the ocean. No one's going to touch you if you play diplomatically and you make the right allies. You also have focuses on your focus tree to make instant fortifications, so there's no way you're going to be conquered if you even have half a clue what you're doing. There's also a small focus tree based on conquering the Nordic nations, which is really weird, because how are you going to conquer Norway and Sweden as Iceland? I have no idea, but again, maybe you're in a roleplay game and Britain's like, hey, Iceland, you want a kingdom? And you're like, yeah, then maybe that could happen. It really doesn't matter who you side with, whether it's Germany or Britain, because you're literally like the Switzerland of the Atlantic, but I would probably go democratic unless you're using AI abuse to capture the Nordic countries, because obviously you don't get cores on it, and it's just easier to defend than attack as Iceland, so democratic is the most logical. Iceland overall is a C-tier country, and I've rated the difficulty as easy, so it's a really good beginner-friendly country. When you're just learning the mechanics of the game, there's not a lot to manage because you have such small territory and resources. So it's a great country for beginners. And that's Iceland, in 39th place. The next country on the list, in 38th place, is Albania. We have some nice fancy music as Albania, apparently. So Albania starts with 2 national focuses. They're basically just debuffs again, lower population, stuff like that. You're basically made to get squashed by Italy, so in a roleplay game, you need to make friends with Italy or do something like that. I recommend you go fascist and obviously join the Axis, or maybe communist and try and get help from Russia. Your starting population as Albania is 1.22 million. Your industry and resources, you have 3 factories, including 2 civilian, 1 military, and your resources are negligible. 2 steel. That is literally it. So your starting geographic location, it is what it is. Your province is tiny again, only 3. Actually, you've got it's broken up well, so you could defend a little bit here. So you've got 3 provinces, and they have a few tiles each. You've got mountains in the north, and you've got a river and some mountains in the south. You're basically surrounded by mountains. Realistically, you're probably more likely to side with Italy and be invading into Greece. So you have got mountains to help defend your territory, but there's not much more to say about it than that. And obviously your naval bases don't matter where they go because, you know, it's not like you have a lot of choice. Your starting navy, again, is non-existent. You have 5 convoys and no naval vessels whatsoever. You start with 3 research slots and you can get a maximum of 6, I believe. Okay, so you can expand and get claims on the Greater Kingdom of Albania, which gives you some more territory, which is really quite cool, actually. It lets you expand into Yugoslavia and expand your territory. Your borders really don't matter too much. There's nothing, you know, bordery that looks natural, I guess, but it looks kind of cool. After your expansion, your population goes up to 3 million. It's not a huge jump, but it's not too bad, and, you know, for a roleplay game, you could have some fun. Your resources are a little bit improved. You've got loads of aluminium, so you could make a really solid air force, but this video is about navies, so I'm not going to say any more on that. You've got a bit of chromium and very little steel, so realistically you're going to need to be fed steel. Well, the ideal option would be if you can get the Axis powers to allow you to take Greece, you will then have the resources you need to make whatever navy you want to build. You've got enough steel there to do what you like, really. So ideally, you want to try and conquer the southern Balkans, and then you could make a good navy. But I haven't shown you that example here, so again, it's a roleplay thing, or you need the Axis to help you or something. In terms of naval bases, again, it really doesn't matter, but if you did conquer Greece, you absolutely want your naval bases. You've got 2 options, either in the Adriatic Sea, where you can then defend from land with your air force, or you want to put them up here in mainland Albania, just so, sorry, this is the Adriatic Sea, where you can defend here, or the Greek Sea. So one of these 2, but don't have both, only have one of them, ideally. Finally, we're going to go on to the naval buffs for Albania. So the sad thing is you don't really have many good ones. There's none for your focus tree. The focus tree is really lackluster. There's basically nothing here worth looking at. Again, the ship designer, you don't have a ship designer, which is another massive loss. In terms of chiefs of the navy, though, you do have some really good chiefs of the navy. You've got a naval aviation expert, commerce raiding expert, decisive battle expert, anti-submarine and naval maneuvering. So you've got some really good naval chiefs here for you to choose from. And you've also got fleet logistics for range, and a capital ships expert. So technically you've got a 20% buff to your battleships if you are able to build one. And that's why I put Albania in C tier instead of D tier, because 20% for your capital ships, armor and attack is not something to stick your nose up at. It means the country has potential. So in conclusion, Albania has a crippling lack of resources, but it could be fun for a roleplay game. It had some really good naval buffs to their battleships, but it's unlikely you're going to get to use them without being heavily babysat and given more steel. For the naval doctrine and strategy, I think you should focus on surface capital ship navies, fleet in being for your naval doctrine, and you're really going to be focusing on the Mediterranean and assisting your Italy. And overall, the country comes in as a C tier, but its difficulty is very hard, because you're not going to be able to do anything on your own. You're going to need to manipulate the AI to help you, or you're going to need players to help you. So that makes Albania a very difficult country and not very friendly for beginners. And that's Albania in 38th place. So in 37th position on this in 37th position on this list, we're going to look at Switzerland. So I know it might be a little bit shocking that Switzerland even came onto this list, but hear me out. Unlike other landlocked countries, Switzerland actually has quite a lot going for it. So its national spirit, so does Swiss neutrality, so you can't really join factions, and you have a weird subscription thing, which I'm not going to go into detail because it's unique to Switzerland and it's a bit annoying. Your starting population is pretty good. You've got 4 million people. That's not bad. And you've got 2 regions, which is, again, could be worse. You know, Iceland only has 1. Your factories, you have 11, which is, again, pretty good. You've got 7 civilian, 4 military. And resource-wise, you've got 14 steel, 53 aluminium, and that is it. You can see there's a little bit more steel from the mod, which is really nice. Your starting geographic position. So you have one of the best defensive positions in the game. You've got a river to your north and mountainous terrain as well, which is nearly impossible to conquer. Obviously, all of your terrain is mountainous, so it's very hard for anyone to attack you if you have a well-coordinated defense, and that's the fun of being Switzerland. I love playing Switzerland in a roleplay game, and just sitting there and being Switzerland. Being like, when people are mediating, France and Germany having meetings, they come into your Switzerland channel, and you're like, yeah, you mediate the meeting for them, and it's just really fun to roleplay as Switzerland. It's really fun. Your starting navy obviously does not exist. You don't even get convoys. Fun fact, in real life, Switzerland does have a navy, and they send it up the Rhine River to the north of Europe, and their boats can actually get, they can get reasonably large ships up there along the entire river. So that's really cool, but you can't do that in Hearts of Iron, which kind of sucks, because that would be really cool if you could maybe build destroyers and just send them up the Rhine. But you can't. But you could in real life, which is really cool. So, now we're going to skip to future Switzerland. So, here you can see all the territory that you can get claims on from your focuses as Switzerland. But the sad thing is, it looks pretty cool, actually. It does look like a natural country, and it could exist. But obviously, by that point, you're not really gonna be Switzerland anymore. I like how you also get Alsace-Lorraine, so it's just like insane defenses, it's keeping in spirit sort of thing. But in terms of Germany, your defense now goes out the window. There's not really anything you can do. Apart from maybe fortify the river line here with the forest along the river in the north, abandon this territory and just hold your Alsace-Lorraine Maginot Line and from the centre downwards. I think that's really well defendable. But it's interesting nevertheless. Your population is now increased to 15 million, which is actually pretty good. It'll make you a decent middle-sized country. Your factories are now really impressive, 116, but you still don't have a navy. But yeah, we'll get to that. Resource-wise, you've now got amazing resources. You've got 407 aluminium, 666 steel, 15 rubber, and 30 oil. So you've got everything you could need to make a decent little navy. The only thing is getting a coastline, which is a lot harder. It's easier said than done, that's for sure. Now, you're probably wondering why Switzerland is even on this list whatsoever. But there is a reason. And that reason is this. Switzerland has a focus which is called, so you've got a thing which lets you get dockyards if you get other territories. But the thing that really does it is this, a pressing need for ships. You get a national spirit, which gives you plus 20% dockyard output permanently. So Switzerland is not designed to be played navally, but I thought just because of this national spirit, I feel like it's cool, and I feel there are some people out there that want to try and play Switzerland, and I think it does have potential, especially in a roleplay game. You could, side with the Germans and the Italians in this case, and you could just say like, oh, give me southern France and I'll build ships, a 20% boost, and they could do it, in a roleplay game, so it could be really cool. They only get an escort ship fleet designer, which is obviously meaning you're not going to be focusing on your capital ships, you're going to be assisting Italy and Germany's capital ships, but that's good, because they can build amazingly strong capital ships, and you can build the screens to assist them. And then you've got decisive battle specialists. Specialists aren't as good as experts, so you're focusing on the naval maneuver for your screens. And you've got some anti-submarine specialists and capital ship specialists again. So yeah, your buffs aren't that good, but the 20% output seems really, really, really interesting me. And the Genius Commando expert, that's really good. Genius Military Command is super rare, but obviously it's not related to naval. But yeah, I think Switzerland has a lot of potential, and I think it earns its spot being on the list at all, just because it has some really nice buffs, and I think it's a really nice, fun, quirky little country. And that brings Switzerland in 37th place. Okay, so the next country on the list, which is going to be in 36th place, is another quite interesting country. Ethiopia. I was a little bit surprised Ethiopia even made the list. I thought it was just going to be another junk country. It's a decent, it's a reasonably sized country. It's got quite a bit of territory, so you could, calculate and, strategize for a solid defense. It's not just, a one space thing. I mean, it's a one province, but there's a lot of tiles in that province. Starting off as Ethiopia, your population is going to be 10 million, which is actually pretty damn respectable. You've only got 4 factories, 2 civilian, 2 military, and your resources are very limited, but the mod gives you a few. You have a little handful of resources at your disposal at the beginning of the game. You don't start with a coastline, but that is easily remedied, my friends. And obviously, with no coastline, you don't have a navy either. So, we're jumping forward to all the claims you get as Ethiopia. So, Ethiopia is really cool because, not only is this a pretty cool country with pretty cool borders, you've got nice mountains to defend, it's a really nice geographical border, and you've got plenty of coastline now, but you also get claims on Saudi Arabia and Iraq and Israel and stuff. And now that is the really cool part, and that's what makes Ethiopia a pretty viable country, and it's why it's actually on the list. After your expansion, you can see you now have a really decent amount of resources. 65 oil, 416 aluminium, 11 rubber, 55 tungsten, 196 steel, and 55 chromium. So your resources now are really solid. And you also get 62 factories, which is not bad, including about 36 naval dockyards. Maybe slightly less, but that's still not bad at all. That means you now have the ability to make a navy. And more importantly, you have joint control with the Suez Canal with Britain. Naturally, I think you're more likely to go democratic because Italy is your natural enemy, so by siding with Britain, you've now got a really secure location. There's no risk to you anywhere around here at all, really. Because Britain will dominate the seas, and you just have to really hold the coastline here. So you've got a really well defendable position, a decent industry, and great resources. You can also have your naval bases down here in the Persian Gulf, which is a really well defended location, and it's just a brilliant place to have a navy. Now here is where it gets a little bit more interesting as Ethiopia. That was my phone falling onto the floor. So first of all, you get some focus tree buffs. So the first one is Japanese Navy Advisors. This gives all of your ships a minus 5% production cost, which is really useful. Then on top of that, you get the Long Lance, which is the Japanese focus, which gives you a plus 20% torpedo screen penetration, which is just brilliant. Like, that's a really solid focus tree buff. Most countries don't get buffs from their focus tree, they get them from advisors. You don't get a ship designer, which is a massive slap in the face, really. But it's okay, the focus tree thing makes up for it. And of course, you've got the plus 10% naval speed and commerce rating. So two pretty good Chiefs of the Navy, and you can see where this is going. Lastly, you have a capital ships expert, and you've got the resources to build a capital ship. So I think realistically, you probably should have 1 or 2 production lines on capital ships, and the rest probably on destroyers building torpedoes. So torpedo destroyers to screen for your battleships. You can also get a 15% core attack and defense, and a plus 10% max entrenchment, meaning you can easily defend all of your territories so well. Generally, the strategy with this country, I would say that you want to go with trade interdiction and it's the torpedo-based navy. Lots of torpedo screen ships, maybe a couple of capital ships to spread them out to make use of that plus 10% buff. Ethiopia will never be a superpower, but it does get some really nice buffs for its torpedoes in production, and it will have the infrastructure and resources to build a pretty big navy. So yeah, but you're going to be reliant on your allies, so you've got to really work on your allies and your diplomacy to assist them where possible. Ethiopia is a C-tier country, and I've put it as a hard difficulty because it's not going to be easy to play. Okay, so the next country on the list in 35th place is Iran. Iran is a really interesting country because, as you can probably see quite easily, it is by far the biggest country on this list so far. It's a really big country, and it's got a lot of potential. You might have even thought it could have been higher up on the list, but there's some reasons why it's not, and we'll come to that. First of all, you have national spirits, which are debuffs. You get less resources, less factory output, and there's just some big debuffs, really, and less political power gain. Really important things you don't want to have to deal with. You can obviously get rid of them later on, but it's quite difficult and can take some time. Your starting population is going to be 12.6 million, which is really not bad at all. You've got 16 factories, again, really quite solid, 11 civilian, 3 military, and 2 naval, so not bad at all. Resource-wise, normally you start with basically nothing but oil. But with our mod, you've got a few resources here. You have 23 aluminium, 17 steel, and 24 chromium. So it's a nice little bit of it's not a huge amount, but it's a nice bit to keep you going. So again, increased resources mod, it's really just essential. It's just such a good mod. Everyone should have it. It just gives you so much options for playing other countries than just the majors. In terms of your geography, you've got Russia to the north, which would obviously stomp you if you had any sort of real war. The infrastructure in Iran is terrible, so it's really hard to keep your supply going. It's hard for anyone to invade because of this as well. Realistically, I think you're probably best allying Russia and going communist, if I'm entirely honest. It's really your best option. If you really didn't want to, you could try and hold out, but you would need help. You've got really nice defendable borders here in the northwest with the river and stuff, and you can just push up a little bit. But realistically, I think your best bet's going communist and then conquering the rest of the Middle East. In terms of your naval bases, if you decide to just stay in Iran, then you're just going to obviously build all your naval bases in the Persian Gulf. You're just going to put it down here, and it's going to be really easily defended. And you can just have ships roaming along here, and then there's no way they're going to touch your ships. Their planes won't be within range, their ships won't get close, and with this Strait of Hormuz here, you literally cannot put enemy ships inside. So your ships are literally safe. There's nothing they can do to get to you. So that's really useful. If you fully industrialized your territory in Iran, but didn't actually expand, you would have a total of 98 factories, including 22 naval dockyards. Say, 22 is not a lot, but as I said, you only get to build them in this area down here on the coast, so there's not actually that much space for naval dockyards. If you fully industrialized Iran, then your resources would be 139 steel, 128 chromium, 0 tungsten, 128 aluminium, 0 rubber, and 321 oil. So that's okay, even if you have no expansion whatsoever and it's a roleplay game and you're just doing you, that's okay, you've got some potential still. And Iran does start with a tiny token navy. Iran has 2 destroyers and 30 convoys, so I mean, that's something. It's the first one on this list with a ship in their navy. Now we're going to go to future Iran, what future Iran could look like in a really good game. As you can see, Iran has a lot of expansion potential. You can get cores on most of the Stan countries in Russia, which is useful. Not all of them, of course, but quite a few of them. So you've got quite a bit of expansion in this lovely green color. This is what happens when you form the Persian Empire. In my case, you can see I just did the example of going communist and joining Russia. And you can get some really nice expansion, including Iraq. You could easily conquer the Saudis if you wanted to, but you don't get cores on it. So I've only conquered the bits here where you get core territory on. But still, that's a really nice little country there, really well defended. And your only threat's going to be India to the east, and then basically, you know, Turkey and all of this, they're buffer states. So assuming you're communist, you're probably more at war with the Axis. Of course, you could be at war with the Allies. In that case, you'd want to push up to Egypt as soon as possible. But given this hypothetical scenario, this is what you could have as the Persian state. You could have 204 factories, including 44 naval dockyards, not many again as you can see. A population of 33 million, which is really good. And resource-wise, you're in a pretty good position here. You've got 294 steel, 350 chromium, 107 tungsten, 128 aluminium, and 765 oil, which is a fuck ton of oil. Last of all, we're going to get onto the buffs for Iran. So Iran doesn't get any focus tree buffs whatsoever, and again, you are without a ship designer, which is a massive shot in the kneecap. You do get a naval maneuverer for extra speed and a decisive battle expert. And that's it for your naval buffs. You don't really get many naval buffs, but Iran as a country is still fun, it's got a lot of potential, and you could build a basic navy. You still get a little buff to your capital ships. And there is a lot of potential here, and I think for people that like Iran as a country, or people who like the location of Iran, it's got some amazing naval base locations, and it could still be a lot of fun, and that's why Iran is in 35th place on this list. So there are our C-tier countries. There's a few more than the D-tier. So C-tier countries, they're not absolute trash, and they do have a little bit of potential, and you could have fun with them, but they're going to be really hard to play. Now we are moving on to the B tier. So the B tier are categories that can make a really strong regional or limited global navies, but they will struggle to rival the upper tiers even on a good game. They will have a more extensive lack of territory, resources, industry, or buffs even after their expected expansion, and they could have multiple critical resource shortages. So the first B tier country on this list, in 34th place, is Colombia. So Colombia starts with no national spirits whatsoever. That's interesting, apparently. Very interesting indeed. You start with 4 research slots and apparently have a maximum of 8, but that can't be right. I must have made a miscalculation somewhere. But, okay. Your starting factories are 9, including 7 civilian, 1 naval, and 1 military. Your borders are really nice. Like, Colombia's a pretty big country, and it's quite nice. I mean, your borders aren't easy to defend, but the country itself has quite a bit of territory, which is nice. You've got a population of 8 million people. You've got, with the mod, a little bit of steel, which is nice. A bit of steel, a bit of oil. Not bad. Your starting navy, you also have a token navy with 2 destroyers, which is interesting. Realistically, it doesn't matter where you put your naval dockyards. I mean, there's a few places that could maybe be interesting, like in the peninsula over here, right at the end. But I guess it doesn't really matter where you put your boats. You're going to be mainly picking based on sea region. Would you rather defend against the Japanese or over here? I would probably go in the Caribbean, because that means the Japanese, who are probably going to be your enemy if you're siding with America, will have to go all the way around the South America. So it's probably best to have it in the Caribbean Sea, because it's easier to defend. And much closer to the American shores, where there's no way Japanese ships are going to get out here. Of course, if you were going to fight against America, maybe then you'd be better having your dockyards on the west coast, taking the Panama Canal, and then stopping the Americans sending their ships around here, and then they would have a pretty tough time. So it really depends on who your enemy is and where you want to put your naval bases. If you fully maximized the potential of your country without doing any expansion, you would have a potential 52 factories, including 29 naval dockyards. You would also have 57 steel, which your focus tree gives you quite a lot of steel, 30 aluminium, 57 rubber, and 57 oil, which is actually really, really, really good. So your focus tree is really solid for increasing your resources. Now, we're going to move on to looking at future Colombia. Okay, so here we can see Grand Colombia. This is quite easy to conquer. Realistically, this is what I would expect a Colombia player to aim for. You're obviously conquering much weaker nations than you, and it's certainly possible. So really nice. You've got a nice country now if you play Grand Colombia. If you play Grand Colombia, your core population is going to be 20 million, and your resources are vastly improved. You've got 425 steel, 49 chromium, 11 tungsten, lots of rubber, aluminium, and oil. So you've got a really good resource cache if you manage to form Grand Colombia. But, as any Hispanic nation, you can do a lot more than that. As any Hispanic nation, you can get claims on basically the whole of South America. So we're going to move on and see what else it looks like you can get with Grand Colombia. This is your target, but as I said, you could always take more if you're really good. So, you can always go further when you're playing countries like Colombia, and you can obviously take Argentina and Chile and easily get cores on all of them as well, because you have like Hispanic claims. And if you go really, really, really far, you can even take up to Mexico, which is crazy. It's very unlikely, but you have a lot of potential, and you can get cores on it, which is important, because if you don't get cores, then you have to spend political power to get cores for every single province, and that takes decades. If you form the Hispanic Union, like this, as you can see, your resources skyrocket to about 900 steel, 700 tungsten, 900 aluminium, and, unlimited oil. And if you take all of the Hispanic Union, including Mexico and stuff, then you're going to get over 1,000 steel, over 1,000 aluminium. You're going to get a lot of stuff on there. You can also get claims on some American states as well, but I'm not including those in this video because that's just insane, and I think it's impossible to do. Well, it's not impossible. It's very hard to do without cheating or in, some crazy thing happening. You're not going to do that regularly. Now, potential focus tree buffs for Grand Colombia are really, really, really interesting. Okay, so I'm going to revert to Grand Colombia because that's the most sort of natural form for your country. The last thing I normally say that I haven't so far, so I'm going to show that, is I would probably recommend putting my naval dockyards up here. So you've got quite a nice little indent here, like a cove, and it's a really nice defendable location. So I think it's really cool to put your main dockyards in here, and it'd be much easier to defend. But that's, if I was going to put dockyards here, that's where I would put it. So for your buffs, interestingly, from your focus tree, you do get a couple of buffs for your navy. So, you have a minus 5% production cost for torpedo bombers or dive bomber production, and also a 5% reduction for heavy cruisers or submarine production, but only one or the other, which you must choose. You do not get a ship designer, which is always a slap in the face. Chiefs of the Navy, you get decisive battle expert, always a really good one to have for your battleships, and plus 10% naval speed. And lastly, yeah, there's also a screen expert, which is really, really good. Screen experts are always welcome for any navy. Lastly, you do have an interesting admiral. Okay, why are there so many? What is going on here? I'm not sure what's going on. This looks like Japanese people. Why have I got Japanese? I'm so confused. According to my notes, there's a really nice admiral in the Colombian Navy, which gives you plus 10% leader experience gain and plus 20% screening efficiency. That can give you a total of plus 30% screen statistics, which is really good. So in conclusion, even with just Gran Colombia, you've got a pretty strong industry, good screen ships, unlimited oil, nearly all the resources you could want, depending how far you expand, some very nice locations for naval bases. All of your enemies will have to reach you by sea, and the USA is a big threat if you plan on not being democratic. But apart from that, Gran Colombia is going to be a B on our list, and it's going to be rated as hard. The recommended strategy would be to build a surface fleet with a focus on heavy cruisers and screen ships with torpedoes. Also with air support, you should be comfortable defending your coastline from European invaders. Invading or making peace with America might be difficult, but you could potentially get European fascists to help you if you want to invade America. Colombia has a lot of potential, but it will take high skill and lots of practice to bring out that potential. And that is why Colombia is in 34th place, a B rank, with a hard difficulty rating. It is not beginner friendly. The next country on this list, in 33rd position, is Siam. So starting off, I'm just going to look at the national spirits. Nothing exciting again. So they like fascism. In vanilla, they always go and join Japan, so you're best doing the same thing when you play as Siam, I assume. You could go democratic, I suppose, but I mean, fascist is always more fun. Your starting population is pretty good, 15 million. So you've got a pretty standard medium-sized country in terms of population. You have 2 provinces, so nothing crazy, a bit like Switzerland. You have 7 factories, including 4 civilian, 1 naval, 2 military. And resource-wise, you get a little buff again. You have unlimited rubber and a little bit of steel and tungsten. So not bad, not bad. Could be better, could be worse. Your starting geographic location is quite nice in a way. Like, you've got this problem with Indochina. You're likely to expand in that direction, especially here, because this territory here, this is rightfully yours. Just look at that border gore. Like, with that river, this is rightfully Siamese territory. There you go. You're on your path to fascism already. In terms of defenses, the river is going to be really easy to defend. And you've got the same thing in India, kind of. I mean, if you somehow manage to push up to the river here, you've got some really nice borders that you could defend. In terms of naval bases, again, it doesn't really matter. I guess you just plop them down here, because it's really the only logical place to put them. But, you know, if you join Japan, the Japanese Navy is going to be dominating this area of the sea anyway. Of course, America's going to be a big problem, so you need to help Japan to defeat the American Navy. Like, it's so important. If you can defeat the American Navy, well, that's great. But it's not going to be easy, and when Japan conquers China, they're going to have unlimited industry, so you can really help each other out. You'll both benefit from this. So if you join the war with Japan against China, obviously you know, with player-made peace conferences, part of the Road 56 RP mod, you will get to take the bits that they have taken, if you want, in the southern area, so you can expand that way. Now let's jump forward to future Siam. A point of note is if you just fully industrialize the territory you had, your maximum amount of factories is 43, including 27 naval dockyards. After conquest, however, it's a little bit bigger. You get claims on all of this territory here, so you've got some much better territory. After expanding, you've now got a core population of 20 million, which is a significant improvement. And resource-wise, you've now got 70 steel, 127 tungsten, and more infinite rubber. In terms of industry, you've now got 41 naval factories and 77 altogether, which is not a huge amount, but it's certainly not bad. Again, you start with a token navy. You have 1 destroyer, which doesn't really do a lot, but it's better than nothing, right? Now, here's the interesting thing about Siam, is you've got some really interesting buffs. So for your focus tree, you can either get a plus 5% naval hit chance, and a 10% spotting, and plus 5% naval range, or you can get a plus 10% naval dockyard output, and plus 25% coastal fort. So do you want to have more ships, or do you want to have slightly better ships? But that's still a really interesting focus tree buff to have. You do not get any ship designers, which is, again, the big letdown. And I don't even know how to say this guy's name, but we're not even going to go there. Chiefs of the Navy, you got some nice ones again. Decisive Battle and Naval Maneuver, that's really good. Decisive Battle, you always want Decisive Battle. And lastly, for military high command, you've got a few nice ones. You've got a screen expert, submarine expert, and naval strike. So you've got some really good naval advisors there. So Siam actually has quite a bit of potential. So Siam actually has a pretty decent admiral. His stats are not amazing, but they are not bad at all. And he has a thing that gives plus 25% ships in first contact, meaning you're going to outnumber your opponent when you first enter battle, which is pretty useful. So yeah, altogether, Siam's pretty cool there. Siam has a lot of potential. I recommend going fascist and siding with Japan, then conquering your area, leave China to Japan, and you can basically take everything else, and get Japan to help conquer India, and then you can take the whole of India with Japan's help. And Japan will be India if it's down to the AI. So yeah, you can turn Siam into Super India Siam, and then you'll get a much bigger resources and industry. And remember, your buffs are amazing. You've got some really good buffs. So once you manage to conquer India with Japan, you're going to have the potential to build a massive navy. And Siam's not really even going to be a B there. You know, if you get the whole of India and you get cores, you're going to be an A. So yeah. So Siam has massive potential, and you can do whatever you want with Siam, but you're going to have to work hard to win your land wars, and then have a strong ally in Japan in order to progress further. So altogether, Siam is a B tier. I rate it as very, very, very hard, but it's a really fun country, and I think it has a lot of potential. So Siam comes in on 33rd place on the list. Okay, so the next country on the list, this is an interesting one. This is coming in at 32nd place. It is Latvia. Now, really, you could put... So there's two things. You could play any of these Baltic countries, and they're basically the same. But Latvia has the best buffs, and that's why I'm picking Latvia for this video, so you can count it as a joint entry. Also, all of these countries are going to be reworked very, very soon with the release of the new Hearts of Iron DLC, which I'm sure is going to be out within a few weeks. So these countries are not going to be the most reliable. Yeah, things are going to change, I think. So your national spirits, you've got a debuff here for your economy, which isn't great, but doesn't really matter too much. Your starting population is about 2 million, and you have 2 provinces, which is okay. And Lithuania has 3, so that's definitely worth noting. You also have 6 factories, 4 civilian, 1 naval, 1 military. And the mod doesn't even give you more resources. How humiliating. You get 2 steel. Okay. Your starting navy, I'm willing to bet, is non-existent. Oh no, you have 2 submarines. Damn. Damn. Still bigger than some of the navies on this list. So your starting position, you're going to want to expand as quickly as possible to take over these Baltic countries. Yeah, basically, I'm not going to say anything about the defending position because, yeah, you're either going to want to go, communist and side with Russia, or fascist and side with Germany, but you need to make your mind up fast and make sure that your side wins whatever you do. You're not going to be able to stay on your own. You have to join an alliance. If you fully industrialized Latvia and didn't expand, you would have 37 factories, including 23 naval dockyards. And you would also have 4 steel. Yes, 4 steel. That's it. Alright, so as Latvia, there are 2 main stages to your expansion. The first one is going to be here, which is taking over the rest of the Baltics. If you side with Russia, they will just help you do it, quite simply, which is why I went communist here. So yeah, they will just literally take it for you, and because of, obviously, Red 56RP, you just take them because player-controlled peace conferences. So at that point, you've actually got yourself a reasonably decent country. You're now going to have 27 steel, which is a bit better. It's not amazing, but it's a bit better. And the colour's really nice. You're also going to have a population of 5.2 million people, which is not bad at all. And you're going to have 85 potential factories, including 57 naval dockyards. So that's not bad at all. The second stage of your expansion, this is where the real fun's going to come in, and I'm sure there is also something in the new DLC which is going to make this a lot easier. The second stage of expansion with Latvia is forming this, Zapadoslavia, which is interesting. Very interesting. And that's interesting because you get a lot of cores on most of Poland and some other bits and bobs. So you could be a really nice vassal state for Russia, and if Russia's doing well in your multiplayer game, then maybe your friendly neighborhood Russia is going to give you this territory. If you're lucky. After forming Zapadoslavia, whatever you want to call it, your population will be 45.7 million, which is really good. Your resources are not great, but you do have infinite steel, just not much of anything else. But steel is all you need for shipbuilding, so who cares? You do not get any focus tree buffs, unfortunately, so that sucks. But you do get a battle fleet designer, which is one of the best designers in the game, plus 15% armor and heavy attack for all your capital ships, and more torpedo damage for your screens, which is really good. You also get a Chief of the Navy for decisive battle, which gives you a total of plus 25% armor and attack buffs for your battleships, which is great, and convoy raiding efficiency. And last of all, an anti-submarine genius, and genius commanders are super rare, so that's really good. You've got some amazing buffs, and with that, you have a lot of potential to make a powerful navy. You also have an admiral, which gives you plus 25% positioning, naval speed, and 5% damage, which is really good. And yeah, it's just a really good country. If you're communist, you also get plus 20% factories in all your states and higher recruitable population. If you're fascist, you get a plus 10% core attack and defense and plus 5% recruitable population. So you've got fascism and communism, both good options. In conclusion, you've got some powerful naval buffs, a really good focus tree for expansion, good potential, excellent naval base locations. So out here, you're in the upper Baltic Sea. That's one of the most best naval base locations in the game is around here, so it's going to be impossible to invade you. Yeah. But you do still lack some resources, and you don't have the highest number of dockyards. The maximum amount is still only 100. That's still good, but that could be better. My advice for playing this country would be the fleet in being naval doctrine. You want to build a powerful surface, battleship-focused navy with those 25% buffs. That's insane, that's really good, you want to make the most of it. It'll be a difficult country to play, but it does have some serious late-game potential. The biggest downside is that you will be entirely reliant on Germany or Russia to conquer your lands for you, so you need to support them as best as you can. Personally, I recommend siding with Russia to form Yugoslavia. However, you could side with Germany and create the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You could potentially get even more land if you attack Russia to do that. You should get cores in a lot of Russia with the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. You have powerful naval buffs, really powerful naval buffs, and your battleships are the way to go. In an online game, get your allies to feed you, repay them later on with that strong navy and army. So yeah, Latvia is a B-tier country, and their difficulty is very hard. Again, this is not beginner-friendly in any way, shape, or form. The next country on this list, in 31st position, is Canada. So Canada's an interesting country, and it's really not bad. I know I say 31st position, but really all of these countries, they're B tier. They're all okay. They're all absolutely playable. So you've got so many options with this game that you can play for a good navy, especially with the Arch56 mod. You can now play like 40 countries, while in the vanilla game you could play like 5. Anyway, Canada. So, your initial things, they're all just debuffs, they're things you can get rid of through your focus tree, they're not naval related. Your starting population is 10 million, not too bad. 21 factories, really not bad, including 14 civilian, 2 naval, 5 military. And resource-wise, look at that, beautiful. Slight buff makes Canada a really nice choice, while in vanilla it's kind of not. 14 chromium, 50 steel, 72 tungsten, 54 aluminium, and 17 oil. So really nice. Not bad at all for a start. Your starting navy. Canada definitely has a starting navy. 2 destroyers. Okay, not as much as I thought, but not bad. In terms of geographic positioning, if you're fascist, oof, you're going to need help. But you do have nice borders. The river here is really defendable. You'd have to sacrifice this unless Germany was really helping you and doing well. And obviously there's a massive border with America over here, but generally, assuming you're democratic, which you probably should be, you're really safe, because America will just look after you. Just be friends. Britain and America. There's no way anyone could touch you at all. And the best thing of all is naval base location. So you could build your naval bases all down here in the Great Lakes, and this is the most gorgeous, beautiful, wonderful naval base location in the game. Like, you're just completely safe. You just float through here. There's no way planes are ever going to get to you. Like, there's just no way your ships can be damaged. And if you really want, you can go in the Hudson Bay as well. So you've just got the most gorgeous naval base locations. Now, let's move on to future Canada. And here is future Canada. I didn't say conquer America because realistically you're not going to get to conquer America, so just give up on that dream unless you're like Superman. But you can get Britain's other territories back, which is nice. So overall you're going to get a slight resource increase. When I say slight, you actually have really good resources. Your population is 10 million still, obviously. You have 120 chromium, 400 steel, 338 tungsten, 5 rubber, 540 aluminium, and 400 oil, which is really good. You've actually got some really good resources. Everything you need to build a really nice, solid navy. There is nothing to be wanting here. And in terms of industry, you've got 140 factories, including 18 naval, which is really, really solid. So Canada is a great country to play for a navy. Now, in terms of your buffs, so your focus tree does give you some things. Your focus tree gives you a 10% light hull production cost reduction and a minus 25% trade convoy production cost. You also get 10% buffs to all naval aircraft and 10% sub-detection to all light hulls. So you can see here, Canada's navy is very much focused on light hulls. You're going to be, yeah, we'll come to that. So for your ship designers, very, very, very interesting. So, you've got the raiding fleet designer, which is good for convoy raiding, obviously. The escort fleet designer, which is good for assisting capital ships with your screens. And the Pacific fleet designer, which is good for aircraft carriers. Now that's fun, that's fun. Down here, decisive battle, screens, anti-submarine. You've got some amazing options here for your naval buffs, really good stuff. And a logistics fleet genius, meaning your fleets can go further away. And geniuses, they're not common, you want to make the use of that. So Canada has some amazing, absolutely phenomenal options. Brilliant. You've got lots and lots and lots of benefits. You've got reduced consumer good factories from your focus trees. You have lots of things to reduce the amount of resources lost to trade. So you have to keep more of your resources in your country, even on free trade. You have some of the best naval bases in the game in the Great Lake. You have pretty good resources. And you've probably got one of the best countries for a convoy-focused navy. A convoy raiding-focused navy. But you also have the potential to build some decent aircraft carriers and decent battleships as well. The downsides, you have low manpower and basically no room for expansion. So, naval doctrine, I would recommend trade interdiction or a carrier-based surface navy, I think, because the Pacific fleet designer is really good. And obviously carriers, if you're in a battle with your British allies, your carriers will be at the back, they're less likely to get damaged, so it's just teamwork, right? Canada won't gain new territories, but it has plenty of resources to build a strong navy. You should focus on assisting your allies' naval efforts, whether that's America or the UK. You can build a navy that rivals smaller major powers. So, you know, even an A-tier power, you could potentially rival them. So you have excellent screening ships and buffs to your submarine detection, which will be vital to keeping your surface fleet safe when performing their trade protection or trade raiding duties. Overall, Canada comes in on this list at 31st place. It is a B tier, and it is a very easy country to play. So it's very beginner friendly. If you're new to the game, give Canada a try. It's a really good country. Okay, so the next country on this list, in 30th position, is Argentina. So Argentina starts with economic depression. So their economy is not too great. They have factory problems. But Argentina is a great starting country. It's a really great starting country. Your population is 11 million. Really solid, mid-tier country. Your factories, really strong. 16, 12 civilian, 1 naval, 3 military. Really, really, really good. Do not stick your nose up at it. Resources, not bad. Because of the mod, you have a really good amount of aluminium and a good amount of oil and a little bit of some other things, but they can be improved. Argentina has a starting navy. And not only that, but it's got a good starting navy. So this is the first country on the list that actually has a reasonably powerful navy from the beginning of the game. You have 2 battleships, 9 destroyers, 3 heavy cruisers, 2 light cruisers, and 3 submarines. So that's really, really, really nice. And there's some solid battleships, so that's brilliant. Really good news. It starts with 4 research slots, and you have potential to get 6. If you fully industrialize just your starting territory, you're going to have a total of 86 potential factories and 32 naval dockyards. You've got some really nice naval base locations as well. Down here, this is an area that I would build all the naval bases in. It's just really nice to defend. It's on the east coast, in the Argentine coast. and it's just a really, really, really good place to put your naval bases, I think. Now, moving on to future Argentina. There are a few expansion options for Argentina. The first one is to form La Plata, which is where you conquer Chile and Argentina. I didn't take a save for that one, but if you do form La Plata, you can get 161 factories, including 72 dockyards, and you can also get 325 steel, 423 tungsten, 558 aluminium, 27 rubber, and 188 oil. So the resources are really, really, really good. If you continue your expansion and you form the Hispanic Empire, as we have here, you've got a ridiculous amount of things, and there's lots of countries. Any country that's Hispanic could form the Hispanic Empire. Anyone, any Central American or South American country apart from Brazil, which is really good. So you have near infinite resources by this point, over 1,000 oil, 1,000 steel, and a lot of everything else. So, you know, for all intensive purposes, you have infinite resources and 600 factories, including 300 naval dockyards. So at that point, if somehow you manage to ever form this, yeah, basically. You're also going to have a population of 72 million, which is really, 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 really good. Now, we're going to go down to the buffs for Argentina. So Argentina has a few buffs. In their focus tree, they have a 2.5% naval experience gain, and also a 0.02 naval experience gain daily passive, which is really good. It means you don't need a naval theorist necessarily. If you're democratic, you can get a plus 10% dockyard build speed, and you can peacefully get control of the Falklands and South Georgia from the UK. If you're fascist, you get a 7% recruitable population boost, which is huge. Yeah, so moving on to your other buffs. Ship designer. You have coastal defense fleets and raiding defense fleets. Nothing special. They're not ones you're crazy about. Raiding the fleet's okay, but obviously it's not so much of combat. Also, commerce raiding. Yeah, and naval speed. So you can see the buffs we're getting here. And capital ships, though. Capital ships are always good. So that's good. You also have some really, really, really good naval commanders. You've got one that gives you plus 25% ships in first contact, and he's got really good stats. And yeah, let's have a quick look at your admirals while we're here. So there are some really good admirals here. You can see they've got really good stats, a really nice array. And this one has capital ship armor buff, which is really good. And this one has a chance to receive critical hits are lower. So they've got some really good naval commanders here, and one for submarines as well. So you have a brilliant selection of admirals for your navy, but you don't have many other naval buffs, but you do have some great convoy raiding naval buffs. So generally I would recommend to use the trade interdiction and with a surface fleet, which is for convoy raiding, or a submarine fleet. So Argentina will play the same way as all other South American nations, though Chile has the best surface fleet due to it having better bonuses. Argentina is the same in almost every other way, but you do have a better army as Argentina. You have a higher population, and you have things that give you bigger recruitable populations, so you must play to that strength. Why you might not enjoy it as much, Argentina is the best nation in South America for trade interdiction. I obviously prefer just blasting their enemy fleet, but trade interdiction can be fun. So you can still build a powerful trade interdiction navy. You have huge numbers of dockyards, potentially, and you have some great trade interdiction buffs. But you must choose what ships to produce carefully. If you take delight in choking your enemies' trade routes to death and evading hostile fleets, and potentially only engaging in combat when it suits you, then Argentina's the best country in South America to play. Their trade interdiction really is very solid with that commerce boost, and with the raiding fleet designer that gives you some amazing buffs for trade interdiction. And that brings in Argentina in 30th place on this list, and its difficulty is rated as easy, so it could be a good country for new players to play. The next country on this list in 29th position is back to South America, Chile. Chile is a really interesting country again. They've got some good, they've got some debuffs at the beginning, but you can get rid of all of them as usual. And Chile has a lot of potential. I really, really, really like Chile. You can play fascist, communist, democratic, whatever you like. You have 4 starting research slots. You can get a maximum of 6. Your starting factories are 11, 9 civilian, 1 naval, 1 military, and your resources are not bad. 36 steel, 2 tungsten, 24 aluminium. If you fully industrialize Chile, you can get 53 factories, including 38 naval dockyards, and you can get 171 steel, and 81 aluminium, and 36 oil. Oil's always important for maintaining your navy, of course. And again, you get a navy. these South American navies are really good. They're really good for a starting navy. I'm happy with it. So you get a battleship, 8 destroyers, 1 heavy cruiser, 1 light cruiser, and 9 destroyers. That's really not a bad little navy for such a small starting country. Obviously, Argentina has a bigger starting navy, but, you know, it's nothing compared to when you get your production going, so it doesn't really matter too much. So, as you can see here, this is an example of La Plata. Both Argentina and Chile can form La Plata. It's a really, really nice little country there. When you get to La Plata, you're in a much better position. You've got a population of 21 million, so you're now a decent mid-sized country. You can also get some of the best naval bases down here, which I think are really, really good places to build naval bases. Really well defended, and you can have your air bases around to defend the area. It's really good. Your resources go up a lot, a huge amount. 325 steel, 423 tungsten, 27 rubber, over 500 aluminium, and 800 oil. So you really don't have any resource shortages anymore. A little bit of chromium, obviously it's not great, but you can still build battleships that don't use chromium, or just trade it. And you've got really quite a lot of steel, so you can build a really powerful navy with those resources. You've also got 183 factories, including 75 naval dockyards. So even just with La Plata, you've got a brilliant country down here, even if you don't go any further than that. Now, the real delight comes in from your buffs. So Chile doesn't get any focus tree buffs or ship designers, which is a big slap to the face. But you do get other things. Naval maneuver expert and decisive battle experts. And a plus 15% naval AA attack and naval strike expert. So there's a lot of really nice buffs there for Chile. You also have some decent admirals. You have a really nice selection of admirals again. You've got the extra 10% armor, so it's 20% in total with this admiral. That's really good. And you're more likely to retreat, so this is good for your convoys, raiders, when you're trying to run. And they have plus speed as well, so some really nice admirals here. Overall, so other notes about Chile, you have the option to form an alliance with Argentina and Uruguay if you want, instead of conquering them. You have the option to spread communism to all South American countries and make a communist faction, or you can go fascist and conquer a bunch of countries. So Chile has a lot of fun options for playing as well. And as a fascist, you can get plus 10% core attack and defense for all of your land units, which is really good. You also have quite nice decisions for reforming various empires, including the Hispanic Empire, which is absolutely massive again. So when Chile forms the Hispanic Empire, like, you know, it's just Oh, worth noting, when you set up your game, there's actually a setting. If you look in the settings, there's a thing called fragmentation. For a lot of countries, it doesn't matter. For Poland, you can make the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth from the start. Chile is a country that can do this. So Chile, there's actually an option to start the game with all of this, which is just fun. If you just feel like just throwing in and just going, giving it a go, like, it's so fun. You can just press the fragmentation, play as Chile, and you'll get to start as the Hispanic Empire and have massive industry. You don't start with the full 600, of course. You start with what they have at the beginning of the game and their undeveloped stuff. But obviously it's really cool because it means you have the potential to get all of this, and it's really, really, really cool. It's a nice, easy thing to do if you want to play a naval power outside of America or something, because equally, the Hispanic Union is about equal with America in terms of resources and population and stuff like that. Well, no, population's not as high, but the resources are just as good, the industry is just as good. So that's a really cool idea. Generally, Chile has a really good location, great naval bases, decent resources, but not enough to be a super, super naval power. They have decent dockyard potential and surprisingly good buffs to their capital ships. When forming the Hispanic Empire, Chile gets less resources than when it's formed by Colombia, but you do get more oil. But your oil is effectively infinite anyway, so it doesn't really matter. You also get about 20% more chromium than Colombia, so that's worth noting when forming the Hispanic Empire. Generally, I would recommend going with a fleet in being a surface navy with emphasis on battleships and powerful AA. You have a really good 15% AA buff, which most countries don't get that, so it's really good. You want to make the most out of it. So this is your strongest asset, really, is the AA. You can have some of the best AA in the game. It means you can have a strong navy, even near enemy territory. So if you send your expeditionary navy out to Europe, in the Mediterranean, you'll get bombed to shit. But with your 15% AA buff, you can just focus on AA guns, and you can really, hold out and shoot down all those bombers. I once had a navy like this, and I was in the English Channel. My friend played Britain. I shot down 600 fighters in a single naval battle and took no casualties. So if you really focus your AA, you can do some crazy stuff if they're not expecting it. Mainly if they're not expecting it, because if they expect it, they can get around it. But if they're just throwing fighters at you, and yeah, it doesn't work. So the benefit of Chile is that La Plata is, even if you're a small country, with La Plata you can be a really decent player in an RP game. You don't need to expand too aggressively. just with conquering Argentina, you're really, 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 really good. And you can also play democratic or form alliances with other people, and it's really fun. So overall, Chile is in 29th place. It is a B tier country, and I'm putting its difficulty as hard because you do need to expand into Argentina, and that's not easy. So Chile is not really a beginner-friendly country. If you're a beginner, you probably just want to play Argentina because you'll easily conquer Chile with your larger starting army. But if you're a more skilled player and you prefer that AA focus, battleship focus, instead of convoy raiding, then Chile is really the way to go. But then again, you can start with the Hispanic Union from that setup option, so you could just play Chile and do that as a beginner, and it could be a really good option too. Okay, so bringing up the list in 28th position, we have got Romania. Romania is a really interesting country, because obviously it's way bigger in Hearts of Iron than it is in real life, but that's obviously because Romania has changed a lot since the war. But back then it was a pretty good medium-sized power. In terms of national spirits, you've got a neutral foreign policy, which many other countries have, like Austria and some others, and King Carol II's lifestyle, which just means he likes to spend a lot of money. And if you play Romania, you're going to see exactly what that means. The starting position of Romania is actually pretty good. I mean, for a start, like the northern border with the Soviet Union, it's bad that you have a border with the Soviet Union, but it's a well-defendable border. I've played Romania, and you can quite easily fortify this river with forts and whatnot, and try to hold them off. Obviously, it's harder when they get into Poland and they come down this way, but like the border itself with the Soviet Union is not bad. And you've also got the border with every other country basically has rivers. You can take this land from Yugoslavia, you can take this from Hungary, and then you've got a beautiful river surrounding your entire country, and it's great. Like, I would love that. Brilliant, wonderful geography. And the mountains, it's just, Romania has a really, really nice geography. I like Romanian geography. Or from, you know, the position in the game. So, your population is 18 million, which is actually really, really, really good. That makes you a large, medium-sized country. Your industry, 23 factories. Again, really good. It's 14 civilian, 2 naval dockyards, and 7 military factories. That's really, really good. Not bad at all. And your resources, in vanilla, they're not that great. You just have oil. But with the mod, you got a little bit more. 11 chromium, 14 steel, and 17 aluminium. Romania, I believe, also has a starting navy. So you do. You have 4 destroyers. Nothing extravagant, but just a little starting navy. After you've... so Romania is actually a pretty decently sized country too. You can see that you've got probably about 10 provinces here. And if you fully industrialize, you can actually get a reasonable amount of resources. You can get 158 factories and 24 naval dockyards. Obviously, your coastline is not that big, so you're very limited in how many dockyards you can build there. But the resources are not so bad either. You can also get 161 steel, 40 chromium, 63 aluminium, and 500 oil. So you have infinite oil, which realistically you're going to trade off to Germany to get more civs and stuff. So, in my Romania game setup, I didn't actually liberate any additional land. Though technically I could have. The thing is, Romania's playstyle is kind of unique. So in Romania, what you do is you basically vassalize the countries around you, which gives you some of their industry by default. But realistically, if I actually set this up, I would probably take the coastline from Bulgaria, I'd probably take the province of Hungary here, and I'd take Carpathian, whatever this is called. Okay, just for effort's sake actually, I decided to quickly pause, and I did decide, let's add those territories and add that to the statistics. As you can see, the borders here are really, really, really natural, so they're actually wonderful. And because of your focus tree, you can just pop it and whatever all these other people around you, it should be reasonably easy to get those territories. Okay, so after this, after you've caught everything, your total population is going to go up to 23 million almost, which is pretty good, and 190 factories, which is really, really quite impressive. It's a little boost, it's quite nice. Including 32 dockyards and 142 civs, or whatever you want. In terms of resources, you get 40 chromium, 80 steel, 518 oil, 63 aluminium. But what you got to remember is, as these countries are your vassals, you can literally get all of their resources as your own. So, for example, here, there's not much in Bulgaria. So, aluminium, you could get 80 aluminium per civ factory that you give to Yugoslavia, or 80 chromium or whatever, or 30 steel. So it's really good thing about having vassals is you can take all of their resources, which is really, really, really good. Or you can take that 50 steel from Czechoslovakia. So realistically, your actual amount of resources you can get is pretty much significantly higher than I gave you for the statistics here, using trade. For your recommended naval bases, obviously you're just going to use the Black Sea, but realistically you should probably conquer Turkey if possible and get control of the Istanbul Strait, because then you're going to have like the ultimate naval base. So I think realistically you probably want to side with Russia, go communist, and then attack Turkey with Russia and just take all that stuff, and then you can obviously get a lot more land, split it with Russia, do what you like, and get control of the Black Sea, and I think from there you're going to be in a really strong position, as Daddy Russia can carry the hell out of you. And you're going to have the ultimate naval base in the Black Sea, or one of the best naval bases. Okay, so we're going to go on to the buffs for Romania. So, Romania does not get any focus tree buffs, quite tragically. In terms of ship designers, you do get one. Oh no, you get two. That is very interesting. So if you get the coastal defense... Oh no, okay, so you get one depending on the things you pick. So you can have either the one that gives you a coastal... a ship designer that gives you reduced costs but less range, so that's coastal. Or one that gives you higher attack and armor but less range, which I would definitely go for. That's a really big buff. That's 20% for all heavy ships and cruisers. Not bad. And in fact, with Decisive Battle, that's going to be a 30% buff to all your battleships. That's really, really, really good. That's really good. A 30% buff. But obviously, with the reduced range, you're only going to be operating in the Black Sea. Obviously, with your vassals here, you have access to the Adriatic, so you can get a bit further out. But you're only going to be in the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. You're not going to go around the world, I don't think. But overall, those buffs are amazing. 30% buffs to all your battleships is a serious, serious buff. Really good. Not as good as some other countries, of course, and you have to reduce your range, which other countries don't. But it's quite nice in itself, and I think that gives Romania a really nice edge. You also get some bits for speed and commerce raiding, but realistically, I think you're going to be going for the battleship buffs and just building a powerful surface fleet to rule the Mediterranean. If you're with Russia anyway, you're going to want to control these waters here to stop Britain getting an edge when you go to war with them later on. You have two admirals, one with torpedo penetration and one with better screening efficiency. Generally, yes, I'm going to say you want to go for your research tree. You want to go with the fleet in being, which is the battleship line, and you just want to buff the hell out of your battleships, and you just want to dominate the Mediterranean. Your naval dockyard is quite low. If you split Yugoslavia effectively, and you aggressively conquer some of the places around you, like Turkey, you're going to get a lot more naval dockyards, but with just the basic Romania sort of thing, you're going to have a weaker industry. So generally, if you can conquer more people around you, like Turkey and Greece, you're going to have a lot more potential for industry, which I think is really what you need is Romania, but it's kind of weird because of the way they play. But overall, I don't think it's too bad, because you have a powerful army and a good population, so I think it's quite comfortable to be quite a powerful regional power as Romania, but I think you want to ally with Russia, most likely, to stop them invading. But yeah, all in all, you want to focus on a powerful surface navy to dominate the Mediterranean. And that brings in Romania in 28th place, and it's going to be a medium country. It's actually reasonably easy to play, but obviously the expansion can be a bit harder, so it's a medium difficulty country. However, I would recommend it for new players. It's still a country you can have quite a bit of fun with as a new player, and I think learn the game quite effectively. Just remember to go communist, I think. So in 27th place, we have a really interesting country, actually, and that is New Zealand. New Zealand, very interesting, nice little country. So you start as a dominion of the United Kingdom. You have a couple of debuffs at the beginning of the game, but as usual, you can usually get rid of them quite easily. Your starting position is kind of great, but it depends how you look at it. So you've got two provinces, not many at all. But you have pretty decent resources. But the positioning itself is good because it's out of the way, and, you know, you can't be navally invaded. You know, being an island generally is always a good thing. You know, whether you're Japan or Australia or the Philippines or Britain, being an island is nice. Or even America, technically it plays like an island because there's no way the enemy's going to get to you. But it's always nice to be an island. So on the positioning front, New Zealand's really good. There's lots of mountains, it's easy to defend. Your ports are on the far sides of your island, making it even harder to get to. This port here is a dangerous one. If you're going to be navally invaded, this is the place they're going to take, so you need to defend your north, I think. If they took that port, they're likely to take the entire Northern Ireland, which would be really bad. Your starting population is 1.44 million. Yeah, it's pretty tiny, but it's not the end of the world. I met a guy once who only played New Zealand. That's all he ever played, because that's where he was from, and he loved it, and that's great for him. You have 5 factories, which is really not a lot. 4 civ, 1 military, no dockyards. Resources, as you can see, New Zealand benefits a lot from the increased resources mod, with a nice little bit of steel there added. 35 steel, 8 tungsten, 3 rubber, and 3 oil. Interestingly enough, I don't have a save file for the New Zealand development, so yeah. But generally in a roleplay game, your goal is going to be get these islands from Britain and France, Japan and stuff. You want to get all these islands, and you want to form the nation that's formable with all of these little islands. Your industry isn't going to be crazy big. You're probably going to have round about, say it's 25 per slot, but you're not going to get that many, so probably about 35 to 40 just from your main island. I think you're going to have about 60-something factories from having all of the resources around you. And I think your resources are going to be pretty much the same, plus what you get on your focus tree. And there's, oh, you got some chromium and some steel. So yeah, you're going to have a bit higher resources after you've done all that stuff. But again, you're only really going to do it in a roleplay game, because you're mostly going to be democratic. And unless they give them to you willingly, which the AI won't, you're not going to get a whole lot. You do have a really good focus tree as New Zealand, though. You can see there's lots of resource production stuff in your focus tree, factory production. And there's even a thing for growing your population, I think, somewhere, and you get some higher recruitable population. Now, what really makes New Zealand stand out as a good country is you have some pretty good buffs, really good buffs. It's just, your country itself is very hard to play. So for the ship designer, you get the Pacific Fleet Designer, one of the best designers in the game. This gives you plus 25% deck size to your aircraft carriers. So if another person has 80 planes on their carrier, you actually have 100. And plus 25% max range, so it's always really good. And for the Chiefs of the Navy, you have a Naval Aviation Expert, which is really, really, really good. Makes all of your planes better, and obviously Decisive Battle, which is good for your battleships. And lastly, you have a plus 15% Naval AA attack. So really, you've got some amazing buffs as New Zealand, and if you can make it work, and if you can get some more territory, and, you know, if you're in a roleplay game, get some other colonies, stuff like that, then you have a lot of potential. So basically, New Zealand is a really nice idea. You've got some amazing buffs, but it's going to take a huge amount of skill to bring them to power. Overall, they're still a B tier just because those buffs are so good. So obviously in this case, because of those carrier buffs, you're going to want to go down the base strike doctrine and just make the most powerful aircraft carriers you can. Maybe some heavy cruisers or something, just 1 or 2. And then some screens just to keep them busy, basically, while your carriers do all of the work and the damage. Overall, New Zealand is still a B tier, and its difficulty is very hard. There's probably a few of you out there that have played New Zealand and you've made it work, and that's really cool. But it's definitely not a country for new players, I don't think. Unless you kind of want to spectate and just have a very limited involvement, as New Zealand also has some pretty good buffs to their special forces, so you can just play and have fun and assist the UK in their war efforts if you like as well. So that's New Zealand in 27th place. Okay, so the next country on this list, I don't know, maybe it will be a surprise, maybe it won't, but I mean, it's pretty decent on the list considering you wouldn't think about it. Iraq. So Iraq's an interesting country. Geographically, it's got 3 main provinces. Its industry potential is not crazy. I think there's pretty poor land value in the Middle East, but the fact that you have 3 provinces is better than none. But it's still amazing that Syria has 5, but Syria's not a country, that's France. But anyway, your beginning national spirits are debuffs as usual, lower recruitable population and political power problems, but you can get rid of them. Cool thing about Iraq is you can go any ideology. For any of the countries in the Middle East, you can get any ideology. You can go communist and side with Russia, democratic because you're far away enough from Germany that no one can really punish you for it. You can go democratic because why not, and the Allies have naval supremacies that can help you, and obviously you've got some good ports down here, interestingly enough, and you might even be able to get Kuwait from Britain by being democratic, I'm not sure. And you can even go monarchist, and I believe they have a pretty cool monarchy tree somewhere around here. In terms of your defenses, the problem with Iraq is there are no natural borders in Iraq. Like, you are just... There's nothing. Like, your defense is mainly going to be based on diplomacy. There is nothing to defend you that's nice geographically here. So just hope you don't have to fight a war on your own soil. Your starting population is 3.35 million. Your starting industry is only 3 factories, 2 civ, 1 military. And your starting resources are non-existent. Ah, yes. Literally non-existent, because Britain takes your oil on day 1. So that's great. You have no resources whatsoever at the beginning of the game. Not even 1 bit of steel. Literally nothing. But yeah, we'll have to see why Iraq makes up for that. And you have no starting navy and 15 convoys. So Iraq looks pretty abysmal at the beginning, but I promise, it does have some merit. Okay, so we're back in Super Iraq. So these are just the countries you can get claims on, really, from your focus trees. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going down here. Getting rid of your debuffs, and you've got all these things. Yes, you can demand the British colonies, stuff like that. Demand French colonies, so yeah, you're taking all of the colonies from Britain and France, and you get claims on a bunch of Turkish stuff, and you get cores on it as well. So free cores are always really, really good. And lastly, you even get a thing here for recruitable population and core attack and defense, which is super good, and making infrastructure between your provinces. So Iraq has some amazing expansion potential from their focus tree, and a pretty good industry tree as well, with plenty of research options and factories and everything. So you've got an amazing focus tree as Iraq. In this particular game, I went fascist. Yeah, so I didn't say you. But yeah, you can join the Axis. I guess if you can defend your ports from naval invasions, there's always the problem when you go fascist, is naval invasions are crippling. But look at all this territory you get. You have access to the Panama Canal. Sorry. You get access to the Suez Canal. You've got all of these territories now. And you've got a really decent-sized country now, to be honest. So all in all, your population has increased to 21 million, making you a really strong mid-sized country. So Iraq looks beautiful on the map too. It's got some really nice borders when you've expanded like that. You get bits of Iran as well. Though realistically, you could just annex the whole of Iran if you're able to conquer them, to boost your industry and your naval output even more. And you would have amazing naval bases in the Persian Gulf here, which would be only for you, which would be great. So I would probably recommend taking the whole of Iran if you get that option and you're doing well enough. Your focus tree, interestingly, doesn't require you to go fascist. So, to be honest, if I was recommending you to play something, I'd probably recommend communism, because Russia's just so strong, and Russia can dominate Eastern Europe, and you can dominate the Middle East, and you'll just be a super, super team between you. And Russia can obviously help you conquer all the things you want in the Middle East. So here your population is 21.7 million, really quite good. 195 factories, including 89 naval dockyards, which can be increased even more if you conquer the rest of Iran, which is not bad at all. In fact, you might even be able to form the Persian Empire, even though you're not Iran. I think you get the option to do it. So yeah, you can. If you actually conquered Iran, you could literally form the Persian Empire and get even more cores. So in terms of resources, 229 chromium, 458 steel. These are the two most important for shipbuilding. 400 aluminium and 289 oil. So you have all the resources you could possibly need to build a really strong navy, which is really good. Okay, so I did decide to demonstrate if you did form the Persian Empire, which you can do, you get quite a lot of territory. The only problem is you need to also conquer parts of India, which is going to be a lot harder, and to do that, you would have to be communist or fascist, obviously, because you'd be going against Britain. And you also need this state from the Soviet Union. So in an AI game, that's basically impossible to do without just, switching the country and giving yourself the region. But obviously online, if you're going communist, this is a really good idea, I think. You go communist online, you go to your Russia, hey bro, I want to form the Persian Empire, I'm on your side, let's be friends. And then they'll probably give it to you, I think, maybe, because it's not a super important region. And if you're a loyal ally to them, I think you can quite easily convince people in a roleplay game. But you get some really good core territories. After forming Persia, you now have 45 million people in your population, which is really good, mainly from those Indian provinces that have a high population. Well, at least there's a bit of a boost, but it's a nice boost. 314 factories, which is much better, including 102 naval factories, which is really quite good. 100 naval factories is sort of the bar where if you want to build a big, powerful navy, you want about 100. And resource-wise, you got 500 chromium, 684 steel, 100 tungsten, 0 rubber, 500 aluminium, and 550 oil. So you have a lot of resources. You're very comfortable resource-wise. Of course, your naval bases are going to be in the Persian Gulf. It's just the best place to be. It's just an amazing naval base. You might even take this place from Turkey, just so you can have a base in the Black Sea and the Mediterranean as well. So you've got a few options for naval bases playing as Persia. And when did I get this? Ah, that's linked. That's interesting. Interesting. That can be used like a bridge to go and invade the rest of Africa if you really wanted as well. So you've got a lot of expansion options here. Okay, so now we're going to go on to buffs for Persia or Iran. First of all, you do not get a ship designer. The big slap in the face as usual. Chief of the Navy, you have a decisive battle expert, naval reformer. Decisive battle is always really good for every country. And you also have plus 15% AA, which is another really, really powerful buff that not many countries get. But that's all you get. So your buffs are not that great. But Persia does still have a really good geographic position to build a good navy, loads of resources, and a decent industry. And I think Persia's, Iran is still a really, really good option to be a naval power, even without having the buffs, just because of its geography, its resources, and I think it's just a good option, really. You can also get lots of different focuses for different ideologies that give higher recruitable population and core attack and defense buffs for Iraq. You also have some really good expansion options, good resources, a decent number of dockyards, and a decent number of ports. Generally, it's better to play Iraq than Iran, surely because you have better buffs. So it's better to play Iraq and conquer Iran than to play Iran and conquer Iraq, just because the naval buffs are better, and that does make a big difference for naval gameplay. Basically, I recommend going fleet and being, having a strong battleship navy with focus on battleships, battle cruisers, and anti-air, because obviously your biggest buff is going to be your anti-air boost, so you really want to make use of that, especially in the Mediterranean where there's going to be air bases where people can bomb you, so you want to have good AA. You can easily dominate the Mediterranean and the Middle East, as well as the Indian Ocean with your multiple access points to the ocean and easily defended waterways. Core bonuses are going to allow you to make strong land and defense choke points around the Suez Canal in Istanbul. You can also extend further with manual war goals using PP to core things, but obviously getting cores in all of this territory already is really, really good without spending PP. The PP would be mainly just to take the rest of Turkey, or things like that. Maybe some Indian provinces for more population if you wanted, like this one here. You'd have a crazy pop boost if you took that. So generally, that brings in Iraq on 26th place, and it is a medium difficulty country. I wouldn't recommend it to beginners, but I think it's a medium difficulty country, so you can go onto it quite quickly if you want to give it a go. It's not too difficult to play. In 25th place on this list, we have got Hungary. Hungary is actually a country I mained for a while. It's really, really, really fun, and it's got naval potential, just not as much as some other countries, and I wish it had more. Technically, this entry is going to be Austro-Hungary, but I think Hungary's the best option to do it, because while Austria is on paper, it has some more options, it's insanely hard to do, and also, some of the advisors don't even show up unless you do certain focuses and certain things, and so, for the purpose of the list, I'm going to use Hungary. Hungary has the standard debuffs, but the Treaty of Trianon you can just basically leave immediately. Your geographic positioning is okay, but obviously you're landlocked and nowhere near any water, so that's obviously a bit of a problem, but that becomes quickly remedied later on. Your starting population is 9 million, which is not too bad. Your industry is 16, which is actually really pretty good. You have 10 civilians, 6 military, no naval, obviously, no docks. And resources, it looks kind of bad on paper, but then you have a little steel buff from the mod, which is really nice. So you don't have a lot, but you've got a bit of steel. Lots of aluminium. In most competitive multiplayer games, Hungary is just a dedicated air controller. All you do is build planes. And that's okay. That's not bad. It's fun, but yeah. After max industrialization, you have 68 factories and no dockyards. The Austro-Hungarian Empire is one of my favorite historic empires. It just looks nice. I don't know why. It's just satisfying. I like the idea of having naval bases down here in the Adriatic Sea. You could have probably took Montenegro if you had more resources, but I didn't, because I only took what I get claims on from my focus tree, which I do not on these lower provinces down here. So, the Austro-Hungarian Empire is a brilliant fucking country if you can pull it off. So, first of all, your manpower, 60 million people. That puts you well above France and pretty much in rival with Germany. Yeah, so your population is almost the same as Germany. Sorry, why am I doing that? I can't look at Germany's population, but I think it's about 64 million or something. So your population rivals Germany with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and your country itself is larger. Yeah, the only problem is you have some of the areas that are in it. Oh, I don't know why I occupied this, because it's not a core. So I took a couple of German places. I think it's just an example of if you somehow manage to do well against Germany and take some of their provinces too. Yeah, that's what your borders could look like. So yeah, these two are occupied, they're normally German territories, so you're not going to get those through claims. So realistically, you're probably going to be allied to Germany anyway. If not, then Russia, which is really interesting. I've never tried going communist with Austro-Hungary, so that's really interesting. Maybe I should try a Russia-Austro-Hungary game. Anyway, 530 factories gives you a super powerful industry. That's really, really good. 530 is like superpower level. Anything over 500 is superpower level. Even America doesn't get that much more than 530 factories. The only downside is your coastline is pretty limited, and obviously fascist Italy, you would basically need to have already beaten Germany and Italy to do this with Russia's help, or join Germany and then invade Italy before they join Germany, but then you're probably going to lose to the Allies, so it's really hard to pull it off, but it's not impossible. In terms of resources, you have loads of resources. 54 chromium, almost 1,000 steel, 150 tungsten, over 1,000 aluminium, and plenty of oil. So all the resources you need to build a powerful navy. Naval bases, I'm obviously going to say, just in the Adriatic, and just mine the hell out of it. So if enemies do ever come into the Adriatic, they're going to get mined to smithereens, basically. And you just want to defend this waterline, and also remember, by doing that, you make it impossible to naval invade you, which is very important. So yeah, geographically, Austro-Hungary is an amazing country if you can pull it off. Now we're going to look at their buffs. So with Hungary, you've got some interesting things. So the downside is, as usual, you get no ship designers. However, you do get a focus tree buff that gives you plus 10% naval dockyard output for all your dockyards. So you're only 52? Yeah, you definitely need to conquer some more naval dockyards. But, you know, if you had 100, for example, it'd feel like 110. So if you could take the rest of this area in Greece and stuff, you'd probably have more like 150 naval dockyards. So it's definitely worth keeping in mind. You get a naval reform. So yeah, down here, you've actually got some pretty good naval chiefs. Decisive battle expert, always really nice. Maneuver specialist. Specialist sound is good, only 5%. And reformers and maneuver. Oh, what? You have a maneuver specialist and expert? That's really dumb. Ah, but you can't get that if you're communist. Okay. So yeah, you want to go for decisive battle, obviously. And there's nothing else there. So your buffs are really, really unremarkable. It's just, I think the industry and the manpower and the resources alone managed to put Austro-Hungary in the list in the top 25. So generally, I would say you want to go for a strong surface fleet with battle cruisers and heavy cruisers, but you're going to focus on convoy raiding because you don't have that much industry. But you could go for fleet and Bing and go for battleships if you get the resources to do that. So yeah, it's also really easy to expand as Hungary because your focus tree allows you to reform Austro-Hungary really, really, really easily. So you just get all the stuff in your focus tree. But overall, yeah, Hungary is going to be a difficult country to play. It's going to be a hard difficulty country. But it is going to be 25th, and it's definitely possible to be a powerful naval country with Hungary. Okay, so next on the list, in 24th place, we have got Australia. So, Australia. This is a really, really, really interesting one. As I said, island nations are always good for playing naval, and Australia is a pretty big island nation. You've got some debuffs as standard, you can get rid of it later. The 20% consumer goods factories is pretty big on a debuff front. Your population is not too bad, 7 million, could be better. Your industry is really quite good, 7 civilian, 2 naval, 4 military. And your resources are not bad, 22 chromium, 48 steel, 36 tungsten, 8 rubber, 58 aluminium, and 12 oil. So Australia's got pretty good starting resources and stuff like that. And I believe Australia has a starting navy of some kind. Let's have a little look. There we go. Not bad at all, actually. 5 destroyers, 2 heavy cruisers, and 2 light cruisers. When fully industrialized, Australia can get 202 steel, 74 chromium, 131 tungsten, 207 aluminium, 23 rubber, and 39 oil. So Australia doesn't really have any natural expansion options unless you go fascist. If you go fascist and you join Japan, Japan's going to get Asia, and you're going to basically conquer the Dutch East Indies, I guess, which would give you a lot more expansion opportunities, but I haven't modeled that because realistically, you're probably going to be democratic, but of course, it is entirely up to you. Now, where Australia really, really shines is its buffs. So from your focus tree, you can get a minus 10% light hull production cost and 10% trade convoy production cost. You can also get plus 10% spotting speed and submarine detection, and buffs to coastal forts and naval torpedoes. In terms of your ship designers, you have the Pacific Fleet Designer, which is one of the best in the game again, really good for aircraft carriers, and you also get Escort Fleet, which is good for submarine detection, convoy protection, stuff like this. You also have a Capital Ships Decisive Battle Expert and Naval Reformer. And last of all, you have Espionage Genius, very interesting. And another Capital Ships Expert. So you have some really good buffs as Australia. 20% attack and armor for your capital ships, and bigger aircraft carriers. So between you, you can have some really big aircraft carriers and some really big battleships. In terms of your industrial potential, you have 61 naval dockyards, which is actually pretty good. You probably have just about enough resources here to actually build your navy with aircraft carriers and battleships. I would probably say that you want to put roughly 20 to 25 of your naval factories onto aircraft carriers and battleships. Maybe 10 battleships. Maybe you want 10 naval dockyards on battleships and 10 on aircraft carriers, or 15 on one and 10 on the other, and then the rest should be on screen ships. It doesn't really matter what screen ships you use, but I'll probably just use destroyers and pump out as many as I can. You also have a starting admiral that gives you plus 25% in first contact numbers, which is quite good. So yeah, overall, I would recommend going for the base strike doctrine or the fleet in being, and it really just depends on whether you want to focus on your battleships or your aircraft carriers. That's entirely up to you. I prefer battleships, but it's really up to you, to be honest. So yeah, I would focus on a powerful surface navy. You don't have that many resources, and you could do with some more industry. I would probably go fascist and ally with Japan, and then focus on letting Japan conquer China, and then you can get them to help you conquer the Dutch East Indies and the Philippines. Split the Pacific between you, and then focus on the naval war with America, with your ally Japan, and just go all in, basically focusing on the naval war with America. And I think that's the way you're going to get some really nice, fun naval combat, conquering Pearl Harbor. Like, it's going to be a lot of fun having a naval battle with America like that. And between you and Japan, after they've conquered China, I think it's really, really quite possible. You can have a really good naval game like that. So that brings in Australia at number 24, and I'm going to say Australia is a hard country, but it can also be easy. It's easy if you just stay where you are and just defend, but it's obviously hard if you want to expand and hold those territories, so it really depends on the type of gameplay you're having as Australia. But Australia, overall, is a really, really, really good country, and I would say it's beginner-friendly because it's an island, so it's always good for getting to know the game. Especially if you play democratic, it's a lot more beginner-friendly because you can just observe your allies and help them out where possible. Okay, so in 23rd place, we have an interesting one. This is where things are starting to get a bit more fun, I think. We're starting to get to some better countries that a lot of people will be more interested in. Next is Poland, which is a very interesting choice. Poland is a super hard country to play because you're sandwiched between Russia and Germany, and it's about to be reworked by the new DLC. But in its current state, let's have a look what we've got. So you've got a lot of national spirits to begin with, a lot of debuffs, but also some buffs. The rubber, synthetic rubber is really, really, really useful, not for boats, but for planes and stuff, and it's really interesting, actually. But I thought that Poland has got the best synthetic rubber output in the game, if you ever want that, which is interesting. You do obviously have some big debuffs to your factory and dockyard output, but you can get rid of that later on. Your starting population is really good, 33 million. That's really solid. That puts you on par with, like, Germany and France and Italy, as a European power. Also, 27 factories, which is a really solid number. 17 civilian, 10 military, no naval dockyards. Obviously, your beginning position is you don't really have a coastline, but you will remedy that later on. Trade. So, your resources. No buffs from the mod whatsoever. 123 steel, bit of aluminium, plenty of oil. So, steel and oil are the two main resources that you need, and you've got a decent amount of both, so that's pretty good. One thing that's worth mentioning about Poland is, like Chile, it's got a fragmentation option when you set up the game where you can choose to just start as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which is really cool and really fun for new players especially, I think. So feel free to give that a go. I think it's a really fun thing, and it makes Poland actually more like a German superpower rather than just a Poland regional power. Poland actually gets a little navy too. It's a token navy, 2 destroyers and 3 submarines. So, you can literally start with most of this territory using the fragmentation option as Poland when you set up the game. You don't, I think, get everything. I took the German territories. No, I think you do. I think you do get the German territories if you start with that fragmentation setting. I didn't move Danzig over, so I'm going to do that now. But yeah, you can literally, using the fragmentation spawn option, start as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which makes you into a huge superpower, which is really cool. The maximum potential will put you in the superpower status. So your population would be 60 million, which easily rivals Germany or any other world power really, apart from Russia and America. Your geographic position isn't ideal. You've got some nice defenses, like you've got the rivers in the north and in the east, which you can defend really well, but you would have to take the Russian territory down here if you were going to have, you know, a complete fortification along your naval border. Yeah, you'd need to take these territories from Russia if you wanted to have the river fully fortified from an eastern invasion. But obviously, again, it depends. Do you want to side with the Russians or do you want to side with the Germans? And that's pretty much up to you. You can do whatever you like in that case. You would also conquer Estonia, obviously, for extra stuff. I didn't do it here, but you would, realistically. They're not exactly going to resist. In terms of factories, you have 569, putting you into the superpower status if you get the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. 444 civs, so you don't have many navals. You only have 100 navals, but realistically, take Estonia, you're going to add another maybe 15 naval dockyards. And you've got a nice location here in the Baltic Sea where you can put all of your naval bases. And they're going to be quite hard to invade. Because realistically, if you side with Germany, there's not going to be any allied ships going through here. And if you side with Russia, then you can just defend your coastline. It's not too difficult. Resources are not amazing, I have to admit. Even though you are in the superpower status, your resources still lack. Because most of Poland is just kind of empty. So you have just under 500 steel, a bit of rubber, a bit of aluminium, and lots of oil. So you will have to trade for resources most likely. But that's still fine. It's still, I think you've got a lot of options, and it's still a really fun country. Right, now we're going to look at your buffs as Poland. I remember Poland has some really unique things. So for the ship designers, you have a submarine manufacturer, which gives you plus range to submarines. Freight manufacturers is really unique, and convoys are all cheaper. And trade deal opinions get boosted, and production efficiency, so you can get more resources. And I don't know why that's a ship designer, but it is, and that's kind of cool. And you do have some other things. If you side with Britain, you can get one that gives you range for all of your light ships and heavy cruisers. And another one here, which is resource production and dockyard output, which is so weird that their ship designers work like this. No other country in the game does this. So, unique Poland. You get the coastal defense fleet, which gives you raiding efficiency. And again, you get a Chief of the Navy that gives you construction speed, which is just unique to Poland and really strange, and even political power output. So you just have some weird things here. And lastly, you do not have anything fancy on here. So realistically, yeah, you get some really cool buffs and a plus 20% ace generation, so that's pretty cool. Generally, I would say you need to focus on the trade interdiction submarine-based navy. That's because of your limited resources. You have a bit of steel, like you have enough steel, but you don't have much industry. And I think really you could just make a hyper-effective submarine fleet. And it's probably easier to do than surface fleets because of the resources and the industry. And you could make a very large submarine fleet for 100 factories, but not really a gigantic surface fleet. And submarines are obviously a lot quicker to build as well. So you can get a huge amount of land forming Polish-Lithuania, but realistically you're never going to have loads of resources. It's just not really the way that country functions. So I think that's what pushes you really towards having a submarine-focused trade interdiction navy. So obviously in this case, it's one of the countries you're going to be going down the trade interdiction path. But overall, I think Poland's a fun country. Maybe it's not designed for naval combat, but it's still a fun country, and I think you can have a lot of fun with it, and it still has the potential to be a pretty good regional power for their navy, which is why Poland is in 3rd place. It's also probably a hard difficulty country. I wouldn't recommend it to beginners, but if you're starting with the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, it's a little bit easier and a little bit more fun. Okay. So we're moving on to 22nd place. And 22nd place, we have Sweden. Sweden is another country that I mained once upon a time. Sweden's a lot of fun and it has a lot of potential. I don't know when, but recently they split this province into two things. One of the areas has had a geographic rework. There's other countries that have had geographic reworks, most notably Bulgaria. There's a few that have had little tweaks like that recently. So Sweden's national spirits, nothing really fancy, they're really neutral and they focus on trade and neutrality, but you can obviously get rid of all of that, and we obviously are, because any of these nations up here are going to want to form the, Scandinavian sort of union. You start with 4 research slots and have a maximum of 6. Your population is 6.14 million. Your industry is really good at 16, it's pretty decent. 10 civilian, 3 naval, 3 military. And your resources are not bad. You have loads of steel, but not much of anything else. But the steel is really worth noting. It's worth focusing on. So in terms of naval bases, you're in the Baltic Sea, which is one of the best naval bases in the game. So I would just put all your naval bases on this inside bit here, and that's fine. In terms of natural defences, your rivers are really easy to defend with Finland. You've got an island separating you from Germany, so you can always fortify down here. And it'll be difficult for them to naval invade you. You've got like a couple of docks here you'd have to defend, but apart from that, it'll be quite difficult. So after expanding as Sweden, you're likely to get all of the other Nordic countries around you. Obviously, you're most likely to do this as fascist. It's really easy as a fascist. In fact, normally you'd take Denmark as well. Normally, actually, I conquered Denmark. But in this case, I obviously didn't, but, it's really easy to do. Basically, what you do is you go for Denmark and Norway at the exact same time. You conquer them both, and then you swing back round and take Finland, and you fortify before the Soviets come. And with the German help, obviously, you join the Axis. And I tend to find the Germans actually tend to win more often if you do this and you play Sweden, because it means they're not sending troops into Norway and they can focus all of their armies on Europe, and they tend to play a lot better as an AI doing that. Okay, so when you've conquered all the Nordic countries, you can get quite a lot of stuff. I haven't actually cored a lot of this. So generally Norway hasn't been cored here, so you can... Oh yeah, Finland has been cored. Has it? I don't know why it won't even let me core them. So the reason Sweden's so good is because you've got all of this coastline, so you can build naval dockyards nearly everywhere. So you can get over 100 factories, but you can get like 100 that are naval factories. And if you did get cores on the other things, and you took Denmark and stuff, you're probably going to have closer to 200 factories, which is pretty good, and you're going to have about 150 naval, so you can build a really big navy. When I used to main Sweden, I actually had all of this stuff, and Iceland and Denmark, and I actually built a navy that was so strong that I actually defeated my friend who's playing America. He's using his navy, and I defeated his navy in the Labrador Sea. His biggest navy, with all of his stuff. So Sweden has a lot of potential. You also have a lot of resources, over 782 steel, so you have a huge amount of steel, and you can just build a large surface fleet. In terms of naval buffs, you don't... It's one of those disappointing countries. It's got some okay stuff, but it's got things to be desired. So the escort fleet is just for range, mainly. You've got a unique ship designer here, giving you attack and armor. Lots of armor. Wowee, look at that. So you can have really, really powerful cruisers, but it limits their range. But if you control Iceland and some of the other islands here, you can still have range to access America, so that's really good. And the Atlantic Fleet Designer, which is one of the best ones in the game again. Mainly for carriers and battleships. Down here, you also get Decisive Battle, so that can give you a 20% buff to all of your battleships, but you don't, I think, get any down here, just a bit of range and screen. So you've got some okay buffs, but obviously the specialist, not an expert, leaves things to be desired, but overall you've got a well-balanced set of buffs for your navy, you've got a decent industry, decent resources, and Sweden's a really, really good option. But I tend to find the reason it's lower on the list is its buffs just aren't as good as the Norwegian or the Finnish. But Sweden's the easiest country to play. You have the highest population and the highest manpower and resources. So it's easier to conquer the other countries as Sweden than it is to conquer Sweden as the other countries. But the others do have a higher maximum potential, which is why they're going to be higher on the list. So generally I recommend going with fleet in being and a strong surface-based cruiser navy. Because of your unique buff for Sweden, you really want to make the most of this, and you want to have a strong surface fleet, mainly focusing on cruisers. I would conquer the Nordics as soon as possible to form the Nordic Union as possible. You don't really get much from your focus tree, but you do have really good naval buffs. So your strength in Sweden really relies on those strong cruiser buffs. Make the most out of them. Fleet in being, And altogether, Sweden is going to be in 22nd place, and it's going to be a reasonably hard country. Okay, so we're now getting on to the big boy leagues, really. This is the final B-tier country on the list. Can anybody guess what country it is? It's Yugoslavia. I love Yugoslavia. You know, I was so happy to hear that Yugoslavia won Eurovision one year. I don't know what year it was. I think it was 1987 or something, or 1989. Like, Yugoslavia won Eurovision. And I looked and I was like, wow, Yugoslavia! Because for some reason, I just like historic countries. But yeah. So Yugoslavia is actually a pretty powerful country. So your national spirits, you've got a lot of problems because of all the ethnic problems that were inherited from the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But yeah, you can deal with them, but it's a bit difficult. You start off with a population of 15 million or 14 million, which is not bad at all. 18 factories, again not bad. 14 civilian, 1 naval, 3 military. And your resources, buffed by the mod, 30 steel, 188 chromium, 169 aluminium. Not bad. So your starting navy, I think you get one. You do. 1 destroyer, 1 cruiser, 4 subs. Not bad. And as with Austro-Hungary, you're obviously going to have your navy based in the Adriatic Sea. So, future Yugoslavia, you can get some pretty interesting claims from your focus trees and whatnot. So you do get Zara and some bits of Italy as well. So that's pretty nice. And you get all of Bulgaria, which also gives you access to the Black Sea. So at this point, you could put your main naval base in the Black Sea. Maybe one in the north of the Adriatic and one in the Black Sea. And you get access to Greece as well and some really, really good resources here. So overall, I think Greater Yugoslavia looks like a pretty nice country. Realistically, by that point, you've probably just conquered Albania for the sake of it and just caught it with PP. But yeah, there's a lot of potential for growth too. And all in all, you've got a lot of potential, really, really. So your population's 22 million now, which is pretty good. 278 factories, which is not bad at all. And 57 naval dockyards, including the ones in Bulgaria. And you could build a couple more. So yeah, you've basically got 60, near enough, 60 naval dockyards. A little bit more if you conquer any of the rest of Greece or Albania. You could conquer the rest of Greece, obviously. If you have a war goal, you just annex it, fine, whatever. So you have got options to expand further. This country's leader looks like a little kid. I mean, it is a little kid. He's got an underage monarch. Jesus, I just noticed that. That's fun. Anyway, yeah, that's weird. In terms of your resources, you've got really good resources. Almost 1,000 chromium, loads of steel, loads of aluminium, and loads of oil. So I think really Yugoslavia is like a really good air traffic controller. And also, you've got enough resources to do stuff, but your industry's still lacking. You're still lacking on industry, and that's why my focus is different than you might expect. Now, for your buffs, you don't get any focus tree buffs, but that's okay. Ship designers. You have a mass production producer, so that just reduces the cost massively of small ships, which is really, really useful. You should always make sure that's equipped before researching any of your destroyers or submarines, because that reduces the cost by 15% permanently, and there's no downside. So that's super good. The only downside is you do need to own Dalmatia, which is... where? It's somewhere around... oh, there we go. So you have to control this province. That's fine. You control it by default, so it doesn't matter. But that's amazing. Get this. And then you can also have the raiding fleet designer. So, okay, that's a little bit difficult because you only get one of these buffs for your submarines. Either they're cheaper or they're slightly better. So it is a tough decision, I have to say. But the chief of the navy, you have commerce raiding expert, old guard, and decisive battle expert. So you have some really good leaders there. And then for your military high command, you also have a submarine expert. So altogether, your submarines are going to be mental. They're either going to be cheap, or they're going to have like reduced visibility and stuff, and speed. And they've got commerce raiding efficiency, and the submarines expert. So you have got the best submarines, I think the very best in the entire game, potentially, as Yugoslavia. I think the number one. I don't think there's any country that can get better submarines than you. So obviously here, you're going to be going down the trade interdiction tree to boost all of your submarines, submarine abilities and raiding and stuff like that. and submarine HP. So yeah, you're going to go for a trade interdiction, super submarine navy. All of your dockyards, nothing but submarines. That's what you're going to do. You do have a lack of resource and industry, but you can still make the most powerful submarine navy in the entire game. So I really think you should just hold your borders, or expand a little bit, and just focus almost entirely on your submarine if you want to go in your navy. And if you're going with Germany, that's what Germany does anyway. So you could just choke the life out of Britain with their convoys and stuff. And it could be a lot of fun, and you can also dominate the Mediterranean, even battleships. If you have a large number of submarines, you can sink battleships with submarines, of course. So that's Yugoslavia, in 20th position, top 20, and super submarines. Super submarines. Okay, so we are now moving on to the top 20. We're on 19 now, and we're going on to the A tier. So these are countries that are another jump above the countries we've just looked at. A-tier countries have the potential to make a world-domineering navy, anywhere in the world, but they have a significant drawback. This can usually be a lack of resources, naval buffs, or you might need babysitting from an AI or player to get past the early stages of expansion, so they could be very difficult to expand. But they have one big drawback usually. So, moving on to the A tier, in 19th place, if you've seen my last video, basically all of these countries are going to be countries from my last video. In 19th place, we have Greece. Greece is a lovely country. I like Greece. So with your national spirits, you've got a lot of crap to deal with. Greece is an awkward country, lots of debuffs, lots of rubbish, lots of reading you don't want to do. But you can get rid of a lot of them. Greece has a weird debt mechanic in the game. When is Greece ever not in debt? Anyway, you start with 6.2 million population, which is okay, I guess. It could be better. You have 14 factories, which is actually pretty good, including 6 civ, 4 naval, and 4 military. And resources, you actually have really good resources. 63 chromium, 65 steel, 17 tungsten, and 48 aluminium. Not bad. Your geography's great. You've got these hills in the north, which are really well, easily defended. This area is going to be a lot harder to hold on to, unfortunately, but it is what it is. And obviously your islands are going to be harder to hold on to as well if somebody has a bigger navy than you. On the bright side, Greece does start with a pretty good navy. 2 battleships, 12 destroyers, 1 heavy cruiser, 1 light cruiser, 6 subs. So you have a pretty strong navy as Greece. If you fully industrialize Greece, you can get 91 potential factories, including 74 naval dockyards. Your immediate expansion option is to be conquering the Balkans, which is actually really quite nice as Greece. You can follow the river line. Realistically, you could have got this too, but I don't think there's claims for it. But there's no reason why you couldn't take it, I guess. And then you can follow this entire river line, build a big line of fortifications all the way along the river, all the way up until Austria. And then you've just got this natural barrier that's going to be really, really easy to defend. Then just do these 2 tiles here. And you've got a really good defensive line as Greece. For your naval bases, either you've got the Adriatic, you've got the Aegean Sea, or you've got the Black Sea up here, and it's really up to you, but obviously for the Black Sea you need to conquer Turkey, which is another expansion path. Greece has some really unique expansion paths, which are really cool. Your core population here is going to be 28 million, which is not bad. 303 factories is really, really good. You're approaching superpower status, and out of that you've got over 100 naval factories. There's loads of potential there for Greece. Now, the last thing Greece can do is they have these focuses for forming the Byzantine Empire, which is really dumb. So, the Byzantine Empire is Greece. This is like the pinnacle of Greece. If you manage this, you are now officially a superpower. So the Byzantine Empire is one of the strongest formable nations you can make in the game. Obviously, you've got your initial expansion over here, and it's very good because it's modular. You can just go this way, and when you've done it, you just go this way. And I really like the colour of purple they use here. After forming the Byzantine Empire, you now have 535 factories, a huge number, including over 200 naval dockyards. So you are officially a superpower. The only problem, the reason this is only an A tier and not an S tier, is first of all, you have no overseas territories. So you can't really leave the Mediterranean very easily unless you have allies that let you use their docking bases. Which I guess could happen if you go democratic and just conquer this stuff and it lets you keep it. Yeah, or I guess communist or fascist, anything could work in theory, but it's going to be a bit harder to do it at your own. You have now got a population of 45 million, which is really respectable. 45 million is really, really quite good. And resource-wise, you got a lot of resources. Over, like, unlimited chromium, almost 1,000 steel, 1,000 aluminium, and a bit of oil. The oil's really okay, believe it or not. You can do a lot with that oil, especially if you get the research things to make it go further. So overall, you've got some really, really good potential options for expanding. And also, you get Constantinople as your capital, which is really kind of cool. I like that touch. So you've got some great expansion options. Greece has a huge amount of potential. Now let's look at their buffs. And they also have some really fancy music that's unique to Greece. I like that. So there's a potential navy bonus in your focus tree, which gives you a permanent minus 5% construction cost for all light ship hulls, and plus 5% division defense for all troops in core territory. So that makes defending your territories even easier. But it's mainly for democratic players, so again, it could be difficult to get those buffs. Now, Greece has some interesting naval dockyards again. You've got the Coastal Fleet Designer, which is just reducing cost, which nobody really wants, it just sucks. Mass cruiser production, so that's a nice one. It's just free, less cheap cruisers. Trade specialization, makes your trade convoys cheaper. Mediterranean fleet, this is interesting. So it reduces the range, but increases the speed. So it really goes all in on that Mediterranean focus. Down here, though, you do get the decisive battle expert, which is always really nice, and one for naval speed, if you want as well. They've got a weird mechanic, by the way, so you have to have, like, loyalty for different political classes. And that's a little bit difficult, so Greece is quite a hard country. And you do lastly have a screens expert and a naval strike expert. So you do have a nice little collection of buffs, though I'm not sure how I feel about this guy's mustache. Overall, Greece also starts with 12 fully equipped infantry divisions, which are really strong for a beginning army, so they're really good for expanding early to get land. You've got great geographic locations for defending your land borders. You've got a surprisingly high number of naval factories, some of the best screen ship bonuses. The only downside is you have reasonably low resources altogether, unless you've done a crazy amount of conquest. Generally, I'd recommend the Fleet in Being or the Base Strike Doctrine, probably Fleet in Being to be honest. And then go fascist and just conquer the rest of the Balkans, or go democratic, just conquer everything, and focus on having a really, really strong Mediterranean fleet. The other bonus you have is Greece. If you do go fascist, you can have aircraft on your islands and use those to help your ships in the sea, which is a massive bonus over Britain. So if you formed Byzantine and you took some of this land and you just use air bases over here, you're going to be able to bomb all of their ships in the sea. So even if your navy's smaller than Britain's, you can still win with air support. And then generally, after you've done all this stuff anyway, I would help Italy to conquer Egypt as soon as possible to lock Britain out from this area, and then they'll have to come through Gibraltar, meaning your defences are a lot more secure. Overall, that brings Greece in 19th place, but they are going to come in at a hard difficulty. But they could be a lot of fun, but they're definitely for the experienced players because of all of their unique systems to them. Okay, so next up on this list, we are on 18th place, and that's another interesting country. Bulgaria. So Bulgaria is a really interesting country. Recently they got changed a bit, they've been reworked, they've got more provinces, 4 instead of 3, which is a nice change for them. And they also split these areas up as well, it's really interesting. These were 1 province before, or whatever, but now it's 2. Bulgaria is a really nice country, so your population's not that high. It's not bad though, 6 million. 14 factories, including 11 civs, 3 military, but you can really quickly expand that. You've got a super strong focus tree as Bulgaria now. They have a really, really crazy strong focus tree. And resource-wise, the mod again really helps. 18 steel is really good, and you've got some basic resources to help you out. So if you're starting National Spirits, you've got a lot of debuffs, but you need to get rid of them quite quickly. Your starting position's not great, but you can easily expand. You've got lots of ways to expand, it's entirely up to you, and you are going to overpower most people around you. Greece has a stronger starting military, but I'm sure you can boost your military really quickly as Bulgaria. Bulgaria does not get a starting navy, and you only get 15 convoys, so that's a downside. You do get 4 research slots, however, and the standard maximum of 6, and after industrialization, you can get 83 factories, including 15 naval dockyards, and resource-wise, 74 steel, 105 chromium, 43 aluminium, 3 rubber, 25 oil, no tungsten. So after you've conquered all of the Bulgarian things you could potentially conquer, you can make your own superpower country, basically. Bulgaria has some crazy expansion options if you're good at them and if you manage to learn to play them well. Sofia's still your nice capital there, but you get a lot. And with this, you would actually be classed as a superpower. Realistically, you should have taken Istanbul as well. But yeah, obviously you're then going to be using the Black Sea as your main naval base. Potentially going communist or fascist, it really depends. It depends if you prefer Germany or Russia. In terms of your borders, again, you're just going to defend the northern area, like, sort of vertically, I guess. And you're just going to follow the river lines, I guess, for the most part. But if you're going with the Axis, they're all friendly here, so you don't need to defend, and you can just defend one single border in the river with Russia. Or if you're with Russia, then it's going to be a lot harder, because you have so much more land to defend. Your population is going to be almost 50 million, 46 million, that's really, really good. And 565 factories would make you officially a superpower country, with 183 naval dockyards, which is not bad at all. Resources, again, a little bit, they're okay, they're pretty good. Not quite superpower level for resources, just industry. But you do have over 1,000 chromium and aluminium, and you've got steel and all the oil you need. So everything you need to build a powerful navy. Now for your buffs. Now, Bulgaria gets some pretty solid buffs. On their focus tree, they get a thing which gives them... Here we go. So they get a national spirit, which gives them destroyer, torpedo attack, light cruiser torpedo. So everything gets torpedo attack plus 10%. So it's a really, really good torpedo buff. For your ship designers, you get coastal fleet, escort fleet. Nothing really exciting here. In fact, none of them are really exciting at all, to be honest. Yeah, kind of sucks. Escort fleet's okay. But you do have a naval air defense expert, which is really, really, really good. And you also get a decisive battle expert. So it's up to you which you want to use. It's a shame you can't use both at once, but they're still really good. And, ooh, a concealment genius. Fancy. And you don't really get much else, actually. But they do get some really good buffs there from... just from having just these two, and they have a lot of potential because of just their geographic location, I guess. Bulgaria gets other buffs that are not necessarily naval, like they get cheaper artillery, better production stuff, they can get 10% more dockyard output, which is really good, better production efficiency, better factory output and resource gain. They have a lot of stuff, and they get a thing called Prussia of the Balkans, making all their soldiers a bit better. Generally, my advice for Bulgaria is to make a fleet-in-being torpedo-based surface navy. So Bulgaria is a superior version of Greece, really. You start with no navy, unlike Greece, but you do get better buffs. You have a great torpedo focus. My advice, have a strong surface fleet with cruisers focusing on torpedoes. I would want a strong focus on torpedoes, and I'd probably take the AA one over decisive battle, because you're just going to do your damage with torpedoes, and you just want to have the AA to stop enemy aircraft sinking your fleets. So yeah, and you're just going to dominate the Mediterranean, really, with a torpedo-based, strong anti-air navy, and I think there's a lot of potential for that. If you focus on torpedo cruisers and strong AA surface fleets, then yeah, you're basically 100% safe, and you're going to have a really, really powerful navy. Even though you're not going to have big battleships and stuff, you don't need them. Your fleets will still do fine, even with heavy cruisers and just torpedoes everywhere. So overall, Bulgaria is in 18th place, and it's a difficulty medium country. I wouldn't say it's beginner friendly, but it's one of those countries that I don't think it's too complicated, and you could go to learn it after you've got your hang on the game's basics. So that's 18th place, Bulgaria. Okay, so the next country on this list, in 17th place, this is a really interesting one. Finland. So Finland is super interesting. So first of all, they have this thing called Saizu, or I probably butchered that pronunciation, but it gives you a massive plus 20% core territory attack and defense, which is absolutely insane. It's undescribable how insane that is. So you start off with a small population of only 3.6 million. You get a industry, 11 factories, 7 civ, 1 naval, 3 military. And resources, yeah, not much difference with the mod. 14 steel, 10 chromium, basically nothing. So even your borders aren't that great. This bit here is lovely to defend, but like you're facing Russia over here, and realistically you need to conquer that territory. But you can have some beautiful borders if you take it, and you're going to need to conquer all the territories around you. But fortunately for Finland, on your focus tree somewhere, you have things that literally allow you to take Norway, Sweden, without fighting potentially. It's not guaranteed, of course, but if you have good relations with them and you have a big army on their border, they will just give you stuff. So yeah, you can get a lot. I believe Finland has a small navy. Yeah, you've got 2 heavy cruisers and 4 submarines. No screens, of course. You've got to be careful with that. But you do have a little starting navy and 5 convoys. If you fully industrialize Finland, you can get 85 factories, including 50 naval, which is not too bad. So, future Finland. This is one of my favorite countries by far. Like, it's just so nice. You can obviously conquer Iceland and Greenland, which are originally under the control of Denmark. And it's just so nice. And if you take these bits from Russia, you've got a beautiful border to defend. Just build some forts down here, build some along the river here, and you're going to be literally unconquerable. And best of all, those buffs I mentioned, they're dumb. I said this video is going to be based on naval, but I'm making an exception here just because of how flipping dumb this is. You can get plus 60% core attack and 50% core defense for all of your divisions on core territory. And you're going to have cores on all of this from forming the Nordic thing and just a little bit of PP for these. So you're going to be literally unkillable. There is nothing anyone can do. You're like Switzerland, but with an army and a navy and big and powerful. It's crazy. You're literally unkillable. So looking here now, you've got a population of about 17.3 million, which is not too high, but you do get plus 5% recruitable population from your focus tree, which is really, really, really high actually. Also, for your factories, 337. You're not quite a superpower, but you're not that far off, and over 200 naval factories means no country in the game is going to rival your navy effectively, unless they're a player and they're playing something like America or one of the really, really, really massive empires. The reason this country's in A tier is because it doesn't quite reach superpower status, and you can challenge the American Navy, or the Japanese Navy, or the British Navy, but if they really focused and they were under the control of a player, they'd probably still beat you just because they can outproduce you, even with your 200 factories. They can get, 300-400, crazy numbers. But yeah, Finland is an amazing, amazing, amazing option. And your resources are not bad either. They're really quite good. And they are pretty much, look at that, infinite steel, really good chromium, aluminium, oil. You've got all the resources you need to build an amazing, powerful navy with all of your naval bases in the Baltic Sea. Now we're going to look at your buffs. Now, the downside here is you don't have that many great naval buffs as Finland. So, yeah, you've got a cheaper production cost, but we don't really want that even. Well, I don't. Commerce rating, decisive battle, and that's it. So your buffs are really lackluster. But the reason Finland is so high is just, to be honest, the Saizu, the core buff bonuses for their army, is just so good for naval, because it means you're unassailable. No one can get to your industry and just take your dockyards away. So you can just defend and just focus on your navy because you don't need to expand. You've got the territory you want. You can just enjoy the ride, I guess. And it is nearly impossible to invade you. So I think that makes it good as a naval power because it's got so much potential just to focus on what you want to do. While other countries constantly have to worry about their army, they constantly have to worry about defending from land. But you don't because you're just so powerful. And that's why Finland is going to be in number 17. Okay, so next on this list, in 16th place, we're going to come in with China. So really, to be honest, you can pick any China, I guess. Though realistically, I'd probably recommend the Soviet Chinese or the regular Chinese. Maybe the Guangxi clique as well are pretty good. But for the purpose of this video, just because it's the easiest, I'm going to pick the Republic of China. Alright, there we go, China. Now, first of all, I think we need something more fitting. There we go. Even though I'm not playing Communist China, this is still a far more fitting piece of music for China, so here we go. So starting with national spirits for China, there is an awful lot. Lots of debuffs, there's communist problems, you got the warlords, you've got like terrible army debuffs, like research debuffs, production debuffs, like you're in a bad starting position in China, kind of, in a way. You start with only 3 research slots, you can get a maximum of 6, minus 40% research speed, it's crazy. You start with 32 factories, which is actually pretty good. 20 civs, 11 military, and 1 naval. Your population is 340 million, dwarfing any other country in the game, of course. And your resources are not too shabby at all. 100 steel, 100 and something tungsten, aluminium, and a little bit of rubber, but no oil or chromium, so it's okay starting resources. Naval bases in China, you're always going to want to keep them in the Yellow Sea, basically. Like, there's no reason to ever have them anywhere else in China. Like, it's just the most defendable, beautiful location to keep your navy. Now, we're going to have a look at future China. Unifying China can be quite difficult, but I think it's a lot easier as the Republic of China than anyone else. Like, I've done it once as Soviet Chinese, but it's extremely difficult. Maybe it's just me, like, I really didn't think it was easy at all. And the same with the Guanxi clique. I used the Guanxi clique to conquer China once, using Japan to help me. So future China. You can get claims on a lot of stuff as China. So this is like the maximum example of what you can just get claims on through focuses, etc. You can see these aren't quite the real borders. You've got French Indochina, which was historically part of China about 250, 300 years ago, I think. And then Vladivostok was part of China up until 1850 something, which is part of the Opium Wars. So yeah, not even that long ago, to be honest. I haven't caught it here, as you can see, but you did have claims on it, so I took it. And you can see the geographic borders here are actually pretty logical and sensical. So you've got some pretty nice borders as China if you manage to get all this territory. In this case, you would absolutely be a superpower with 829 factories. That's actually a higher factory potential than the USA. Out of those factories, you can get a huge amount of dockyards, 328, which is the highest of any country so far on this list, which is one reason why China is reasonably high on the list. It's just because of industrial potential. Your population is 500 million, basically, which is massive. And resources, 1,700 steel, 500 chromium, 2,000 tungsten, 600 rubber, 1,000 aluminium, and 600 oil, near enough. So you have got unlimited resources, near unlimited industry. Absolutely mad. So China is mainly on this list just because of its absolutely insane industrial power. Now, we're going to look at the buffs for China. So China only gets a raiding fleet designer and a coastal fleet designer. The coastal fleet designer, nobody really wants that ever, do they? Raiding fleet designer, I guess it's okay, but, you know, realistically you haven't got any good designers. Chief of the Navy, you have commerce raiding, naval reformer, decisive battle, and then that's basically it. Rommel of the East, that's amazing though, that's pretty good. Yes, Priori genius. So yeah, you don't have many buffs as China. The main reason China's on this list is purely from its population, its industrial, and its resource power, making it a superpower. So yeah, you're basically going all out on the industry, mass production front if you play as China for a navy. You can still have a navy and it can still be really powerful and it's going to rival other people, but it's just because of the sheer number of vessels that are going to be in your navy. You can have 10 battleships for every like 2 or 3 that most other countries are going to have. So generally I would recommend having this fleet in being and a large surface navy for China, but as I said, because there's no buffs, you can really do whatever you want. It's just remember that you're focusing on numbers. You need to unify China and do whatever you need to do is take as much territory as possible. You will have near infinite resources, and the only problem you don't have to worry about these naval buffs is because it will just take... You'll have such a large navy, but it will take you years to actually prepare, so you might not even have your navy even ready until like 1950. So it's really, really crazy. But if you're in there for a long-term game, you just want to have some fun, China's a really cool country. And that brings in at 16th place, and it's a hard difficulty country. Definitely not recommended for beginners. Okay, so we're really getting up to the upper end of A tier now. So we're getting some countries that are having quite a lot of potential. So in 15th place, we're going for the Netherlands. This was quite a surprise to me, to be honest. So the Netherlands is a really, really, really interesting country. So you start off with a population of 8 million, not too bad. 11 civs, 3 military, and 4 naval dockyards. Again, not too bad for a start. Your resources look pretty low, but the mod gives you a couple more. 14 steel, 55 aluminium. That's basically it. Your geography is really kind of terrible. Like, I mean, Belgium's is a little bit better, but the Netherlands kinda sucks in a way, I guess. But it's not the worst thing in the world, and I mean, if you're, you know, abusing Germany in order to get what you want, then, I guess your main job is to buffer against France and defend the coastline, so it's okay in a way, I guess, because Germany shouldn't be a threat to you, assuming you're going fascist. The Netherlands does get a starting navy. You have 8 destroyers, 3 heavy cruisers, 3 light cruisers, and 20 submarines, which is actually pretty respectable. That's not too bad at all. It doesn't really matter where you put your naval bases, but I guess you're going to plop them around here somewhere, or, yeah, doesn't really matter where you put them. I would probably say the best place, to be honest, is up here, though, because of the naval zones. You want to kind of keep it away from the native British zones, so I think up here is probably the best place to put them, just because it's more easy to defend this area, and it's within the Luftwaffe airspace and all the rest of it. Now, expansion for the Netherlands is pretty self-evident, but let's come to that. Okay, so future Netherlands. This is just an example of using the Belarus. So this is just a basic example. And remember, when Germany attacks France, realistically, let's say with the mod, you have player-made peace conferences, you're going to just take bits of France. So realistically, I think you're going to take these provinces all in the north, and you're just going to take the whole of the north of France, really. Because it's more strategic for you to have it than Germany. Especially if you want to get some cores on it. But you need to decide how much you want to take from France, because if you take too much, Germany's not going to get the industry it needs to push into Russia. So you need to think really carefully about how much you take. I would probably take just the northern regions. I wouldn't take Champagne. And yeah, I would just do the bits you need to focus on your navy, really. And leave all the into the super bits, like, you know, Alsace-Lorraine with lots of steel. Leave a lot of this for Germany. But just take these northern bits. They've got a nice bit of steel as well. So that's all you need for your navy, really. And I think you'll be quite comfortable just with these northern regions here. Just from having the Belarus, you have 139 factories, including 75 naval dockyards, which is actually enough to build your navy already, to be honest. So adding these French places here, you're going to have more like double that. So you're going to have about 300. 300, including maybe 250, and you're going to have at least probably 120 to 150, maybe something like that, naval dockyards. Your population just from the Belarus is going to be 16 million, which is really respectable. Adding in that French population, you're going to have close to 30 million, I suspect. Maybe 25, but that's still pretty good. About 30 million, I think. Resource-wise, you've already got loads of steel, 316, plenty of aluminium. You don't have any oil. But you will increase your oil and steel intake to about 500, which is more than enough for any navy you're going to need. The oil's a little bit of a problem, but you can make some synthetic oil, and I think that will do the job, because you're not going to have the biggest navy in the world, so you just need enough oil to get by, really. Again, I would keep all your naval bases adjacent to the East North Sea. Worth noting, if you didn't conquer the Belarus or whatever, your max industry for the Netherlands would be 71 factories and 55 dockyards if you just had the Netherlands itself. And in your resources, you really wouldn't have that much. You just have 50 steel and 150 aluminium. Everything else is basically the same. Now, we're going to look at your buffs, because this is where it gets really interesting. So the Netherlands can automatically get a plus 3% recruitable population from their focus tree. They can also get a naval spotting plus 10% and naval hit chance plus 5%, which is always really good. Naval hit chance especially is really good. It just gives you a flat out edge over other countries, and it's from your focus tree, and it's really rare to have. Now the ship designer, this is where it gets really interesting. Really interesting. So you have the raiding fleet designer, which is okay, it's pretty good for convoy raiding. The escort fleet designer, which is okay again, also good for raiding. But what we're really interested in here is the Pacific fleet designer. One of the best designers in the game, giving a massive buff to aircraft carriers. So remember, all of your aircraft carriers, if you have 100 planes on your carrier, it's actually going to feel like 120 with this. Now, interestingly, we have a Chief of the Navy over here, which is also convoy raiding, but it's a Genius convoy raider, which is really interesting, because Genius military command is super rare. And now under, Chief of Navy. Now under military command, we have something else. The Naval Strike, which is really interesting, and that gives you another buff for aircraft carriers, improved aircraft carriers. So realistically, you've got some pretty huge buffs to your aircraft carriers. Also, for the Netherlands, you have some really good admirals. You've got one here with some insane stats, really good, and he's good for submarines specifically, which goes towards convoy raiding. Over here, naval AA attack. Number of ships in first contact. So yeah, you've got some interesting things here. Some really good stats again. All your guys, you've got a really good selection of admirals here. But this guy at the top especially, he's you know, very good for convoy raiding. So my recommendation to play the Netherlands. Basically, you're going to go base strike for your carriers or trade interdiction, and even if you do go base strike with carriers, you're going to be using your carriers for convoy raiding still, most likely, between the allies, because you're going to side with Germany, you're going to go out to the Atlantic, and you are going to own that shit. You are going to take all the convoys from the enemies. So the Netherlands have some amazing naval buffs, so you should easily conquer the Benelux region, as any of the countries there, apart from Luxembourg. After that, if you seek further expansion, I would definitely take that nice chunk of France at the top of the north of France. Alternatively, you can also focus on Asia, using your colony as a stepping stone. So you can use the Dutch East Indies over here, and you can send your troops out here to take out the British colonies quite comfortably, and also maybe then go into Australia. So you have lots of expansion options, but obviously it's going to be hard to defend these colonies without a navy that can stop the enemy taking your convoys. But if you're aligned with Japan and Germany, I think you should quite likely be okay, even if at the early game you don't have the biggest navy yourself. And I think there's a lot of fun potential for the Netherlands to be a naval power. It's really fun. So you want to focus on a strong surface carrier-based navy. You don't have to focus on combat, you can focus on raiding, but you still want to have those carriers. You can have submarines as well, obviously, if you prefer to focus on the submarines. In terms of combat, your carriers will be your greatest asset. You don't want battleships. You might want some heavy cruisers to act as screens for the carriers, but you're really focusing on their longevity, and the carriers are the ones dealing with the damage. To get the most out of your country, you have some amazing buffs, so you really just want to focus on a little bit of expansion, wherever it is, to increase your industry, as you've got enough resources really. It's just the industry you need a little bit more of to make the most out of it. Overall, the Netherlands is a medium difficulty country. It's not too difficult, to be honest. I think it's okay, and I think it really gives you a great experience to experience, a great chance to experience naval gameplay. You get to fight in the Atlantic, you get to fight in the Pacific, and you're in quite a well-defended position with the Germans' help. You just need to hold the coastline with some garrisons, really, on the ports to stop naval invasions. But I think there's a lot of potential, and I think even for a new player, you could have a lot of fun as the Netherlands and jump right in playing naval stuff. So that brings the Netherlands into 15th place as a medium difficulty country. Okay, so in 14th position on this list, we have the British Raj. So, starting off with national spirits, there is a problem with your national spirits. You can help to fix these, but you cannot fully get rid of them, meaning your potential manpower is always going to be limited, unlike China. You're never going to have the highest amount of manpower, which is kind of sucky. You start with 27 factories, including 22 civilian, 4 military, 1 naval, which is not too bad. Your population is 336 million. Really, really good. And your resources, not bad at all. 74 steel, 56 chromium, 187 tungsten, 35 rubber, 52 aluminium, 24 oil. So not bad, not bad. Your starting position is pretty good. You're defended from mountains from the west, which are easily to defend. And realistically, no one in the Middle East is going to attack you on historical settings anyway. They're all very peaceful, so you're safe. Really, you're safe everywhere, to be honest. There is no way you're going to be attacked in a historical game. You literally just won't be attacked on historical. In player games, obviously you could be, but you're still in a really good position. You've got mountains to the west. China's not going to be interested in conquering you, only really this little province here, and that's probably it, just these two. And even then, you're in a good defendable position. You could hold the line here with this long river and just refuse to give in. Or even if you did just give them that territory, you can hold here and there's no way they're ever going to basically invade you through there. You're going to have the ultimate defensive line. So China's not a massive threat. And in the north, you've got rivers and mountains as well. So you've got amazing defensive geography, even if you succeed land to them. In terms of naval bases, again, it doesn't really matter, but I'd probably plop them around here, especially in this naval region, because this region is out of the way and no other major power is going to rival you in this region. And I think the Bay of Bengal's not quite as secure, and it's more influenced by Japan, and yeah, but yeah, it doesn't matter too much where you put them. In terms of starting navy, you have nothing and only 20 convoys. Okay. So, future British Raj, the territory is exactly the same. You're probably not going to expand anywhere. I mean, you could if you wanted. There's no reason why you couldn't conquer Iran and shit. I mean, apart from you're democratic, and democratic countries don't do that. But, I mean, you could go fascist or whatever, I guess. I mean, you could join Japan, do what you like. And, I mean, then you can conquer whatever you like. But realistically, you're not going to have cores on it unless you spend PP, so you're not going to get crazy amounts of new territory and just get cores on it immediately. So it's not a country that naturally expands. But even with just the territory you have, you've got a lot of potential. You have 290 factories, including 115 naval dockyards, which is more than enough to build a powerful navy. It's not quite superpower status, but it's not bad. Population's obviously the same. Resources is really not bad. 300 steel, 200 chromium, 898 tungsten, plenty of rubber, aluminium, and oil. So you've got all the resources you need to build a powerful navy. You're absolutely fine, just hugging your borders. Totally fine. You have 3 research slots, and you get a maximum of 6, same as kind of normal. Now, let's move on to buffs. So you don't get any focus tree buffs, most countries don't, so it's fine. Ship designers. Now, you do get some really good ship designers. Escort fleet designer, so it's okay. Better for, convoy rating. But the 2 big ones, you have Pacific fleet designer, giving you better carriers, and Atlantic fleet designer, which is also really good for carriers. But it's not as good, well, it depends what you want, really. Obviously, for Pacific fleet, they have no defenses, but more planes. And Atlantic fleet, they have much better armor, and better battleships too. So, either way, you're going to want to have this for your battleships whenever you do the research, and then swap to the Pacific, or just keep Atlantic. Atlantic fleet's better if you want to be in the Mediterranean, or anywhere that's within range of air bases, basically. While Pacific is obviously better if you're out in the open ocean, and there's no way they're really going to bomb your carriers. So it depends on where you plan to fight. The Pacific fleet one's also good if you're in the Atlantic, to be honest. But yeah, 2 amazing naval ship designers, so that's really good. And Chief of the Navy, you got a maneuver expert for speed, convoy rating, efficiency, naval reformer experience, and decisive battle. So you've got plus 20% to all your battleships, which is really, really solid. And you also have naval strike, which is good for your carriers. So you've got some really, really, really good buffs and 2 genius military high command. So you've got some crazy good naval buffs. And anti-submarine expert, which is also pretty good. So you've got some really, really, really solid naval buffs, and that's why India is quite high up on the list, really, as number 14. So, you have a powerful surface navy, or trade interdiction is what I would tell you to focus on with India. You've got the ability to focus on aircraft carriers or battleships. It's really entirely up to you. You could even do both. You do have a bit of a lack of resources, but it's not a crazy lack of resources. It's quite doable, quite manageable. I just think I would focus on lower cost things, so perhaps lower tier aircraft carriers, but throwing as many planes on as you can, and obviously you've got enough aluminium to build a pretty, all the aircraft you need for your carriers at least. Your industry potential is pretty amazing, and your geographic location is great too. I think if you work well with your Britain and allow Dominion, and they allow you Dominion if you're a regional area, then you're going to have amazing potential working with Britain and complete naval domination. And you're not really going to have any challenges apart from Japan. Obviously, for your naval experience, you're going to be mostly fighting with Japan if you have to do that. And they could end up trying to land invasion you when they beat China. So you need to prepare those defenses along the mountain line, or along the river line, or along the other river line. You just have to defend against Japan when they get to you. But then you can just enjoy your naval experience and maybe even try and take away some of their islands and stuff. It's very important to work with your Britain to make the most out of both of your naval potential. Because you have the potential to be a naval superpower to help Britain out, and they should make use of that, especially in an online roleplay game. In conclusion, India is an A-ranked country in 14th place, and it's medium difficulty. I would say, actually, that it is beginner-friendly. I think it is beginner-friendly, because you're just managing your resources and territory, and you don't have to worry about expansion too much. You're just focusing on the navy, and I think overall it's quite a beginner-friendly country. Okay, so the next country on the list, coming in 13th place, is Mexico. I'm sure you're all wondering when we're getting, or some of the countries on the list, where are they going to be on the list? Where are they going to be? And this is where we're really getting to the really good countries. Mexico, I was kind of surprised to see it so high up on the list, to be honest. So you do have some debuffs at the beginning that are pretty big. You have bigger factory output that's good, but you have a much lower political power gain. And some other small problems. Starting population of Mexico is almost 20 million. It's 18.7 million, which is really, 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 really good. That makes you a large, medium-sized country. You have 20 factories, 12 civilian, 4 naval, and 4 military, which are really, really quite good again. Resource-wise, doesn't look too good, but the mod gives you a huge buff to steel, which is quite nice, and now you're in a really good position. And that Mexican oil, very important for any navy. So your starting geographic position, I think we all know exactly where your navy's going. Right here, in the Mexican coast. And you've got all these places you can just shove dockyards, and like it's completely and utterly secure, basically. Really well, easily defended. Yeah, there's not really much more to say than that. Just obvious location for Navy. Mexico does get a little starting Navy. It's 1 heavy cruiser and 5 destroyers, so it's not quite a token Navy, but it can only do very limited missions. So you're going to want to quickly expand on that Navy. If you fully industrialize Mexico, you can have 144 factories, including 89 naval dockyards, and you can have basically 100 steel and 150 oil, and everything else is pretty comparable. But expansion is really where Mexico is going to shine. Okay, so Mexico has some huge ability to claim territory. You can get cores on basically the whole of Hispanic America, so all of Central Americas, which even, you know, I say, you might not conquer all of it, but you're going to conquer some of it. At the very least, you're going to get the Central Americas, basically, and no one's going to stop you doing that effectively. So all the Central Americas are yours. North and Southern America, again, there's not really a lot to stop you, unless America goes Pax Americanus eventually. You can just walk through them, none of them are going to be able to resist your army. So Mexico can become a complete and utter superpower. And the most crazy thing of all is you can even get claims on the United States. All the original Mexican colonies that America stole from you, you can get cores on all of that, so you've got a ridiculous amount of everything. So the amount of territory you can get as Mexico is truly astounding, and you're easily going to be a superpower. I think Mexico is also in the best position by far to conquer the South Americas quite easily. And to be honest, you can even conquer the United States as Mexico if you play well, join the Axis, and get them to help you out. Like, it's not even that hard. I've done it myself, and I've seen it happen. I once played a game as, I think I was playing as like Turkey, like fascist Turkey, and I set Mexico to go fascist, and Mexico on its own legit took out the United States with a bit of German help. It's the AI. Like, it's genuinely not that hard to conquer America as Mexico. Now, so, population-wise, yeah, you've got 87 million people if you get to core the whole of the South Americas. You also have 646 factories, easily making you a superpower. And resource-wise, again, you are easily a superpower. You've got near infinite resources, loads of rubber, infinite oil, over 1,500 steel and aluminium. Like, you've just got everything you could ever possibly dream of. There is nothing more you could possibly need. And the best part is, Mexico's not even that hard to play. So, from your focus tree alone, you get a plus 20% efficiency to convoy raiding, which is really good, and you also get higher damage for bombing and artillery. Now we look at your naval buffs. The ship designer, you have the Atlantic and Pacific fleet designers, the best ones in the game effectively, along with the battle fleet designer obviously. But yeah, you get the best buff to naval designers in the entire game, so that gives you loads of potential. Chief of the Navy, decisive battle, but unfortunately it's only a specialist, which is a bit of a bummer, but it could be worse. And then over here we have the Naval Defense AA Expert plus 15%, which is another really, really powerful buff. So Mexico has some really, really, really solid buffs. They're not quite as good as some other countries, but they are really, really good overall, and I think that puts Mexico in an amazing position. The only single reason Mexico isn't an S tier is because its buffs aren't that good. They're only a maximum of 15% buff, which isn't great. But if they had just, you know, if this was a if the Dust Battle was an expert instead of a specialist, or maybe they have one other buff as well, I would probably put them in the S tier, and they would be probably several places higher up on this list. So Mexico's a super powerful country. And what you do have, which partially makes up for this though, is you do have a really good naval commander here. Oh. Where is he? Ah, here we go. Yes, so you do have a nice commander here. He hasn't got the best stats, but he does have a thing here which gives him plus 10% attack and defense in combat when alongside the Pride of the Fleet. So that does partially make up for it, because that obviously allows you to get your decisive battle up to a total of 25 if you take the Atlantic Fleet, the decisive battle specialist, and that commander, which actually is a pretty good, it's a pretty good buff. So 25% to your flagship, pretty good. Because of that though, I would definitely recommend focusing on battleships and surface ships that are not carriers. So, Mexico. You cannot get cores You cannot form the Hispanic Empire through a decision like many other Middle American countries, but you do get claims on more territory than any other American nation, and you can still get a lot of cores from forming other small nations like La Plata or coring manually. So that's a big downside of Mexico, but still, the fact that you can get claims at all is really good. You've got a lot of claims. You can get cores on the USA territories and the Central American territories just through your focuses and whatnot, so that's really easy and really good. And you can form Gran Colombia or La Plata, so that's pretty good for 50% of the cores in South America. You have near infinite resources, really good naval buffs if you include your admiral, sorry. And you have a very, very good and detailed focus tree, which I'll give you a glimpse of. I'm not going to go through it all, but it's a really, really big focus tree, so it's pretty good, and there's a lot of options there. I would say it's the best American nation to form a South American empire if you're successful. Definitely the easiest to do it with because of your large army and large resources at the start. The country's overall assessment is it is in 13th place, it is an A tier, and it's a medium to hard country depending on what you do. For the recommended naval doctrine, you're going to go for fleet in being, and you're going to have a powerful surface navy. You've got the potential to make a really powerful navy as Mexico. First, you want to expand south, take as much land as possible, then join the Axis and have them help you invade the USA for your American territories. You then want to focus on building up your navy, which is going to be really strong and quite versatile. You can use battleships or carriers, but I would focus mostly on the battleships because of your admiral. And it'll probably be very late game by the time you get your navy. You're not going to have it until probably the mid-1940s perhaps. But that's still a very fun game, and you've got a lot of potential for a strong Mexican navy. Okay, so next on the list, we have Norway, which is a very interesting pick. So Norway's a super interesting country. You start off with a few regular, debuff focuses, nothing super exciting. And you do start with 4 research slots and a maximum of 6. So Norway starts in what you might think is a really sucky position. You've only got a population of 3 million. Your factories are really, really low. 6 civs, 2 mil, and 2 naval. Your resources are pretty lackluster, and the mod does absolutely nothing to help you. God, it's not looking good at all, really, is it? You do start with a reasonable starting navy. 5 destroyers, 4 heavy cruisers, and 9 submarines. That's not too bad. So yeah. In terms of your geographic positioning and your naval bases, you're going to want your naval bases to be in the capital fjord around Oslo, or possibly in the North Sea, in the Barents Sea. You want to have it up here as a nice, easy, defendable location, well away from other countries. They're not going to mostly even be able to send their ships towards you, apart from Britain, perhaps. Now let's jump straight to the expansion of Norway, because if you can pull that off, it's going to be insanely hard to do. Your best bet's probably either going communist with Russia and getting them to help, or going fascist, getting Germany to help. You're going to need a bit of help from someone to conquer your neighbours, realistically. And the order you do it's going to be difficult, because you kind of need Denmark first, but that's really not easy, but it's hard to get Sweden, because you can't go straight there with a naval thing. I mean, maybe you could actually get a sneaky naval invasion in the south, take this port, get Germany to bring troops over. But it would be hard. So, Norway, if you can conquer all the things you want to conquer, say, realistically, if you're lucky, if you're with Germany and invading Russia, you can also do the same as Finland and get these little Russian territories, which are an even nicer boost. But even just without that, just going for the Nordics and making the Nordic Empire, you're going to have an insane amount of things. So, Norway has a super fun focus tree. I love it. And the authoritarian tree is, so fun. You get to bring back the king, and everyone likes a good monarchy. You can rename a lot of your towns to, old Norwegian towns. You can move your capital to, 4 different cities. I put mine over here. I'm actually half Norwegian, by the way, but I can't pronounce Norwegian names to save my life. Yeet. But looking at Norwegian's situation after this, you're in a really good situation. Your population is 17 million, near enough 16.5 million. So it's a really, not a bad population at all. You have a lot of debuffs, minus 3% consumer goods, buffs to your focuses here. You have better construction speeds, you have more political power gain, a better division recovery and defense, which is really good, better factory outputs, you have an increased population permanently, so higher recruit population and a population growth boost, really good. So Norway has some amazing buffs from their focus tree. You also have a lot of resources, almost 1,000 steel, over 100 chromium, so everything you need to build a powerful navy. Not quite enough oil, but who cares? A couple of synthetic refineries to do the job. 319 factories, including, what, 250 naval. So Norway could be a major naval power. I played Sweden before, which is, same sort of thing. Norway's just better, because it's got better buffs. And I managed to defeat a United States Navy quite easily, playing as the Nordic countries, because they have some amazing, amazing naval potential. And not to mention, just having Iceland and having Greenland, it's just like, you can attack America, no problem, anywhere around here, and your fleet will get there. You can't really get to the Pacific, of course, so you're focusing on the Atlantic, and obviously you can use that as a stepping stone to invade Canada, so there's a lot of potential. Or even just made the north of Britain and Scotland, it's even another option, it's really cool. Naval bases at this point, when you've got all of this, you really want to be in the upper Baltic Sea. It's the best place in the game to have a naval, well, not the best in the game, but it's one of the best in the game. It's very hard for anyone to get to. Britain, Russia has access, but you're going to have a bigger navy than Russia. You're going to have way more naval dockyards than Russia too. So other buffs to your navy, we're going to look at your buffs now. You have more focus tree buffs. So you can either get minus 25% trade convoy production, and minus 5% capital ship and screen production, and minus 3% consumer goods factories, and 25% dockyard output, or you can get a minus 5% dockyard output speed, so it's slower, but all your trade convoys and capital ships get 5% more anti-air and max speed. So I'm not sure that the buffs in the end are worth, what you're losing from the first set of buffs, but I mean, it's nice to have the option if you really want to go all in on the specialist and the anti-air stuff. Now, other naval buffs. So, designers. This is really, really, really interesting. So you have an escort fleet designer, which is not great, and a shipyard designer is not that great. But you do have a North Sea designer. Now, this is unique to Norway, which is really cool. Really, 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 really cool. So, screens get more speed, and so do heavy cruisers. But capital ships get plus armor, max speed, and attack, but a little bit less range. But that's really where the gold is. You want that North Sea designer. That's really good. And you go down to the Chief of the Navy, and you've got Decisive Battle Genius. This is the only country in the entire game to get a Decisive Battle Genius. The only one, I think. There's not a single other country. And that's absolutely what you want. So between that, you've already got a plus 25% attack and armor for all capital ships and 10% speed. And then to top it off, you have a submarine expert and a screen expert. So Norway has got one of the best battle fleets in the entire game, hands down. Also, Norway has some pretty solid admirals. Look at this. You've got a guy who gives plus attack and defense in fjords and archipelagos. You also have a guy that gives naval lineage for Ironside, which is better armor, which is absolutely mad. So potentially, you can get plus 40... Wait, am I dumb? No. So potentially, you can get plus 35% armor and 25% attack for all battleships, which is really, 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 really good. In fact, I'm not sure exactly where oh, it's from the buffs from the focus tree. Okay, so your absolute maximum amount is plus 39% armor for battleships, which is by far the highest of any country in the game. I have a slight bias here because I'm part Norwegian, but these naval buffs, they are absolutely insane. You can also get plus 10% AA, so plus 39% armor to all battleships and 10% AA is absolutely dumb. But this country is by far the hardest country in the game to actually get past the early game. It's hard as fuck to conquer these territories as Norway, because your army is tiny, everything is tiny, it's just hard. But if you actually get to conquer these territories with those 39% armor buffs, 25% damage buffs, and 10% AA buffs, you're literally going to become a naval god, despite how tiny your army is. Finland's better for defending your territory. Norway is better for having an absolutely ridiculously powerful navy. Norway is an A tier. To be honest, it would probably almost be... I mean, the navy itself is probably an S tier. I would even put it as an S tier. But it's so hard to play that it doesn't quite make the jump, because, like, odds are you're never going to be able to get Norway to that level without cheating. But if you do, its buffs are insane. Naval Doctrine, fleeting being with a strong surface navy. Norway is such a hard country to play, I've said this like 5 times now. It starts with a weak army and needs to conquer all the land around it, so you need to use the AI or another player to help you. In a PvP game, you can just get like Britain, Germany, or someone else to help you, and then it's way easier. But yeah, if you get to that phase, you're going to have one of the most powerful navies in the entire game. And monarchism is super fun, and it just makes you happy. It's just lovely. So that's Norway. In 12th place on this list. Okay, so we're really moving on to the big countries now, the big league countries. In 11th place, this is the final A-tier country, we have Brazil. Brazil has a lot of potential, even, like, it's got a lot of potential. It's a really good country. So Brazil has a lot of national focus stuff, some crazy stuff here, just random buffs and debuffs. Mainly debuffs, I assume, yeah, but you can get rid of those later. So you start off with 19 factories, 13 civilian, 2 naval, 4 military, population of 43 million, which is shockingly good. And your resources kind of suck. But you do get a really nice boost from the resource mod. Without it, it's basically unplayable, but with it, it's a really solid choice. And certainly not overpowered. So your starting navy as Brazil, again, is not too bad. You actually have 2 battleships, 8 destroyers, 2 light cruisers, and 1 submarine. So Brazil's a really solid starting navy. For your naval bases, I'm obviously just going to recommend 2 places. One, conquer the hell out of Uruguay and put a naval base down here, which is a really nice location. Or the other option is up in the north, and I build my naval bases specifically on this tile and this tile. And that puts them here and here, just inside this nice coastal fortification area. While if you put them here, it actually builds it here, which is a bit annoying. Now, for expansion, Brazil doesn't have a crazy amount of expansion. Well, I mean, technically, you don't get any claims or anything on any other territory. But there's nothing to stop you just walking in, conquering them yourself, and just using PP to get it. But obviously that's really PP intensive, and it's just not really easy to do. And I suppose there are still some formidable nations you can make that will give you an advantage. So yeah, I mean, for example, you've got La Plata still as before, same as Gran Colombia. You've got a few that you can form that will give you something. So Brazil, as I said, it doesn't really get any claims, so I have, for this video, I've not done any expansion because they don't get claims from their focus trees, and all of the expansion I've given you has been from mostly focuses or things that give claims. But you can manually do war goals, and you do have a pretty large army. So yeah, well, no, it's not too bad. It's still enough to conquer the smaller countries around you, but Argentina's going to have a bigger army than you. You can easily take Paraguay, Bolivia, Peru, maybe even Colombia. But yeah, you can build up your army quickly though, because you have pretty good industrial potential and you have a really good manpower, like more than anyone around you. In terms of industry, if you just have your Brazilian territories, you still have 131 naval dockyards and 193 factories overall. You also have really good resources, or it's not bad. You have 350 steel, 420 chromium, and plenty of everything else you need to build a powerful navy. So resources are not lacking, which means you can play democratic and be quite happy with the democratic Brazil. Now, looking at Brazil's buffs, this is actually a really good area for Brazil. So you don't get any focus tree buffs. What you do get is decent ship designers. For a start, you have the Atlantic Fleet designer, which is always one of the best ones in the game. The raiding fleet designer is okay again, but really we just want Atlantic Fleet, obviously. Chief of the Navy, naval aviation expert, really good, and decisive battle experts. You've already got 20% buffs to all your capital ships. Brazil also has some pretty good admirals. So you've got decent stat admirals all round, not too bad. And you've got one at the bottom here again, which gives you a plus 10% attack and defense when commanding Pride of the Fleet. So shove him on your battleships. So yeah, that's amazing on your battleships. That gives you some really strong battleship buffs altogether. You can also get a 40% population growth from your focus tree, which is absolutely mad. Especially if you conquer and core the rest of South America, you're going to have infinite population, nearly China levels. So basically, if you don't expand at all, then Brazil is probably going to be an A/B tier country, mainly an A tier, I guess. And if you do conquer the South Americas, you're going to be an S tier country with Brazil. I'd say it's going to have amazing potential because those buffs are actually some of the better buffs in the game. And it's just that you don't have that many factories at the beginning, but obviously if you've expanded and taken other territories, you've got way more potential. So as Brazil, I recommend going down the fleet in being doctrine. You're going to have a small but high quality service navy, and if you've expanded, you're just going to be a major superpower with a big navy. You don't have the resources for a huge navy, but you do have some very good naval buffs for capital ships and carriers and near infinite aluminium reserves. This means you should focus on powerful battleships and your aircraft carriers to support them, which focus on mass numbers rather than armour. I would use carriers for combat away from Brazil, but battleships if you plan to only fight locally, as you only have the resources, potentially 1 or 2 of the most powerful battleships at the same time. This is if you're going democratic before you've modernised and everything, obviously. If you're fighting a defensive and local South American war, your powerful air force will be vital to assisting your navy near your home territories. You want to have some nice naval air bases, and you want to have a really powerful air force to assist your limited number of battleships in your navy. And especially as democratic, it's easy as hell. Very beginner friendly, so I would say it's an easy country to play. Just a bit harder if you want to expand, I suppose. So overall, that brings Brazil in 11th place on the list. Okay, so we're now moving on to the top 10 countries, and all of these countries are S-tier countries. They're the most powerful countries in the game for having a powerful navy. They're nearly perfect. So all of them have the potential to gain all of the land, industry, and resources to make a world-domineering navy, and all of them have strong naval buffs to go along with that. They'll be able to dominate naval combat anywhere in the world near enough, and any theatre of war most likely. So these countries are the really big top dogs of naval combat. Okay, so we are now officially in the big leagues. We're in the top 10. These are the 10 big ones. Bringing up the rear of this top 10 list is Turkey. Turkey has been recently reworked, and it's now quite a difficult country to play. It's got its own unique mechanics again, and I find that a bit off-putting. I used to main Turkey, but since the update, I've never tried to play them. So they have some debuffs at the beginning of the game, but they're not too bad. Max planning's pretty good, but all the other debuffs there you can see. So some pretty big debuffs, but you can get rid of them all, of course. You start with 16 factories, 11 civs, 1 naval, 4 military, and your population is 15 million. So, not too bad. Your resources don't look great on paper, and they don't look much better with the mod. But it's okay. You've got enough steel, which is fine, of course. You just are missing some things. But overall, it's okay. The steel's the important one, and you've got enough to survive at the beginning. Political recommendations for Turkey: you either go fascist, join the Axis, or go communist and join Russia. I used to play communist Turkey, honestly, because it was way easy to get the communists to help down here, and, you know, you're kind of closer to Russia, so it's a bit safer. But if you go fascist, it's more rewarding, because you can get cores on the territories over here, which you wouldn't get otherwise. So, yeah, I guess it really depends on whether you are confident in your ability to win against Russia with German help. Which I wasn't. If you fully industrialise Turkey, you get a maximum of 169 factories, including 106 naval dockyards. So that's pretty good. You can also get a maximum amount of 310 steel, 1000 chromium, 70 aluminium, 20 oil. So it's okay, I guess. For naval bases, obviously in the Black Sea, because there's nowhere else you're going to go, you control by default the access to the Black Sea, so you're just never going to have any reason to build bases outside the Black Sea. Especially if you go communist, then you have Russia going through there as well, and they will also be using the Black Sea, so it's like a alliance made in heaven, really. You just want to go communist. Even if the flags aren't as fun. Moving on to future Turkey. First of all, it's worth noting Turkey does actually have a pretty decent starting navy. I forgot to mention this. So have a quick peek. The Turkish starting navy is 1 battlecruiser, 6 destroyers, 2 light cruisers, and 5 submarines. So not bad at all, and it's very interesting to have a battlecruiser rather than battleship, but of course it's meant to be historically accurate, so I assume Turkey actually did have a battlecruiser, which is nice. So you have massive expansion potential, and of course we're starting with the Ottoman Empire. Why on earth is this democratic? I don't know what happened there. But still, Ottoman Empire. The biggest downside to Turkey is you have a massive coastline to defend, and the Allies will try so hard to naval invade you everywhere. In Turkey, in the Balkans, in Africa, everywhere. I've never seen them invade the Middle East, actually, like Arabia, but everywhere else they will naval invade. On the bright side, you have a big population with 60 million now, which is easily rivaling any other world power. Your resources are humongous: 1000 steel, 2000 chromium, 500 aluminium, 700 oil, which is more than you could ever need, really. You have a shortage of rubber, though, but we don't care about that for the Navy. Hey, I forgot to took the Gaza Strip. Oh. And last of all, you have 504 factories, including 288 naval, which officially puts you in the superpower list. Just about, it's close, but you do make it. Now, we're going to get on to Turkey's naval buffs. You don't get any focus tree buffs, but you do get some other really nice things. So, you get a Mediterranean fleet designer, which is if you really just want to hug the Mediterranean, and it's just speed and less range, so it's not great. Coastal fleet, which again, we don't really care about, we don't want any of this. What we want is the battle fleet designer, of course, because there is no other that you would probably choose as Turkey. On top of that, you have the decisive battle expert, already giving you a 25% buff to all of your capital ships. You also have a screens expert, which is really good, so basically you're going all out on the battle fleet. So absolutely, there's no doubt about it, you're going to be going down the fleet in being tree. You're going to be focusing on battleships, battle cruisers, and the surface fleets with strong armor, strong attack. Turkey has a slow start to the game, and it requires a huge amount of expansion. However, if you make the right allies, then you'll get colossal swaths of land, and you'll have near uncountable resources, infinite oil to supply your fleet, and an absolutely colossal industrial potential as a superpower. Choose your allies carefully, as your game will depend on the allies you choose. Your navy should be built up around large capital ships, torpedo-focused screen ships. You should take Egypt, focus on driving the allies all the way out of northern Africa. You should deny the allies access to the Mediterranean and try to take Gibraltar as well. And completely protect yourself from that risk of naval invasions. From there you can work with your allies to focus on challenging the opposing navies of the world. And that brings Turkey in 10th place on this list with the Ottoman Empire, and it is a hard difficulty S tier country. Okay, so next on the list, in 9th place, we have Spain. Now, Spain is kind of an incomplete entry on the list because I didn't actually want to physically go and fight the civil war myself, and there was a load of effort in setting up the save file, so I'm going to focus based on theory and what I know from, the industry of Portugal and whatnot. So as Spain, you have a pretty good population of 25 million, it's a bit lower than the other central powers of Europe, but it's not bad. You have 27 factories, which is pretty good, 16 civ, 4 naval, 7 military, and plenty of resources. It has a really big benefit from the mod there. 200 steel, 99 tungsten, and 142 aluminium. Not bad. After industrializing Spain, you're probably going to have a couple of hundred factories, about 250 factories, and you're going to have, potentially, most of them can be naval dockyards, because Spain has a massive coastline. Obviously, you're going to easily conquer Portugal, so that's going to add to your industry further, which you'll get cores on, and you will form Iberia, the Iberian Union. Your starting navy is actually pretty powerful as well. Spain starts the game with 2 battleships, 12 destroyers, 2 light cruisers, and 12 submarines, which is not bad. Now, for your naval buffs, Spain gets naval buffs for plus 10% dockyard output and minus 10% heavy ship production costs, which is really good. You also have the Atlantic Fleet Designer, which is one of the best ones in the game. You have the Decisive Battle Expert, again always nice, and a Screen Expert. And, another Screen Expert down here. So potentially, you can have a double Screen Expert and have the best screen defense in the game with 30% screen defense and 20% screen attack, which is going to be really powerful. So generally, I didn't play Spain, I can't give too much opinion on strategy. You need to be able to deal with the Spanish Civil War, which is quite difficult. If you take the time and effort to learn Spain effectively and you can win the Civil War quickly, then Spain has an insane amount of power potential from their screen buffs and battleship potential. They can also gain claims on most of Europe, and the Americas, and the USA. So Spain has probably the highest amount of claims in the entire game if you can potentially actually conquer those places. But it is a very difficult country. Like, they're quite a powerful country, but it's just you're not as powerful as the people you get claims on, and that makes it difficult. You're not as powerful as France, you're not as powerful as America, etc. But obviously if you join in gangbanging France, and you've already won the Civil War nice and early, then Germany and Italy, you're helping them out, easily you're going to conquer France, you can get some nice chunk of France off of them for your work. I can't tell you what the maximum potential of Spain is, but I think it does qualify them to be an S tier, and I think they do have the potential to be a superpower if you learn Spain very well. Okay, so we're getting into the really big leagues now. We're getting on to number 8. Whoa, my mouse is going crazy. Number 8 is Germany. Look at that big fat Germany. Okay, so starting with National Spirits, you've got the MIFO bills, which gives you a load of buffs to your construction for the early game. It's a unique thing. You've got Ideology Drift Defense from Bitter Loser, because obviously he's a bit bitter from losing the First World War, tee-hee. And they have some they're all buffs actually, so that's interesting. Germany's like the only country where everything's a buff, not a debuff. That's interesting. Very interesting. You start with a population of 65 million, which is more than anybody in Europe, by far, hence why Germany was the big boy power. 69 factories, including 31 civilian, 10 naval dockyard, and 28 military factories. And resource-wise, you don't get anything from the mod, interesting. But you've got loads of steel, a bit of aluminium, but not much of much else. So Germany does have a resource shortage at the beginning of the game, but that's why you invade everyone, I suppose, to get their stuff. I think the German geographic position is both really good and really bad. So it's really great because you've got these rivers and stuff that you can use as defences and all the rest of it. But it's really bad because you're potentially surrounded by enemies literally everywhere. And that makes it pretty hard. I mean, it's okay if you follow Germany's historical path, you take out Poland, nice, and then you can conquer France, nice. And then you haven't really got so much to worry about. But at the very beginning, it seems quite difficult to be able to do all the things you need to do. One of the mods I like to play with is reduce world tension, just to stop the obsessive guarantees of everyone. Like, I always find it annoying. It's just like, oh, you attack basically one person, and then it's like, yep, guaranteed, everyone's involved, world war. I kind of prefer having the more limited scale wars. But obviously that's just a stylized choice, but obviously it removes the problem of Britain just guaranteeing every country on the planet. And you can obviously just declare war whenever you like, which I think is a little bit better. And obviously for roleplay games, it's also kinda better. Because people can always declare war whenever they want anyway, and I don't know. Anyway, Germany, of course, has a starting navy, because it's not a peasant country. It has 2 battleships, 12 destroyers, 2 heavy cruisers, 8 light cruisers, and 14 submarines. Now, let's take a look at future Germany. Just for the note, Germany can get 5 research slots at the beginning, and they get 6 in total. So this is pre-war Germany. This is fat Germany when you've expanded, basically. So when you've annexed Anschluss, Austria, when you've split Czechoslovakia, you have this, blah blah blah. I don't know why I have Denmark here. Clearly I was thinking something a bit weird. But I mean, geographically, Denmark totally looks like it should be part of Germany, so we'll just go with it. If you fully expand Germany, you actually have a monstrous number of factories. Even with this alone, you're already a superpower. You can see there's a population of 86 million, not that much different, but 800 factories. That's absolutely mad. 541 civilian and 184 naval maximum just from those territories here. And that doesn't even include the Dutch East Indies, well, yeah, there's nothing, it's just, wow, that's mad how many factories Germany can get just on their own German soil. Absolutely mad, 800 factories. Resource-wise, your resources are way better. You've got lots of things to boost your resources. You have almost 2,000 steel, loads of tungsten, plenty of aluminium, and even a bit of oil. So Germany can be a superpower even without geographic expansion. This really opens up the door to being democratic, or any other ideology really. You don't need to be fascist to be a superpower. Naval bases, I'm probably just going to recommend to have just along, well, the northern coast obviously, but on the inside of the Danish Straits, or the Danish Belts. You want to have it on the inside of these areas, so they're obviously easily more defended, and you control these bits here. And obviously you've got the Kiel Canal as well, which is another access point. But if they're on the outside, it's a lot, less protected. Now, if Germany goes on a massive conquest spree, obviously they can get even more lands. So if you were successful at going ham and conquering Poland and France and all of that stuff, interestingly enough, I mean, I didn't core these territories, obviously, but your factory potential isn't that massively increased, which is interesting. 946, including 238 naval dockyards, which is still, of course, great, and your resources are still expanded a bit. But it's not an absolutely unbelievable difference. Now let's have a look at your potential buffs as Germany. So Germany, it depends on the focus tree you're actually using, believe it or not. The Road 56 focus tree, I don't believe gives you a crazy amount of focuses, but I think gives you a couple for submarines. So you get some that give you more docks and stuff, which is nice, which you also get on the main focus tree. With this one, you get a minus 10% production cost to all submarines, which is really, really, really useful, and obviously that's what Germany would have done in real life, just submarines everywhere. I believe there's a different set of focuses on the vanilla focus tree, though. Your buffs, however, are really, really, really good. So first of all, you get an Atlantic Fleet Designer and a Battle Fleet Designer, both of which are two of the best in the entire game. Generally, I would just recommend using this one whenever you're building carriers, the Atlantic Fleet, and then when you want to build your battleships, swap over to the Battle Fleet Designer, because obviously the buffs are just better. Chief of the Navy, you have a Commerce Raiding Genius, which is really useful. It's just going to be good for if you want to do your commerce raiding and to choke Britain and all of that, which, to be honest, I mean, Germany's perfectly capable of doing. Build some big battleships. Your fleet won't be as big as the Royal Navy, but you should be able to still do that convoy raiding and escape without being sunk if you're fortunate, unless they really go all in to sink your ships. Decisive Battle Expert, combine that with the Battle Fleet, 25% buffs to all battleships. And down here we have a Submarine Specialist, Fleet Range, and Naval Air Defense plus 15%, which is going to be super, 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 super useful. So Germany has some really seriously good buffs. The only problem with Germany is that really you're so obsessed with the land wars, you just don't have the resources to build a big navy, because your industry has to be on factories if you really want to do well. If you're at this stage, if you've got the point where you've conquered France and Poland, now you can deal with your industry. As long as you don't plan to go to war with Russia, you can build a massive defensive line somewhere. It doesn't matter where, just build it, whether it's down here, whatever. And you just hold off Russia in the land war. And you fortify the coast, and you garrison the coast. At that point, if you can defend yourself, you can enjoy the naval warfare. That's where you can build your ships and go out and do your naval stuff. But until you're at that point where you've defended the Eastern Front, you've defended the coastlines from naval invasions, then there's no way you can have time to focus on your navy until that point. So, with Germany, I of course recommend to go with the Fleet in Being, because you have some really good battleship buffs, and you've got the anti-air stuff for your battleships too. Though you could go trade interdiction and submarines. It's really entirely up to you, to be honest. Germany's an interesting country for a naval pair. Of course, it has some amazing naval potential, but it does have a lot of problems. You have an extremely strong industry and very high quantities of resources. The only problem is the one resource you don't have is oil, which you need for any navy, basically. But well, you can get it from Romania, obviously, so there are ways of getting oil, obviously. You won't have as many dockyards as many other naval powers due to your limited northern coastline. Biggest problem of all is you really need to focus on your land wars. You have to do this. However, if you can take over Europe and France, as in historical, you can create strong defences along the Atlantic border and make a naval invasion impossible. Then, taking over the Mediterranean choke points, like Gibraltar and the Suez Canal, down here, and over here, and then you can make naval invasions impossible for the rest of the Mediterranean. If you can do this and fortify the Russian border, so Russia's not a threat, then you can just build a really powerful navy, focus on your naval gameplay against America, Japan, the UK, or whatever naval powers are left, and you can start to have naval fun. The one downside is that it's just difficult to get cores on most things as Germany, so you're really just going to have to spend PP if you actually want to core bits of France and everything else. But yeah, I guess at the end of if you're playing the long game, it's not a massive issue. That's Germany in number 8. And Germany, last of all, is a hard country. It is not. A lot of people say Germany's beginner-friendly. Yes, okay, I will argue Germany's beginner-friendly, but not for naval, basically. Okay, so in 7th place, the next country on this list is a personal favourite of mine. I used to main them. Portugal. Portugal's a really, really, really interesting country. So you're starting spirits. There are none. Oh, I picked the wrong focus tree. Whoopsie. Okay, so national spirits, here we go. You start off with an unreliable army and an unstable republic. Basically, there's going to be some civil wars somewhere if you don't know what you're doing, so gotta deal with that quick. Your population is a measly 7 million. It could be worse, of course, but it could be better too. Your industry, 16, including 3 naval dockyards, 11 civs, and 2 military, which is not too bad. Resources, they're not too bad either. You've got a little bit of steel, bit of chromium, bit of tungsten. It's okay. You got 2 options, be Portugal or conquer Spain, and we want the second one, which makes Portugal way harder to play. It's okay if you're not doing that, it's easy, but if you are doing that, you're going to increase your potential by a lot, and you probably should just do it. You might need some sort of AI help, or you might need a player help. I know if you have a player, even if they're playing a small country like Argentina, you can easily conquer Spain. So, yeah. In terms of your starting navy, you've got a lovely token navy over here. 6 destroyers, and 3 submarines. If you fully industrialise Portugal, you can have 67 factories, including 37 naval dockyards, which is obviously not enough. So, future Portugal has a lot of potential, to say the least. Conquer Spain, and you can immediately form the Iberian Union, getting cores on the whole of Spain. Alright, anyway, Iberian Union. Worthy of note, when you do this normally, actually, I don't have it here because I didn't do it through the focus tree, but if you do it through the focus tree and you go through the monarchist path, blah 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 blah, you actually gain Brazil's navy when you take over them. So you actually gain a couple of battleships and some other nice ships from Brazil. So it's an amazing focus tree to go down. The royal wedding, blah 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 blah. And yeah, when you go through this, you get the Brazilian navy, which is good because they have battleships. And you get a permanent plus 1k manpower per week and political power gain, which is really, really, really strong. Really strong. Now, so, if you form the Iberian Union as Portugal, you are immediately a superpower. There is no debating, no arguing, you are a superpower. Your population is now 80 million, which is higher than Germany, or any country apart from the Soviet Union, China, or America. Your factories, 803, including 500 naval dockyards. There are very few countries in the game that can get that many naval dockyards as easily. In fact, I would go as far as saying there is no country in the game that can get that many naval dockyards as easily as you. All you have to do is walk into Brazil, which is literally free real estate, and then conquer Spain. Conquering Spain is not easy, but it's possible. Even without AI help if you're really lucky. Resources, over 1,000 steel, tungsten, loads of chromium. Like, you basically have infinite resources. The only thing you're short on is oil. You have a bit of oil. You could do with more, but it's okay. So, yeah, you have a huge industrial potential as Portugal. Now, Portugal has, by the way, this is the thing that gets rid of your army debuff. It's literally the first one for the army tree. So you have some insane buffs for Portugal. So a powerful merchant marine already gives you minus 10% convoy production, permanently. Great. Then you can get another one called Endless Sea. Now this is insane. All your ships get plus 10% naval speed, plus 10% or plus 10, 0.10 experience gain daily, so you don't need a naval theorist. Max range plus 15, dockyard output plus 10, and escort efficiency plus 15. This is a colossal buff for your navy. Like, this is absolutely mad. There's no country in the game with one naval buff as significant as that. Now, going on to your leaders. It's not crazy good, but it's good. It's good. You have the Raiding Fleet Designer, which you're probably not going to use, and the Atlantic Fleet Designer, which is always good. It's okay. It's good. You can be satisfied with the Atlantic Fleet Designer. Good for your carriers and for your battleships. You're probably going to be focusing on armoured carriers anyway, rather than how many planes there are, because you don't have any buffs for that. Naval Maneuver for speed and decisive battle, so plus 20% for all your battleships. Not bad. But then here on the Military High Command, we have no other buffs. So it's a little bit lackluster, but it's okay. It's pretty good. And when you take everything else into account, Portugal is still easily worthy of its 7th place position. So I obviously recommend going with the fleet in being for Portugal, and it's getting a massive battleship navy. There's just not really anything else to consider, to be honest. Portugal has amazing potential. You have to focus on your expansion first, no navy whatsoever. But it doesn't take that long to do. You should have conquered Spain easily by the beginning of World War II, 1938-1939. If you haven't conquered Spain fast enough. It's easy to conquer Brazil through your focus tree, literally a baby can do it. The real challenge is Spain. If you conquer Spain, you'll easily become a superpower with massive stocks of resources and an extremely impressive industry that can rival any other world power. Also, you can get some very good battleship buffs, and your aircraft carriers are going to be okay, but you need to focus on armoured carriers, not efficiency carriers. Due to your overseas colonies, you can also turn them into air bases. You've got loads of little overseas colonies just dotted around. There's here, down here. There's one in India, there's one in China. You've got massive loads of colonies, both for your naval bases and for air bases. So that will make up for not having the best carriers as well, as most places in the world will be within range of one of your air bases. You can easily send a task force anywhere in the world thanks to your colonies, and Portugal's an extremely fun country for any naval player, and it's one of the countries I mained for the longest. I played Portugal for a really long time. The only downside is it takes time to set up, and Spain can be really hard to conquer, but it will be easy if you have another player helping you to send you troops. Lastly, you have a slight lack of resource compared to other superpowers, but it shouldn't really be an issue, and that brings Portugal in 7th place in this list as a medium to hard country. But I would say it's beginner friendly overall. You won't be able to conquer Spain as a beginner, but you will get Brazil, and that's enough to have a really good naval experience. Okay, so in 6th place, this one's a bit of a tragedy to me because I really feel like it should be higher than 6th, but it just isn't. The British Empire. Starting off with national spirits, that beautiful Union Jack. So your London Naval Treaty, signatory, stoicism, drift defense, recruiter population is decreased, and higher stability. Nothing exciting. Your population is 45 million. You've already got loads of radar defences in the UK, which is really cool actually. It's, helping with the air war against Germany, because no other country in the world has these radars at the beginning of the game, which is super cool. You have 63 factories, 30 civ, 19 naval dockyards, probably the highest in the game in terms of starting amount, and 14 military factories. For trade, you start off with 398 steel, 56 chromium, 32 tungsten, 30 rubber, 64 aluminium, and 9 oil. Remember though, because of all of your colonies all throughout the world, you can get your resources from literally anywhere. You just trade with them, and you get like 80 of whatever resource you want for like nothing, basically. You can do that for, I assume, India, Australia, Canada, all the dominions, but if not, you can still do it for British Malaya and stuff like that. I think it depends on maybe what level of thing they are. Integrated puppet, and obviously the Raj is a colony. And Canada and whatever are dominions, which is a bit different. I'm not sure the exact difference, but it's easy to find out, I'm sure. Your starting navy is Britain, is by far the biggest in the game. 3 battle cruisers, 12 battleships, 5 aircraft carriers, 128 destroyers, 16 heavy cruisers, 31 light cruisers, and 42 submarines. Absolutely fucking mad. Now, let's look at expansion, naval bases actually. So in Britain, obviously, naval bases, you've already got Portsmouth. You don't need to worry about your naval bases. You have another one in the Greater London area. You could build another one in Wales, and obviously you've got Scarp of Flow in the north, and you've got other naval bases up here, Orkney. So your naval bases are already managed, you don't need any more. I would be careful about where you put major naval bases in the world, as they can be conquered by other people, obviously, and this is all at risk from Japan. I think maybe, whatever you call this place, it's probably a pretty good place, because it's a bit further away from Japan. And obviously, you can build some on the islands near New Zealand and Australia, and if you defend them well, it should be fine. So, Britain has more expansion options than anyone in the world, and to be honest, I believe it's not even crazy hard to conquer America as Britain at the beginning of the game, because America's army is not that big. So you could just rush everything to Canada and just invade America, and then you're basically golden. So yeah, Britain obviously has the potential to be one of the most absolutely insane superpowers the world could ever imagine. If you free India and then you reconquer them, and then you go out and you conquer America and you form the Anglosphere, this is the absolute pinnacle of the British Empire. You have a monstrous amount of resources. Obviously, the problem with this is by this point that you've done this, you could fight Japan if they're not dead or whatever, or maybe Russia, but you've basically conquered the entire world at this point. So yeah, Britain has probably the largest potential of any individual country, worldwide-wise, but yeah. You have 1,593 factories, including almost 1,000 naval dockyards. Absolutely mad. And resource-wise, 6,000 steel, and just infinite everything else. Absolutely monstrous. It is absolutely insane. And obviously, you can use all the funnest naval locations. If you get all of this, you want to put another massive industry area in the Great Lakes, because I love the Great Lakes. It's the best naval base, in my opinion. So much potential, so much fun. Just defend Britain, use it as a forward base, have all your industry in America, just have fun, man. Whoever wins the war in Europe with Russia, Germany, don't even care, just enjoy the fight with them when you get to that. Also, this flag is wacky as hell. So, now looking at the naval buffs of Britain. Britain does get a focus tree buff, which gives them minus 10% light hull and trade convoy production cost. For your fleet designers, you have a great selection, with escort fleets, raiding fleets, coastal fleets, and all the big three, the Battle Fleet Designer, the Pacific Fleet Designer for your carriers, and the Atlantic Fleet Designer. So when you're designing your carriers, you probably want to have a mixture of the Pacific and Atlantic. Remember, with designers, it's based on when you research it, which one you currently have. So you want to have probably one of them, or two of them, as Atlantic fleet designs, and two as Pacific fleet designs. Maybe I would probably have my Tier 3 carrier as Atlantic, and my Tier 4 as Pacific, or something like this. And obviously the armoured ones are going to be more suited for the Mediterranean and close to Europe, and the Pacific ones are going to be more for fighting with Japan, or, you know, in the open ocean around India. As they will give you complete air supremacy, but they will have less defense. Down for your Chief of the Navy, you have Decisive Battle Specialist. Now this is a massive disappointment. Why don't you have a Decisive Battle Expert? It just doesn't make sense. Every other country has one near enough, but you don't. Which is a massive slap in the face, because it means you just have a worse version. You do have a really good Naval Aviation Expert here, which does make up for it. So realistically, I'm just going to tell you to use the Naval Aviation Expert, especially in conjunction with the Pacific Fleet Designer. And lastly, you've got Anti-Submarines, Submarine Expert, and Screen Expert. So you have some Naval Strike Experts. So realistically, you've got some amazing naval buffs here. Like, you really want to go with those aircraft carrier buffs, I think. And obviously you'll choose which one you don't want. You can either drop screens and have all the best submarines, or drop submarine defense, or whatever. You've got a lot of choice of some really solid naval buffs, but really focus on those aircraft carriers. And the battleships are okay, but I think they're really there to hold the line. Britain's aircraft carriers are probably better than their battleships. And you can see here 6 research slots, really good. Britain can also get minus 10% infantry production cost and minus 5% consumer goods factories, which is really nice. Altogether, I would recommend either going with the Fleet and Being or the Naval Strike Doctrine, the Base Strike Doctrine. To be honest, I'd probably say Base Strike over Fleet and Being, just because you have 3 separate buffs to your fleet, your Base Strike. So I think Base Strike, overall, it's better. But it's up to you. Either one can work with Britain, so it's really down to your playstyle. You're going to have a powerful surface navy, and you're either going to have battleships and battle cruisers or aircraft carriers. It's up to you. Britain is any naval player's wet dream. It is easily by far the highest maximum ceiling in the entire game in terms of power and industry potential. It's very hard to reach its maximum potential because it takes so much skill to do all the things you need to do, conquering India, conquering America, all of this. But no matter what you do as Britain, you're going to be powerful, even if you don't expand in that way whatsoever. You're still going to be a superpower. If you form the Imperial Federation and conquer America to form the Anglosphere, you'll have the largest economy, resources, and fleet in the game by far. That's it. No problem. The only problem is you're not going to have many people left to fight. Only Russia or Germany or Japan, if they're left, whatever. The only downside to Britain is your naval buffs are a little bit lackluster. Like, you do have a really good array of buffs, a really good diversity of buffs, but they're not as strong as some of the other countries higher up on this list that can focus their navy and have super buffs for that one thing. Like, look at Norway with their 39% armor buffs. Mad! Oh, Norway. So they're not bad by any means. You have even better ship designers, every best ship designer, and you have some really good military staff, but they're not quite as good as some of the other countries. Britain is still a great naval country, and their geographic positioning is perfect. And you really have all the freedom to do what you like with her and rule the waves. And that brings Britain in 6th place as a hard country. But for a naval player, I would say she is an easy, friendly country for new players to play Navy. That's Britain. Okay, so now we get to the top 5, the really big superpowers. And the first one here is America. In my other list, America was number 1, but that's mainly because America is easy. It is easy as hell. It is the easiest naval country in the entire world to play. But its maximum ceiling is not that high. Even Britain has a higher maximum ceiling than America. The reason I'm putting America above Britain is they do have some better buffs, in my opinion. So first of all, national spirits, London Naval Treaty, ideology drift defense, Great Depression, which is a debuff to your economy, communism support is lower, and yeah, so your research, yeah, so you've got a couple of debuffs, but you can deal with them quite well. Population, 123 million, which is like the 2nd highest in the game after the Soviet Union, I assume. Your trade, you've got resources, you've got loads of resources. You don't get anything from the mod, of course, because you have loads already. You've got loads of oil, steel, tungsten, aluminium, and a lack of rubber and chromium. And lastly, your factories, 160. That's a lot of factories to begin with. It's mad. But only 23 now, still a lot. It's more than Britain even. Oh my lord. and 12 military, and 124 civ. And look at that, your oil reserves can be filled in like less than a month because you have such a ridiculous oil supply. That is mad. So in terms of your geography, always put your naval bases in the Great Lakes. That's just sick. Unless you want to be not friendly with Britain, then don't, because Canada obviously controls that strait. But you can put them anywhere you like, really. The Gulf of Mexico, on the East Coast, West Coast, doesn't matter. Just make sure it's defended. You obviously have Hawaii, which allows you to reach Japan when you want to do your naval stuff against them. And you have the Philippines as a colony. Yeah, so it's interesting. Really interesting. How does a democratic country even got a puppet to begin with? Really interesting. America's starting navy is also one of the biggest in the game. You start with 15 battleships, 4 aircraft carriers, 113 destroyers, 15 heavy cruisers, 12 light cruisers, and 71 destroyers, which easily rivals Britain, Japan, or any other world power. Okay, so just double checking the American focus tree. Going down fascist America. So you do get some expansion options, but it's really just conquer focuses, and they're mainly through these war powers and stuff like that. So it's a bit interesting. And obviously you won't get cores on those territories, you'll have to spend PP. But yeah, by default you don't get claims on territories, you just get war goals. So I didn't actually add anything to this. Of course, when you get your war goals, you can just annex them, you have to spend loads of PP to get cores, which makes expansion for America a bit slow because you're not going to be getting cores. But even so, without that, America still has a lot of potential. 711 factories, all of these resources, basically infinite in most things, just not chromium and rubber. And yeah, your factories, you're obviously going to be a superpower. If you go for the war claims, the other thing is obviously you're not going to be involved in the war in Europe. If you're democratic, you just can't do that. You have to go fascist, which means you're going to be the next big enemy after Germany, I guess. So yeah, it's a really interesting game. Fascist America can be a lot of fun, I guess, and you've got a lot more potential for expansion. But Democratic America, this is Democratic America, which is how most people expect you to play. This is your maximum potential for Democratic America. Now, since I've spoke so highly of them, let's speak about the American buffs. So, on your focus tree, you can get the Bureau of Ships, which is somewhere around here. There we go. Which gives you minus 5% production cost for all of your ships, which is really, 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 really good. That's a really, really solid buff. So that increases your production tenfold. Look at that, 10 naval dockyards just from a focus. It's mad. You also get a plus 5% shore bombardment bonus, which is interesting. I guess that's referencing when America decided to go and bomb the north of France when we seized the French Navy. That was fun. Now, for the American ship designers, we have got the Atlantic Fleet Designer and the Pacific Fleet Designer. These are the two we're going to worry about. So America has really good aircraft carriers. Now, your battleships aren't that great, but your carriers are amazing. So the majority of the time, you're going to focus on the Pacific Fleet Designer. For your head of Navy, you have a Naval Aviation Expert, giving you a massive buff, 2 aircraft carriers, again. And then, even on top of that, you have another Carrier Expert, giving you 15% sortie efficiency and 15% AA attack benefits. And with America, you can see these benefits are really, 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 really big. They're really, really, really good. Now, because of this, your battleships are really just there. You want to focus on armor and you just want to hold the line. Most of your damage in naval battles is going to be from carriers. You have some of the best aircraft carriers in the game, and that's what you need to focus on with America. Now, to make that even better than all of the carrier buffs you already have, if you weren't already convinced that you should just focus on carriers for the most part, you also have... So yeah, if you weren't already convinced that America should just focus on their carriers and not be too worried about their battleship fleets, obviously you're going to have battleships because your industry is so huge, and you need something to screen for your carriers, but you should be focusing on the carriers. And to top it off, you have this guy, Admiral Mark Mitcher, whatever his name is, but he also has an additional 10% sortie efficiency for all carriers, giving you a further buff, 20% actually, and naval air targeting from carriers. So this is basically, you know, probably arguably the joint best carrier country in the game. Your buffs might even be the best when you consider your industry is going to be far superior. So really, yeah, don't forget this Admiral. He's a massive difference. You need him to be in your carrier forces. But yeah, America has some crazy potential for their carrier buffs. So my recommended, obviously, research focus is going to be the Naval Base Strike Doctrine, you can build the surface fleet of your dreams, and you're going to have a very powerful carrier-based surface navy. And you don't even need to work for it, because you just don't have to expand, you just chill. You can sit there, go AFK, and you'll probably still win. It's the easiest country in the game by far to build a world-conquering navy, which is why it was number 1 in the other video, just because it was so easy. But this video is not about easiness. We don't care if it's hard or easy, we just want the maximum potential. But if you're a new player, just play America. You'll really get to understand the naval systems, and you won't have any way of being threatened, so you can just enjoy learning the naval gameplay. So as a new player, I would absolutely recommend playing America. It doesn't have the highest ceiling, as there are other countries with more potent buffs, but if you go fascist, you can gain more land, you just have to conquer with PP to get cores. Your buffs really are not bad at all, but the carriers are amazing carrier buffs. You just don't have many buffs for other things. So yeah, either way, if you're a new player and you just want to sink your teeth into that delicious naval gameplay and to practice or learn naval mechanics, the USA is the best starting country, by far. Not to mention, if you're democratic, you can practice against Japan, and if you're fascist, you can go against Britain. So you have no shortage of enemies to actually pummel. And America will pummel anyone they fight, basically. It's not hard to do well as America. It's usually the biggest reason Germany may flop and ruin your fascist game is America. So if you go fascist, Germany has a good chance of winning in Europe. There's no other AI really that will cause Germany to fail apart from Russia, I guess. And Japan's going to struggle to reach you if you even have basic defenses on Pearl Harbor. They won't be able to take Pearl Harbor. But obviously with Japan, just hold Pearl Harbor or you're going to get ruined. If Japan gets Hawaii, they will naval invade you. So, but unless they do that, you should be okay. And overall, I would say America is a very easy country, but if you want to play fascist, that's going to increase to a medium difficulty country. And that brings in the USA in 5th place on this list. Okay, so in 4th place on this list, we're looking at Italy. Italy is not only an interesting country because it looks like a boot in the middle of the Mediterranean, but it has a very interesting playstyle and has a lot of potential. So, with Italy, you get 4 research slots and a maximum of 6. For your starting things, you get a bunch of army debuffs and industry debuffs, but you can fix those later, and you are a London Naval Treaty signatory. You start the game with 50 civilian factories, 21 civs, 11 naval, and 18 military. In terms of resources, you get very little, 100 steel, 100 aluminium, and basically nothing else, so that's pretty tough. Your starting navy is pretty decent. You have 2 battleships, 80 destroyers, 8 heavy cruisers, 11 light cruisers, and 51 submarines. Not bad at all. It's so hard to play naval with fascist countries, like with Britain and America having such massive navies. Like, it's such overwhelming odds. Your starting geographic position is good, but bad. So it's great because in the land borders, you just have these mountains to defend, and really it's only the French border. Everything else is not even at risk. But it's bad because you've got this giant boot sticking out of the Mediterranean, which is basically Britain's swimming pool, because they control Gibraltar and Egypt, so they can do whatever the hell they like. And they can just naval invade the crap out of you anywhere in your entire country. So, good but bad, right? Your starting population is 41 million, which is pretty good. And I would recommend putting all of your naval bases, where possible, in the Adriatic Sea. It's good that your main one here in Calabria, or whatever it's called, is in the Adriatic, so it means you just put your whole navy here, have your planes help as well, and then they shouldn't be able to naval invade this side of the island. But this one is still a risk, so you've got to have garrisons over here when you join the war with Britain, or they're going to naval invade the crap out of you. If you get the maximum amount of industrialization possible with Italy, you can have 316 factories, including 241 naval dockyards. And your resources will reach about 600 steel, 300 aluminium, 200 oil, which is mostly from your African colonies, by the way, and nothing else. Now, for expansion, Italy is one of those countries where technically you could stay on your own and you'd have an alright sort of military, but you need to expand to get the most out of it. And you could just get a little bit out of France, and that's kind of it, or you could go into the Balkans, and again, that's kind of it, or you could have ridiculous super expansion, and that's what we're going to look like today. So, Italy can do this little thing called making Rome. Yeah, it's really dumb, and I don't know how it's actually possible to do, but you need to conquer France, Spain, the whole of the Balkans, Austria. You have to conquer a ridiculous amount of shit. How is it even possible? The thing is that by the time you get this, you've already won the game. You've taken over the entire world, basically. and Germany would never let you do it, so you'd have to betray Germany and go to war with Germany to get this stuff. But if you do it, you are going to be a superpower, and it's really hard to do, but let's look at that potential anyway, because this is Italy's maximum potential. So your population will be 225 million, a massive number. Your resources, effectively unlimited in everything apart from rubber. Okay, great. You now own the Mediterranean completely. Like, I suppose defense-wise it's really easy, you just defend here, your eastern border, and I guess the northern Europe's not as secure, but still, it is what it is. 2,139 factories, a colossal number, including 1,000 naval dockyards. Even more, just about, than Britain forming the Anglosphere. But to be honest, I think the Anglosphere is more powerful than Britain in terms of, I think it's a better strategic position, a better location, stuff like this. Now, the buffs are what I want to look at, mainly with Italy, because Italy has some really good buffs. So, to begin with, Italy starts with focus tree buffs for 5% factory output, increased construction speed, minus consumer goods factories, plus 20% monthly population as a focus, and plus 20% resource gain efficiency for every territory. Also, lots of good army buffs. Now, for their ships alone, they have a plus 5% naval hit chance, plus 10% ships in first contact, and plus 5% capital ship attack for all ships, for capital ships. Now, your ship designers are a bit disappointing. You don't even have one good ship designer, which is disappointing. I mean, realistically, if you really were passionate about this, you could reduce Italy down to potentially 6th place, and you could put Britain in 5th and America in 4th. But it really depends. These are all kind of interchangeable, I think. Also, look at that beautiful... I don't know what you call this. It's not a wreath, it's a weird-ass Roman crown. But it looks beautiful, and I suppose that gives them an edge. So the other things Italy can have is they can have a naval aviation expert, specialist. It's not as good as the other ones. But they do get a decisive battle expert. Remember, on top of the focus buff, it's a lot better. And, last of all, they get a capital ships expert here, which is another buff for their capital ships. And they can get improved submarine detection and a plus 8% naval AA specialist. So Italy has some really good naval buffs. With Italy, I would of course recommend going down the fleet in being research tree. Italy is an extremely hard country to play because it's almost impossible to form the Roman Empire, and by the time you have, you've already won the game. But should you become very good at playing Italy, their potential is almost unrivaled. You have by far the most resources and industry in the game, hands down, near enough. If you complete all the buffs from admirals, focuses, and other bonuses, then you're going to get a really good maximum capital ship attack buff of plus 30% and 20% armor, which is really good. Generally, you can have some great naval buffs. While not being the best in the game, they can certainly hold their own against any other country. Italy is a challenging country to play, but it can be very rewarding if you become very good at them. I recommend focusing on battleships and having separate fleets for AA support to make the most of your admirals. So while Italy has been placed higher on the list than Britain or America, in reality this is only for the best Italy players. Italy does have a higher maximum potential and better battleship buffs, but it will take a lot of skill to reach their maximum potential, and the UK and the US are both much easier to play, and the majority of the time, unless there's an extremely good Italy player, the Americans and British will be better than Italy. And that's why Italy is going to be given a very hard difficulty. In 4th place on the list. In 3rd place on this list, I really desperately wanted this country to be higher on the list, but I put it in 3rd place for various reasons. I wanted it to be higher because it is my main country and what I play the most. That is France. So France is a super fun country to play. So you start off in an okay situation. You've got some interesting national spirits. You are part of the naval treaty, blah blah blah. You've reduced recruitable populations, lots of debuffs politically, But you do get plus 25% max planning from the Maginot Line protection, which is really cool. I like that. It's a nice mechanic, and you can really stack that buff to get some really high max planning. So you can potentially get a maximum of plus 65% max planning, and it's always hard to tell whether you should go down superior firepower for offensiveness the max planning will be Grand Battle Plan, or Asymmetric Warfare will give you massive core defense bonuses. But I think realistically you should make the most of that Maginot Line buff and go with the max planning. And obviously Finland goes for core attack and defense because they have ridiculous buffs to their cores, attack and defense anyway. But obviously the choice is up to you, and there's a lot of freedom as France. You have 50 factories, 33 civilian, 9 naval, and 8 military. And resource-wise, you have crazy resources. 100 chromium, 800 steel starting, and 340 aluminium. So you have really, really amazing resources. And a population of 42 million. It's not great. France had a lot of casualties in the First World War, but you can fix it later on. Your geographic position is pretty damn good. You have no threats to the south, because Spain just isn't a threat. You've got really good mountains here between you and Italy to defend. The Maginot Line itself is near impenetrable. But obviously up here you've got a big weakness, and for most countries, especially democratic France, that is a weakness. It doesn't affect me, because I play Napoleonic France. So I take over Belgium and the Netherlands very quickly, and then I invade Germany and take up to the Rhine, which is nearly impossible to then invade through, basically. I also rushed Germany before the beginning of World War II, which makes it very easy to take out Germany as France, as you have a bigger army than them and more resources. But you do have to take them out quite early, and with Napoleon, you build a tree where you focus, allying Poland and Czechoslovakia, etc., and even Italy if you need it, so you can destroy Germany. Or if you don't need it, you can just attack Italy as well, which I have done, and it's perfectly doable. I play France as my main country, so a lot of fun with Napoleonic Italy. And who doesn't want to say, Vive l'Empereur, live the Emperor, bring back Napoleon. It's a wonderful focus tree you get from this mod, by the way, absolutely wonderful. And you get cores on all of the traditional French lands, which is everything west of the Rhine, which is just very rewarding, very fun. You start with 4 research slots and can get a maximum of 7. If you max industrialize France, you can get up to 473 factories, including 221 naval. So even as a democratic country, you've got a really, really powerful industry. And after max industrialization, you have 3,000 steel, 300 chromium, 1,000 aluminium, 100 rubber, 100 oil. Now, your starting navy as France is also one of the biggest in the game. You have 5 battleships, 1 aircraft carrier, 52 destroyers, 7 heavy cruisers, 7 light cruisers, and 63 submarines. A really powerful starting navy. Easily bigger than anyone in the world, apart from maybe Japan, Britain, and America. I think you're about equal with Japan, to be honest. Now, we're going to look at France's potential expansion, because recently I noticed that with the Road to 56 mod, they recently made it so you can form the EU, which you couldn't do before as France. Unless you were democratic. Do you have to be democratic now? I'm not sure. That's a good question. I didn't try that yet. Perhaps you can't do it if you're not democratic. But if you are, you can always flip democratic, or there's some other way around it, I'm sure. So yeah, I never changed my ideology to democratic, so perhaps that's just because I was already democratic. Which is really interesting, I suppose. Very interesting indeed. After taking the EU, you've got probably the most powerful country in the game. Probably. You can make the Latin Union regardless of being democratic to give you cores in Romania, etc. And then the EU gives you cores in Central Europe, and they have expansions to get the rest of Europe. So, incredible potential. Your population is now 233 million, even bigger than the Roman Empire, potentially. You don't get cores and all the stuff over here that Rome does, but I think it's about comparable. They're pretty similar. 2,227 factories, including 1,122 naval dockyards. An absolutely ridiculous number. And your resources are effectively infinite, with over 7,000 steel and just disgusting amounts of everything else. So the maximum potential of France is absolutely insane. And Switzerland is still alive and kicking, and oh, I get a claim on that. Damn it, I didn't even know, but apparently you only have it on Western Switzerland, which is interesting. Now we're going to get on to what really makes France shine. So France gets a minus 10% cost for all infantry equipment, unmotorized, and artillery, which I think is the Napoleon tree, or might not be. But you have minus 10% factory construction speed, and you have lots of buffs to division organization, recruitable population, and recovery rates. Loads of buffs for your army. You also get plus 10% dockyard construction speed and output, minus 10% refitting costs and increased repair speeds for all ships, and you can get one free battleship and aircraft carrier through your naval focus tree, which was redone recently, so you can lay down the Jean Bar battleship, and you can do some fancy things with that, and you get a carrier down here too. So, very cool, you can get a lot out of that. Now, for your other naval buffs, you have some brilliant things here, not just free ships, but we have the Battle Fleet Designer, which is one of the best, well, you have all of them. You've got the Escort Fleet, which you don't need so much, and, you know, Raiding Fleet, and Coastal Fleet, and Mass Ship, we don't care about. But the Battle Fleet Designer for your battleships, the Atlantic Fleet Designer for armoured carriers and battleships, and the Pacific Fleet Designer for having higher sortie efficiency. So there's all the best naval shipyards here for France. And for your Chief of the Navy, you have a Decisive Battle Expert. In fact, you have two of them. If only you could do them together, that'd be dumb as hell. A Naval Aviation Specialist, which obviously you're not going to go with. Realistically, you're just going to go with the Decisive Battle Expert, because it's the best one for you. And for the Military High Command, you also have a Screen Expert, which is always really good, and a Capital Ship Specialist. If this Capital Ship Specialist was a Capital Ships Expert, you would have the highest attack buffs for battleships, I think. You'd have one of the highest attack buffs in the game. Because it's only a Specialist, it's a bit of a disappointment. So your maximum buff is going to be 15, plus 10, 25, just 30, when it could have been 35 if you had an expert. But that's okay. Overall, you've still got some amazing buffs overall, and they're pretty good for carriers too. You also have a very good range of admirals with France. So you can see up here, higher ships in first contact, better positioning, some good stats. Down here you have capital ship attack. Like, you've got some really good admirals. You've got some submarine attack on that one. You've got all sorts of admirals here. They're not amazing, but they are good. They're definitely good. They fall under the good category. So obviously for France, you're going to be focusing on a battleship navy, and you're going to want the... Why is it clicking? You're going to want the fleet in being tree. And you're going to have a powerful battleship surface fleet. France is insane as a naval power. I've mained France for at least the last year or so, and I consider it easily in the top 5 naval powers, like top 3 easily now. If you go down the monarchist tree and get Poland and all the rest of it, and defeat Germany and Italy, it's just insanely powerful. If it's too hard for you, you can ally with Italy instead, and they'll help you beat Germany, and you can at least beat Germany. And be your ally. But yeah, you can easily then swing back round, conquer Spain and Portugal to form Iberia, and that'll make you a superpower, even if you don't do the Latin Union. So you can have Italy on side, beat Germany, swing back, take Spain, form Iberian Union, you've got cores on France and Spain, and all Portuguese colonies. So you already have a massive empire, even without doing the Latin Union, which is all of this, and even without doing the EU, which is all of this. And obviously Italy will be an ally, so even if you don't control Italy, they're still going to help you. If you have balls and skill, and you manage to conquer all of this, then obviously France is just monstrous. But even I haven't done this fully yet. I've done the Latin Union, but not the EU, and I think that's because of the democratic limitation. So yeah. If you get cores on all of this, you're going to be easily as powerful as the Imperial Federation. It's just mad. Aside from your expansion, I recommend making a strong battle fleet. Make sure it's balanced and you have every ship type. The only thing you lack is AA buffs, but realistically with a country with this much power, you don't really need AA buffs that much. And that brings in France in 3rd place on this list, as I'm going to say a hard country. In 2nd place, we have another monstrous country. And can anyone guess who it is? I bet you can. It's Russia. Russia is another country I've mained for a really long time. If I had to pick the 2 countries I play best in the whole game, it's Russia and France. And Russia is just ridiculous. Even without any expansion, it's mad. So Russia's starting off with 4 research slots. You've got loads of debuffs, and you're going to have a civil war if you don't deal with the Trotsky thing, so you either have to purge and go communist or go to another ideology, whatever, but you've got to do it. You start off with 85 factories, 45 civs, 6 naval, 34 military, which is really, really, really good. And you start with loads of resources here, even buffed by the mod. You've got 754 steel, 400 chromium, 200 aluminium, 300 oil, everything you need but tungsten and rubber. And to be honest, rubber's important, but tungsten's not so much. Now, your positioning's really good. I mean, if Japan attacks you, you're in a bad spot. But in vanilla, they won't attack you. And online, you do need to be aware of the risk of Japan. But otherwise, you don't have any threats, really, apart from kind of in Europe. So you just focus on the Western Front. You've got some brilliant dockyard locations in the Black Sea. You really want to conquer Turkey so you can get access to that. Obviously, you've got the Barents Sea at the top as well, or the Barents Sea. Those are the two recommendations I would have for naval bases, especially the Black Sea. But you got to conquer Turkey for that. If you fully industrialize Russia, you have already 1,374 factories, including 230 naval dockyards. A truly disgusting amount. Russia is just, as I believe one of Napoleon's marshals said, I think it was one of Napoleon's marshals, the vastness of Russia devours us. And that really just describes it. Without any extra territory, you have over 1,000 factories already. So Russia's potential is vastly higher than America's. Like, hands down, it's not even comparable. Now, if Russia expands, after industrializing the whole of Russia, again, you already have 3,356 steel, 1,725 chromium, 300 tungsten, 850 aluminium, 63 rubber, and 1,500 oil. So without any expansion, Russia is already completely and utterly self-sufficient, and there's nothing else you need. With expansion, however. So with expansion, Russia has even more potential. Conquer Turkey. The easiest one I recommend is conquer Turkey, take all this stuff, leave them as a buffer. You've now got control of the Black Sea. Conquer Iran. You could take the whole of Iran, but I just did this because that's all you need to get the cores. And then you can form Turin, which gives you cores on all of this stuff, which is nice. And that hasn't even included, apart from the focus taking Finland, that hasn't even included conquering the Nordics. So you can get a lot of expansion reasonably easy, I would say, as well. Now, if you do this, your total population is going to go up to 250 million, 1,926 factories, including 426 naval. Remember, your naval is really what you lack on your original Russian territory. By taking Turkey, you've massively expanded your naval potential, which is another reason to conquer Turkey, because that is your naval industrial base. That is what you need to defend. You could also expand down here, and then you just have to defend the way from Egypt, which, to be honest, I'd probably recommend, but that's going to bring you into direct confrontation with the Allies, so it's entirely up to you. You just need to defend your coastline here anyway to stop naval invasions, and realistically, as Russia, it's not easy to invade Gibraltar, so it's up to you how you play, really, but you want Turkey for the naval potential. And resources, even more unlimited. 4,500 steel, over 3,000 chromium, like, your resources are effectively infinite at this point. The starting Russian navy is also surprisingly good, with 3 battleships, 22 destroyers, 5 light cruisers, and 94 submarines, so Russia has a lot of naval potential from the beginning. The only problem is half your fleet is literally locked in the Black Sea, and you can't use it because of Turkey, so you need to literally conquer Turkey. Or make allies out of them, or do something. It doesn't really matter. Just deal with it. Now, Russia has some insane buffs. So, you don't have any naval buffs from your tree. Your tree as Russia sucks. I mean, it's okay on Road to 56, but it's not good. Russia's being reworked very soon. They're going to get a new focus tree, and I look forward to seeing how that looks. But this is why Russia's so good. You only get one of the main fleets we want. You get the battle fleet designer. You get the escort fleet too, which is not bad. But the battle fleet's what we care about. Then, for your chief of the navy, you get decisive battle expert, which is, again, all that we care about. And then military high command, a capital ships expert. That gives you altogether plus 35% attack and armor for all battleships. Probably the best battleship buffs in the entire game at 35% for both. I think that is the best, which is why when I play Russia, you just build super battleships. You build the biggest battleships you can possibly build. And you, of course, go down the fleet in being, and when you add up all of this stuff, like, the amount of damage you're going to be adding to it is just mad. Mainly organization and armor, but you can get up to 45% armor from going down fleet in being. And attack can go up to 45% as well, so you're going to have absolutely colossal buffs for your battleships. Also, for Russia, you have some pretty good admirals. Not many of them, but the ones you have are good. So they have alright stats. The top one gives you shore bombardment and also capital ship armor. So with the other buffs, you can get 55% armor, which is really good. Maybe even a little bit more. So you get some crazy armor. I think you can even mix that with one of the research trees over here somewhere. Possibly. Yeah, armor. So you can get up to 60% armor. 60% armor and damage containment and more attack. Like, you can get some crazy buffs for your battleships. Russia has the highest potential in the whole game, I think, just for battleships. Nothing else for their other ships, but the battleships themselves are insane. I once sunk the entire Royal Navy with my fleet in Russia in a single battle, using 4 super battleships and a load of screens. Just 4, and I sunk the entire Royal Navy. So Russia has some mad potential for their battleships. And they're nearly unsinkable as well. Even if they get beaten, they just limp away and you can repair them. So overall, Russia is an amazing naval power and easily hands down it has the best battleships in the entire game. Unfortunately, Russia has no buffs for any screens or AA defense or anything else really, but it does make up for that by having the best battleships in the game, which is absolutely insane, with 35% heavy attack base and plus 45% armor base from stats, which is mad. This means Russia can focus entirely on its battleships. It's also a very easy country to play. If you go fascist and join the Germans, you have no threats basically whatsoever and can just build up. Just make sure to prevent D-Day from landing in Europe on the German territory, or you're going to regret it later on. From there, you can focus entirely on your naval wet dream. Conquer the Baltics, perhaps the Middle East or Eastern Europe, or the Nordics, or just take what you want really. It's free real estate because you're Russia. And none of them will be able to resist you without any help. You have an unrivaled economic and industrial force. The difference is any other country in the game must have power and fight to get what they want. You just have to sit there and wait, and you'll get it. And you can have that much without conquering a single country, which makes it so much easier. Russia has an absolutely mad power base for my analysis, but remember, unlike most other countries, you can get even more land than I used in my example as Russia, which is just ridiculous. I didn't even conquer the Nordics, because they didn't get war goals on the focus tree, but you can just do it anyway. Russia is easily one of the most powerful naval countries in the game, no matter how you look at it. And it's very beginner friendly, since war is basically optional if you go fascist. Overall, Russia's difficulty is easy to medium. I definitely recommend it for beginners. I recommend America more for beginners, but Russia's, if you want to go fascist, then definitely go Russia. If you want to go communist, it's going to be a lot harder, and Germany might punch you and beat you up a bit, but yeah, that brings Russia in second place on this list. And lastly, the number 1 spot on this list, I think a lot of you have been waiting for this to be honest, it is Japan. Japan. What a country. You've got some national spirits which buff some of your army stuff, and you've got a lot of debuffs and buffs, lots of different things. Japan's a very hard country to play because you have to play hyper aggressive, like ridiculous levels of aggression. You start off with a population of 64 million, pretty damn good, unrivaled by most world powers. Your resources are abysmal, however. Even with the buffs here, you can see we've got 96, like less than 100 in every single resource. Your resources are absolute trash. 55 factories are okay, with 25 civ, 14 naval, and 16 military. But those resources are absolutely appalling, and that's why Japan is so hard. You have to expand, you have to fight, you have to win what you want. And that's why it's so hard, because it's one of the hardest countries to do that with compared to some of the other countries. If you fully industrialize Japan, you get 267 factories, including 208 naval dockyards. Resource-wise, you never get more than 300 resources in anything, so you need to expand. In terms of naval bases, you're an island. Go do what you want, really. I probably recommend putting most of them around here. I mean, you could put air defense in these areas too, so I'll just shove your naval bases around here on mainland Japan. And when you conquer China, you want to put them down in the Yellow Sea, just like you do with China. I would also recommend probably taking Attu Island and turning it into a naval base when possible for your version of Hawaii, basically. Or even Midway. You want to take one of these islands so you can reach America more easily. Japan's starting navy is really impressive. You can get 3 battle cruisers, 6 battleships, 4 aircraft carriers, 94 destroyers, 16 heavy cruisers, 19 light cruisers, and 52 submarines. Overall, that's a powerful navy. So, first of all, you conquer China, and that already gives you a mass amount of things, and you can reform China, basically, and it will give you cores in a lot of China, and give you a load of potential. After conquering China and maxing it all out, you have 892 factories, making you a superpower, and 500 million population, making it effectively unlimited. Resources are also much better. You've now got a decent amount. Nowhere near as much as the European powers, of course, but you still have enough that you don't need to worry about your resources. Japan, however, has 2 stages of expansion, because if you do this, it's highly likely If Germany's winning against Russia, you attack Russia at the same time to finish them off, and then you're going to expand even further. If you fully conquer all the things that you would do well to conquer as Japan, you're going to have a crazy amount of territory. I would usually, I guess, push all the way up to this mountain line with Russia, and then just whatever, and then just satellite the rest of Russia, make them a vassal or something. Which this doesn't account for, by the way, so this Russian industry isn't going towards your numbers here. But they would if you conquered them and made them a puppet. So now you have a potential of 600 million population, unlimited. Resources are now closer to 1 to 2,000 for everything. You've got loads of resources. Still not as much as most of the European powers, but you have so much that it doesn't matter. Factories, 1,050. Remember, these resource-rich areas, the industry-rich areas, are where Russia gets most of their factories. If they're your puppet, you've probably increased this to about 1,500, which is way better, obviously. And that makes it obviously even better, so yeah. But that gives Japan, an absolutely ridiculous industrial potential. But everybody knows anything about Hearts of Iron knows that the big thing for Japan is that their buffs are absolutely fucking mad. So, focus tree buffs alone, you get 2 free Yamato-class battleships, plus 20% screen penetration for all ships, plus 10% repair and refit speeds for all ships. Aircraft carrier sortie efficiency goes up by 20%, just from a focus. It is absolutely mad. And lastly, minus 10% production cost to all carrier aircraft. And you have the Zero, which is potentially the best carrier aircraft in the entire game. Now, on top of that, you have the Battle Fleet Designer for your battleships and torpedoes, which you already have boosted torpedo damage, by the way, remember, and screen penetration. So, all your destroyers are going to have ridiculous torpedo damage. You've not got the Atlantic... Oh, you do! You have the Atlantic Fleet Designer, so battleships, and aircraft carriers, they can have armour as well, your carriers. Though realistically, you're not going to use them much. As said, you want to have maybe your Tier 3 carrier for armour, and Tier 4 for Pacific. And Pacific plus 25% deck size. So plus 25% deck size, plus 20% sortie efficiency, and it gets even more unbelievable. Cheaper than Navy. Naval Aviation, incredible buffs. You have to choose, unfortunately, between the Aviation Expert and the Battleship Expert, but you can do whatever you like. And Naval Aviation is so done with Japan, I think that's what I would pick. And Military High Command, again, Naval Air Defense, plus 15%, the best AA defense buff in the game. Carrier Experts for another 15% efficiency, going all the way up to 35%. Capital Ship Specialist, but it's a specialist, it's not as good, but who cares? It doesn't even matter, you're already ridiculous. And Naval Strike Specialist. So you can choose between battleships or carriers, but the carriers for Japan are absolutely insane. It's not even funny. And the most crazy thing of all is your admirals are also insane. You have another sortie efficiency for your carriers, and another 20%. So you've got 20% there, 20% from your focus tree. It's mad. You've got like 60% or more. You can get a total of plus 80% aircraft carrier sortie efficiency, and this doesn't even include your research tree. It is absolutely mad. Add on the research tree, it's 90%, 110%, 230%. It's mad! You can get 230% carrier sortie efficiency. Every one of your carriers will be 2.3 times more effective than the enemies. And I don't know if there's one here for carriers. I don't think so. There is. 240%? Or is it 250? Either way, it's absolutely unimaginably ridiculous. You cannot even fathom. 250% potentially. Aircraft carrier sortie efficiency. So your aircraft carriers are just going to be absolutely monstrous. So I think I would recommend fleeting being... base strike overall, but you can go fleeting being if you prefer the battleship experience. It's not a problem. Both are going to be insane. So Japan is just generally absolutely insane. The buffs they have are mental. And if you're very good as Japan, you will easily have more potential than any other country on the planet. There is no comparison. Your resources may be limited, your industry might not be as high as some other countries, but realistically, you can just annex the whole of Russia if you want and vastly boost your resources and industry, even if it takes time to core it via PPing. You will need to win the war with China ASAP and begin your build-up very quickly. Japan has undisputably the highest potential in the game, for naval if you're looking at the ceiling, but it's also incredibly hard to play to its maximum potential, and that's why it is a very hard country on this list, and it's absolutely not beginner friendly. Okay, so in conclusion, here is our tier list. I know this has been one hell of a long video, so thank you so much for watching, and if you watched the entire video, then you're a saint. Good job. That's basically what I do on YouTube. You should see when I'm watching 6-hour-long tick videos. Tick history. Good channel, by the way. You could just sit there and listen to hours while you're playing War Thunder or some rubbish like that. It's good to have in the background. So, I hope you enjoyed this video and found it useful. Please feel free to share it with any friends or groups you think it will be useful or interesting. I'm a very small YouTuber and I would love to get a little bit of growth now that I'm trying to reboot my channel. Please leave comments down below for feedback or anything you think I could improve in the video, and please do suggest videos you would like to see me make. I'm going to be working on a full naval video explaining all of the mechanics of naval combat in the game, and it's also going to show ship, fleet design, fleet composition, and it's also going to show things like research, shipyards, and exactly how every single naval mechanic in the game, sea zones, trade convoys, how you can manipulate trade routes, all these things. It's going to go through every single thing. There will be a link to that in the description below. I would be happy to make videos about any particular topic you'd like me to make for Hearts of Iron. If you want to see specific countries, like how do you play France, how do you play Germany, I'll do a Let's Play playthrough with those countries if you'd like to see that. Please do subscribe if you'd like to see more videos like this, and remember, what motivates me to make videos is your comments and interaction from you guys. So yeah, please do also join my Discord server. There is a link in the description. We have some Hearts of Iron players in the server, and we do roleplay games sometimes. You can also see what other projects I'm working on, because I do more than just video game related YouTube videos. I also want to start making travel related videos. I'm an English teacher, I've been living in Paris for a year, and I'm soon going to China and Japan and many other countries, so I want to start doing travel stuff. Might not get any views, but hey, it's worth a shot. I also work on making a tabletop similar version of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses, which is a really good PS2 Yu-Gi-Oh! Spin-off game, and so far I've only had positive feedback. So I would love to hear some of you hop in and say hello and give me some feedback, both on my videos and the other projects I'm working on. Finally, for my shameless plug, I've recently launched a Patreon. I was told to make one by my best friend, who has thousands of followers and make lots of money. Currently, I'm unemployed and I have no money, and especially with the travel videos, well, yes, it would just be nice to potentially make a tiny penny. And my best friend with his many followers told me, even though you probably won't get a single follower, it's better to have one with no followers than to not give people the option to support you if they wanted to, which they probably won't. So I made one, and at the time of publishing this video, I haven't got a single Patreon. But, I'd be surprised if I ever had one, to be honest. But who knows, maybe you'll be the first and you'll make my day. Thank you again for watching, thank you so much. Have a great day, and I really hope to see you guys in the next video. And for you naval fans who watch to the end, really, go check out that second video. It's in the description right now.